of the large number that are in the SIV program right now at various stages. And we have said all along that DoD will contribute to the interagency effort to relocate, to help relocate. I mean, obviously, we're not providing the transportation, but to help in the relocation efforts of all those in the SIV program that are interested and eligible to come to the United States. So clearly, we are planning for greater numbers than just this initial 2,500. But what that looks like over time, I just couldn't be able to predict right now. Sylvie from AFP.
Hello, John. Russia announced today that it has carried out a new successful test of its Zircon hypersonic missile. Do you have a reaction? Is the U.S. concerned about that?
Certainly aware of President Putin's claims, and while I won't be getting into specifics or providing any kind of an analysis on his claims, it's important to note that Russia's new hypersonic missiles are potentially destabilizing and pose significant risks because they are nuclear-capable systems. By contrast, the United States is developing solely non-nuclear hypersonic strike capabilities. So alongside our NATO allies, we remain committed to deterrence while promoting greater stability in the region.
Just a follow-up to that?
Yeah, sure.
Why are the Russians developing nuclear-capable hypersonic missiles, but the United States is not making nuclear-capable?
You'd have to ask Vladimir Putin why he's chosen to go that route. We've chosen, as a matter of policy, to develop non-nuclear hypersonic capabilities, and that's what we're focused on.
But if the Russians have these nukes, shouldn't the United States?
Lucas, I'm not going to get into a policy debate over what Putin is doing and why he's doing it. That is for the Russians should have to answer for that. That's a great question that somebody should pose to Vladimir Putin in Moscow. What I can tell you is, we're focusing on the non-nuclear capabilities of hypersonic technology, and we're moving out on that.
And with these Russian attacks on diplomats and spies in Vienna, is this evidence that the Russian threat is growing?
I'm not going to attribute. I've seen the press reporting about the Havana syndrome, which I think is what you're referring to it, and I'm not in a position to attribute causation to that at all right now. I mean, we take the safety and security of our personnel very seriously.
It's not the Austrians, right?
Lucas, I'm not. I appreciate your dogged efforts to drag me down into attributing these things to a specific cause and or country, and I'm just not going to do that right now.
The threat against Russia is not rising right now?
We are always mindful of Russia's destabilizing activities around the region, around the world, sorry. And that's why we're working closely with allies and partners, including NATO, to try to check those destabilizing activities as best we can. I mean, you've heard the Secretary speak, I think, quite clearly about the threats that are continuing to be posed by Russia all around the world and in cyber as well. And we take that very, very seriously.
Didn't deny it wasn't Austria. I'm just saying.
I'm sorry?
Didn't deny it was not Austria from the podium.
All right, next question. Paul Shinkman.
My question was already asked, John. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Squitieri.
Hey, John. Good afternoon. Thanks. Without addressing specifically, how would you characterize the prowess and acumen of the DoD cyber capabilities? I heard your response earlier, but I was wondering if you can would you call it robust, extraordinary, counterintuitive? How would you describe it in a general way, please? Thanks.
Tom, I'd say robust is a pretty good adjective. We're very confident that we have significant cyber capability, and those capabilities continue to advance every year. And again, we won't talk about those with great specificity, but I do. I believe the Secretary is very comfortable. He had visited Cyber Command not long ago. In fact, took his French counterpart up there, a week or so ago, and he remains very impressed by the capability that we have in the cyber realm. And Tom, while I'm on it, Something's been bugging me since the last time you and I had an exchange. I think it was a gaggle, and you said I rebuked you, and and I bristled at that. But you know what? You were right. I did not treat you with the respect that you deserve for a very fair question, and I wanted to apologize to you for that.
That's very kind of you to say. You're a great guy, and I think you're swell.
Thanks, Tom. I think you're swell too. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to back to Afghanistan and more detail about Turkey role. So what will Turkey do in Afghanistan? And will Turkey take over security at Afghanistan main airport? Because as you know, Turkish Defense Minister Akar and Secretary Austin have talked a couple times on the phone. They had a meeting on NATO in Belgium. So what is the latest news about, because you are close 31st August, so what will be the next with the Turkey?
We remain grateful that Turkey has agreed to lead the security efforts at Hamid Karzai International Airport. And as we've said all along, security there is going to be critical to our ability and any nation's ability to have a diplomatic presence in Kabul. President Biden has been very clear that we are going to have that kind of diplomatic presence there. So we need to make sure that the airport is appropriately secure. The Secretary has had numerous conversations with his Turkish counterpart about their efforts. We are still in discussions with the Turks about some of the final modalities and details of exactly what that's going to look like. But again, we're grateful that Turkey has agreed to step up and maintain leadership of that mission. Again, what exactly it's going to look like, we're still working our way through that.
What about, is it just airport or will be the couple place Turkish force?
We're talking about airport at the security. We're talking about security at the airport. Sorry.
Just the airport.
Yeah, we're talking about security at Hamid Karzai International Airport. I'm not sure what other answer you are expecting.
Okay, I want to learn just the airport. Maybe different area. The Turkish force will be there.
I can't speak for the Turkish military. I mean, that's probably a question better posed to them. They have agreed to lead security at the airport. There are some details that still need to be worked out. We know how important it is there because we want to have a diplomatic presence in Kabul, and so we're working that out with them. And as we've said all along, that our remaining force presence in Afghanistan, that they will be there to protect and defend the work of our diplomats and to help provide security at the airport. So there'll be some U.S. support there, but all the details of everything that's required is still being worked out with the Turks right now. Tara.
One follow-up on the SIV. Why was Fort Lee chosen as opposed to another facility? Is it because of its proximity to the State Department, or was it just available space? Why Fort Lee?
There was a lot of factors that went into Fort Lee, and I would argue that. Again, I want to stress it's just the initial recommendation that we're making. There could be others. It comes down to infrastructure and appropriate support, medical sustenance support. It just made a lot of sense for a lot of different reasons. But we're going to continue to evaluate this broader request for assistance as we go forward. Right now, our initial recommendation to the State Department was to use Fort Lee, and then again, we'll see where it goes from there.
Is it still going to be called Fort Lee by the time the interpreters arrive?
I don't have any update for you on the base naming commission, but my expectation is that the name will not be changing that rapidly, Lucas. Yes. Oh, hey, Brian. Hardly recognize you back there.
Good to see you. Quick follow-up. The applicants that are going to Fort Lee, do they know they're going to Fort Lee, and do they know where they're going after they're processed there?
You'd have to ask the State Department, Brian. That's beyond the scope of our support for this. I don't know. Mike?
Hey, John, I was wondering if you could say what the status is of funding challenges for the National Guard over the Capitol Hill operations. And if this thing drags on for too long, what impact might it have on overall DoD operations?
Yeah, so I think you've seen the National Guard speak to this. They use their funding for operations and maintenance as well as some of its pay accounts to basically front load the money to support their capital mission. And so if they don't get relief for this, the Guard's going to have to look at curtailing or curtailing completely or drastically reducing their drill weekends, not only in August, but also September, annual training, as well as some operational maintenance. And then for more detail, I think the Guard can help you out. But, you know, there's a potential real impact on their readiness. And you don't have to look very far. And I know you know this, being a former soldier, about how important the Guard is just around the country. We've got wildfires, hurricane season's coming. It's already shaping up to be a busy summer for them. They have other demands on their time and their talents and their capabilities. So a degradation to their readiness and their ability to train is not good for the country and not good for the fellow citizens that they serve.
And what's the chance the chairman is going to come and speak to us anytime soon?
You'd have to speak to the chairman's staff for that. Yeah. I got time for a couple more. Jeff Shogel?
Thank you. You had mentioned that at Fort Lee, the Afghans would be on existing housing. Is that, are we talking about barracks? And also, just so I understand, are you saying that all 2,500 Afghans could go somewhere other than Fort Lee, or a portion could go to Fort Lee and the rest could go elsewhere?
I think it's more the latter, Jeff. I mean, again, we're still working our way through exactly how we're going to meet this request for assistance. Fort Lee is the initial site that's been recommended. It is possible that others might follow, depending on the flow, not just the numbers, but how fast they arrive in the United States and our ability to accommodate them. So we're going to be flexible. As Abraham rightly said, we're a planning organization, so we're trying to think ahead here. And I couldn't tell you exactly, what barracks or dorms or family housing that's going to be used. That's really up to leaders at Fort Lee to determine what's available. But as I understand it, it is a mix of both dorm room-like facilities, barracks facilities for individual or single soldiers, that kind of thing, as well as potentially some family housing units as well for whole families. But I'd refer you to Fort Lee and the Army to speak to that with more.
All right, so we've been listening to Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby there, and this is the big headline out of the briefing earlier today. We learned that the Pentagon has formally received State Department's request to house approximately 2,500 Afghan special immigrant visa applicants who have completed vetting to come into the United States. Now, this is quite significant. They have recommended that the use of Fort Lee, Virginia, to house those Afghan applicants, as a lot of them have worked alongside U.S. troops as translators and interpreters for 20 years since the war in Afghanistan began. And now with these most recent encroachments by the Taliban in districts in the north of the country in Afghanistan, they're increasingly worried that a lot of these Afghan interpreters and translators are put in direct jeopardy and danger due to having worked with U.S. troops in the past. And so, we had heard that the U.S. was kind of working with other partner nations to maybe house them, but this is the biggest news out of that today, that 2,500 of those special immigrant visas have been issued to some of those Afghans to come here to the United States. Now, this is all ahead of August 31st. That is what the Pentagon says, the date when U.S. troops will be completely out of Afghanistan, ahead of President Biden's target deadline of September 11th of this year, the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attack. So we'll be monitoring that story here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us here on your Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. We have some really cool shots from around the country we just want to show you. Obviously, we always have this static shot of the White House at the moment. President Biden will have more news out of that and what he was up to today. We have a live look of, looks like this Disney cruise ship in port in Orlando at the moment, and a live look out of New York City at the moment as well, Midtown Manhattan at this hour on that July afternoon. In the meantime, though, we do want to preview something that we'll be following for most of the morning tomorrow, and that is the Blue Origin and Jeff Bezos launch into space. That's going to be taking off around 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. We'll have live coverage of that proceeding up to the launch as well. But they are preparing for this historic space launch as the billionaire space race heats up. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul reports from West Texas.
We're ready.
In less than 24 hours, Jeff Bezos and his crew will launch into space for about a 10-minute flight aboard Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket. The launch, a long time coming for Bezos, who founded the company 21 years ago. To date, Blue Origin has performed 15 uncrewed test flights. If successful, Tuesday's flight will make history as the first unpiloted suborbital flight with a civilian crew.
And that practice is what will allow us to build the infrastructure to let the next generations of people really do amazing things in space.
Accompanying Bezos for the flight are his brother Mark, 18-year-old Oliver Damon, and 82-year-old aerospace pioneer Wally Funk. Damon and Funk will become the youngest and oldest person to fly into space. Funk calling it a lifelong dream.
Now I'm going to go up with the best team ever. And we're going to show the world what can be done in space.
Bezos aims to become the second billionaire to ride his own rocket into space. His flight follows the successful launch of fellow billionaire and Virgin Galactic founder Richard Branson just last week. The two companies competing in the market of space tourism, Blue Origin auctioning off a seat on their first flight, with the anonymous winner bidding $28 million. Due to a scheduling conflict, that seat was eventually filled by Dutch teen Oliver Damon.
You have to work hard on getting it to be more efficient, more practical, and less expensive.
If all goes as planned and weather conditions hold up, Blue Origin's New Shepard is set to launch Tuesday morning. In Van Horn, Texas, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
And Jeff, thanks for that update there. We did want to show you just a little bit more because Jeff Bezos and his crew appeared on Fox Business earlier this morning speaking with Neil Cavuto. Here's a little bit more of that conversation from earlier.
I am excited but not anxious. We'll see how I feel, when I'm strapped into my seat, and but I'm very excited. We're ready. The vehicle's ready. This team is amazing. I feel very good about it, and I think my fellow crewmates feel good about it too. But this is a tourism mission, and it's very important because it lets us practice, and it will let more people get up into space. And that practice is what will allow us to build the infrastructure to let the next generations of people really do amazing things in space. Mark has been a part of the Blue Origin program from the very beginning. He's been a huge contributor, and he's been a contributor my whole life, if we're being real about it. And I couldn't have a better person to fly with me. I'm so excited. Thank you, brother.
That's beautiful. Congratulations, guys, and best of luck tomorrow. Godspeed.
Thank you, Neil. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And like I said before, Live Now from Fox will have live coverage of the launch for Blue Origin tomorrow. Jeff Bezos there and his brother with two of the other crew members. So it should be quite historic. And tune in to Live Now for that. We'll have extensive live coverage. So definitely something to watch tomorrow. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We just want to head out to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Firefighting crews in the air are right now battling the Flores fire. This is in the Topanga Canyon area of Los Angeles. You can see LA County Fire is gathering up water to try and douse and extinguish this fire that is happening at the moment. And so we just got these live pictures to us. We don't really have a clear picture of how large this fire is, but some structures are exposed and are threatened by this at this time. And so this is just something we are monitoring. This is live at the moment. And so you can see how LA County Fire basically executes a lot of these firefighting operations for some of these wildfires and brush fires that do pop up. And so at the moment, you're going to see them drop some of that water on the flames, and we'll get a picture of the flames very, very soon here as... And so there you can see how it's done. So burning several acres at the moment. Like I said, there's no information yet on what might have caused this or the amount of acres burning at the moment. But you can see there are some structures in the path, and so some of these are threatened at this hour by this fire. And so you see this chopper from LA County Fire working quite diligently to drop a lot of water on this to get this under control and nip this in the bud. Being told that this is in the Topanga Canyon area of LA County. And so we know that not only California, but as well as the Pacific Northwest, Oregon, and Washington are battling many, many wildfires at this moment, especially in what has been a very dry, very hot summer, historic heat wave there, not only in California, but the Pacific Northwest as well. So there you can see a better vantage point and view of this fire. It's relatively small comparatively, but still you see a lot of smoke and some of the flames there near Topanga Canyon in LA County. So if you're just coming here to Live Now from Fox, we're just monitoring these live aerial pictures at the moment. You can see some of these firefighting crews there up on that summit as they do try to douse and extinguish the Flores fire that is taking place right now in the Topanga Canyon area of Los Angeles. LA County Fire helicopters have dropped a number of gallons already on this fire. And some structures are exposed and threatened to this, and so they are, at this hour, actively trying to work to get this a little bit more under control and nip this in the bud. It's a relatively small type of brush fire, but like I said, some structures are threatened at the moment. And as you know, that wildfire season has been quite dangerous and damaging to a lot of the states here in the western United States, California, Oregon, Washington, and Arizona, where we are. But we've been watching these crews just drop gallons of water in order to prevent the fire from reaching anywhere near some of those homes that you see and some of the other structures. Not entirely sure about a specific number of acreage that's burning right now. We don't have those details. We don't really know how this might have been caused either, but there you can see the efforts underway to tackle this and battle this. So. So at the moment, you can kind of get a better sense of the size of this fire. The Flores fire is what it's known at this hour, but you can see that LA County fire crews up in the helicopters there dropping gallons of water to try to get this under control. It's burning several acres and some structures are threatened at the moment, and so this is near Topanga Canyon in LA County. So we're going to keep this shot up. This is live up alongside another event that we want to bring to you here on Live Now, and that is still in California. Governor Gavin Newsom speaking earlier today in Sonoma County, a little bit more north, on the California Comeback Plan and what that plan means for the homelessness crisis in Los Angeles and California writ large, and affordable housing as well. So we're going to listen to that while we still monitor this fire going on this Monday afternoon.
California, we don't think that, we know that. This project is proof point. The challenge, of course, the state faces is scale, and that's what we're here to address. Today, I'll be signing a bill, the largest homeless package in the history of the state of California. Let me be more specific. The senator made a comment a moment ago that I think is important to underscore. The state of California, with all due respect, has been nowhere to be found on the issue of homelessness for far too long. There's been no intentionality, his word. There's been no focus on helping support cities and counties. Been left to cities and counties themselves to address the issue of poverty in all its forms and manifestations, particularly the issue of homelessness. That has changed over the course of the last number of years. In the last few years of the Brown administration, there was an effort to renew partnerships, to no longer point fingers, find scapegoats, but to find solutions, to build collaborations, to start to develop networks to address the issues of homelessness and particularly address the root causes of homelessness. We took that baton 2 years ago and we put forth an historic investment in homelessness at roughly $500 million. We followed that up a year or so ago with the largest investment in the history of the state of California, $950 million, building on those partnerships that we developed with cities and counties and what we refer to as COCs, these continuum of cares all throughout the state of California. It was a renewed effort to take responsibility, to take accountability, and to recognize the urgency of the crisis in the state of California. Today, We're not just doubling down on that. Today, we're taking it to a whole different level. When we talk about investments, and we put it in terms of historical investments, we need to go back to 1967, when this state began the systemic dismantling of behavioral health housing here in the state of California. In that infamous first budget, Ronald Reagan's infamous first budget as governor of California, where faced with a budget crisis, we began to systematically destroy the network of supports all across the state of California, particularly for people that were experiencing crisis issues related to bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, paranoia, people that were self-medicating with drug and alcohol addictions. Since 1967, and for decades since, the state of California, for that matter, this country, has pulled back on those supports. The investments we're making here today are the most historic, the largest investments in mental health housing in California history. $3 billion will be invested to help with board and care, for conservatorships, for Laura's Law placements, to provide opportunities for people in crisis. We are proud of that. It's part of a $12 billion homeless package that I will sign here today. $12 billion investment. I'll remind you, the largest investment in history was $950 million. This is a $12 billion package. And as President Gore said, and this is profoundly important, it comes with strings attached. More transparency and more accountability. I'll never forget when Supervisor Gore called me a number of months ago, a local elected official who just took the reins as president of CSAC. It is basically a coalition of county leaders, and said, hold us accountable. Don't just give us more money. More is not better. Better is better. We need to be accountable for results. And we took that seriously, and we worked collaboratively with the senator and the assembly member. We worked with the budget teams. We worked with our leadership, and we actually put forth the first accountability requirements in state's history as well. I won't go into the details of that, but there's 6 metrics that counties have to meet. And if you meet them, we're actually attaching bonuses, 18% bonus opportunity for actually delivering on the plan. No plan, no money. No plan, no money. We're providing $2 billion of discretionary support as part of this accountability package for rental subsidies to provide hotel motel conversions like you see here, and to provide other supports that are critical for getting people back on their feet. And so prevention dollars, intervention dollars, and long-term supportive housing funds are now being set aside, $2 billion over the next 2 years, with, again, new accountability provisions. Largest single investment in providing support for the most vulnerable in American history, and I'm incredibly proud to be able to sign it here today at a location that proves the paradigm. Madam Mayor, thank you. To the supervisors, thank you for not only identifying a problem, but identifying a solution by identifying one of 2 hotels in this city. A hotel, by the way, that generates about $85,000 a year just in hotel tax. Converting that to a facility to help the most vulnerable residents took courage and took guts. It took political leadership. And so I want to thank you, Madam Mayor, for your leadership, and the supervisors for getting things done. Not everybody was thrilled with this project, but this project's changing lives. And by the way, this project, they were able to get down into escrow and get people into housing in less than 5.5 months. Now we're talking. Not 5.5 years. What's so extraordinary about what we're doing differently, because people have the right to ask, what are you doing differently? Because we want to see results in real time. This project was one of those examples. 6,000 housing units we were able to get into escrow and convert within 6 months under Project Homekey. It's now a national model. The Biden administration put $5 billion up to replicate the success of California's efforts. Project Roomkey, which we initiated early last year, 42,000 human beings We were able to get off the streets and sidewalks and out of shelters, out of harm's way during the COVID crisis and into housing. We have over 10,000 people currently being supported under Project Homekey and $150 million in this budget to continue that project even if and after. And I say if because we're going to continue to work with the federal government, and after, if they no longer support this federal program, we will pick up the slack substantially, not completely, but substantially as a state. So mental health, interventions, proven, successful, time value of money, CEQA and land use, zoning reforms, and accountability measurements and metrics with bonuses and performance expectations attached. This is a new day in terms of our strategies. Final words on homelessness. You need three things to actually make an impact on homelessness. You need to have a plan. The state didn't have one for decades. You need to have the resources. Even if they had a plan, they didn't have the money. And three, you got to have political will. All those three things are in evidence in the state of California today. Our partners all across the state, the big 13 mayors, the county supervisors, local officials recognizing the crisis and recognizing our individual and collective responsibility to do more and do better. So it's in that spirit that I'm here, 12 billion reasons why I'm looking forward to take this pen and putting it to this piece of paper. I want to thank the senator and thank the assembly member for being champions on getting this money down to the proverbial desk. I want to ask Douglas and Claire to come on up, but they already got cued, and ask the rest of the team to come on behind me as well, including Jason Elliott, who's worked so hard to make all this happen. And we will do I like signing bills standing up. It's a little more interesting. By the way, just on a technical point so people understand, this is one of a number of what we call trailer bills in the budget that the Assembly member in the Senate sent to me last Thursday. We have 12 days to sign these bills. This is the first of the package of bills. The issue of homelessness, top of mind, real accountability, real responsibility, and yes, you expect, we demand real results, and that's what this signature intends to do. Thank you all very, very much. All right. So, that's how quickly you can invest $12 billion. Now we're here to answer any questions you may have.
So this $12 billion comes as a result of a one-time surplus. So going forward, how do we ensure, cities and counties will continue to be supported and funded with any new efforts that come as a result of this money?
Well, we're committed to the long run. We committed last year during the midst of a great recession, a $54.3 billion budget shortfall, yet we invested more, not less, in homelessness. And we continue to make historic investments as well in housing. So as long as I'm governor of California, that's not going to be an issue. I'm committed, not interested, to addressing the issue of homelessness. I appreciate Assemblymember Levine marking the reference and reflection on a state of the state that was devoted completely to this topic. And despite the fact that that was held just a few weeks prior to the beginning of the pandemic last year, our resolve remains steadfast and our commitment is demonstrable. These are multi-year commitments, not just one-off, and we expect and intend to bridge these commitments with additional federal supports, and our advocacy at the federal level is second to none. And we continue to look forward to building partnerships and collaborations, not only with governmental agencies, but also with community-based organizations, neighborhood leaders up and down the state as well. It's a new day, and we're here for the long haul.
Just one quick follow-up, a more immediate concern. Here in Sonoma, we're having a serious outbreak, COVID outbreak, at our largest homeless shelter over in Santa Rosa. I think that underscores we're still, in the throes of this pandemic in many ways. So I want to know, have there been outbreaks at shelters across the state that you're aware of? And what is the state doing in the immediate term to make sure our homeless population remains protected, especially as a lot of the temporary room key hotels, that program is kind of winding down?
No, and I appreciate the way you contextualized the question as well and framed it. Room key was initiated to address precisely the issue that flared up a few weeks ago here, or just recently rather, at a local shelter, and that was to protect people in these congregate settings. Room Key became a national model. As I noted, 42,000 people have been supported through the Room Key effort, and that's to get people out of those shelters and into hotel rooms like those you see around us. We currently have exactly 10,445 rooms as part of that portfolio, supporting opportunities for north of 10,000 people to get out of the congregate environment. That said, it's due to expire at the end of September. We're working with FEMA to try to get it extended. We have formally asked FEMA to extend that program and the federal supports for that program through June of next year. In the absence of that, in an effort to supplement those efforts, the bill I just signed, as I noted, included $150 million to support efforts in communities like this to get people out of those facilities, particularly to address the concerns, the growing now concerns, as it relates to an increase in transmission, particularly of the Delta variant. And so we'll continue to build on the success of the Room Key model, continue to procure more home key assets so we can get more people off the streets permanently, and continue to maintain our vigilance as it relates to local county efforts to address and initiate strategies to mitigate spread and to make sure masking requirements are being enforced, as well as distancing requirements in shelters. But the best way to address the issue is to do exactly what Submember Levine said, and that's to get the unvaccinated vaccinated, so we mitigate not only the spread, but we mitigate the impact of those that contract this disease.
Morning, Governor. Wayne Friedman with ABC 7. Two questions for you. One related to fires, one related to this. Which do you want to do first?
I love it, like a game show.
Yeah.
What's behind door number 3?
Okay, 3, and we'll give you 1. Okay. There's a report this morning that PG&E equipment may have contributed to the Dixie fire. Have you heard about that? And if so, what's your comment or thought on that?
Same thing. I mean, these things all deserve an investigation, and I'm not going to jump to any conclusions. Those investigations are well known to people, particularly here in the North Bay, as relates to PG&E and their culpability to wildfires. We're dealing now, as you note, with the Dixie up in Plumas, Butte County, another large wildfire up in Alpine. We've got 7 major wildfires / complexes, 5,600 firefighters working those lines. I want to underscore where we are year to date in the state of California. A lot has been written about and talked about the number of wildfires and the acres burned year to date compared to historic amount of fires and acres burned last year. Let's put this in very sober perspective. Today we have over 200,000 acres that have burned in the state of California. Last year, at this time, 39,000 acres, 5-fold the number of acres that burned compared to the historic wildfires of 2020. When you even look at a 5-year average, that number is notably higher as well, 3 times higher than the 5-year average. So we maintain our vigilance. We have an historic wildfire budget, which I've highlighted on multiple occasions. We'll continue to do so, some $2.2 billion of investments in an all-hazards approach to emergencies across the spectrum of emergencies, not just wildfires, but supporting resilience for all hazards, meaning wildfires as well as drought emergencies, as well as seismic events and the like. We continue to do more in terms of supporting mutual aid, continue to do more to demand from PG&E and other investor-owned utilities, real accountability and results as it relates to undergrounding of wires, as it relates to investment in their wildfire suppression strategies like early camera detection technology, the ability to make sure that they're doing the forest management, the vegetation management, which are foundational to wildfire prevention. So as it relates to any active investigation, it's just that. And when that investigation's concluded by CAL FIRE, we'll make some comments.
Okay. Second question would be this. $12 billion. How do you keep California from becoming a magnet for people who have issues in other states and coming here to take advantage of what California is spending? It's been a problem in the past.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, we have a crisis. 150, 180,000 people, depending on how you make an assessment determination, out in the streets and sidewalks, the richest and the poorest state in America. We have a responsibility and accountability as a nation state in terms of size, scope, size of 21 states' populations combined to address this issue, this crisis in the state of California. And we can abandon that, and we can throw up our hands, point fingers, talk about the good old days when HUD and HUD meant something, housing and urban development, before HUD got out of the housing business in the late 60s, 70s, and 80s. But at the end of the day, we got to take accountability, responsibility to do more and do better, and that's what this budget intends to do. It's about results. It's about getting people off the streets out of incidents of crises and meeting people where they are. And to the extent that people want to come here for new beginnings at all income levels, that's part of the California dream. And we have a responsibility to accommodate and enliven and inspire. And California's dream is still alive and well. $80 billion budget surplus. You've seen the jobs numbers last 5 months. We've averaged over 100,000 jobs every month. Highest job numbers in America. This state is roaring back, and I'm proud of people from around the world looking to California again for opportunity. And again, that should not just be for certain people. All people, I think, should aspire to that California dream, regardless of their income level and regardless of their lot in life.
Governor, would you care to elaborate on how the Reagan cuts have cost this state money?
Look, I just read, I may have reread it, though I have vague recollection of the first, though I saw my notes in the book. I don't recall when I was reading Lou Cannon's book about Ronald Reagan's first budget, the infamous budget in 1967, where Reagan himself at least laid claim to some regret of the nature of the cuts that he directed and his team directed to the behavioral health system in the state of California. It's indelible in the consciousness of not only Californians, but for that matter, the impact those decisions had around the rest of this country. Of course, Reagan himself has a lot of history in this space, not only as it relates to the early efforts in the dismantling of the network of supports on behavioral health as governor, but the supply side economics that he promoted as president. And in many ways, shapes, or forms, we have a responsibility to make up for that. And again, I'm not just pointing fingers here, but I am making a historical frame. This is the largest investment since that great dismantling. This is the most historic commitment to right the wrongs of the past and address that fundamental issue.
Governor Jody Hernandez with NBC Bay Area. Good to see you. Back to vaccinations.
Yes.
The Delta variant is soaring. It's very troubling. Yet our vaccination rates among the homeless remain really low. Some communities, 75% of the general population is vaccinated. Well, only 30% of the unsheltered are. What can be done? What needs to be done to change that, to reach these folks, to get them vaccinated?
Yeah, that's a good question. And let me highlight a few things. We've administered over 44,120,000 doses of vaccine in the state of California, 17 million more than the next largest number of vaccines that have been distributed by any other state. We have 76.5% of all 18-year-olds that have received at least one dose, 76%, which is impressive. But as you note, there's subsets of the population that we have not been able to achieve similar results. One of them is the unvaccinated population, homeless, people on the streets, congregate facilities, people living in their cars, people all throughout the state, including rural communities, but also people living in urban environments that have, well, frankly, been misled by misinformation campaigns that are literally killing people.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. We are following a couple different breaking news events, but we've also been listening in to Governor Newsom on affordable housing earlier today out of Northern California. We want to bring you to this live look, though. It's a reported house explosion in Plano, Texas. Massive destruction at this time. At least 6 people hospitalized after this reported explosion at a Plano home. The incident happened around 4:30 local time. Photos circulating online showed massive amounts of debris, and that's what you're seeing in these live aerials right now as well. Again, on a residential lot and in the street, there was also some damage. You can see some of those firefighters on the street there trying to assess what happened and how many houses are involved at this time. It looks like definitely that one home was involved, possibly a few other ones. Plano fire officials could only confirm that 3 adults and 3 children had been transported from the scene. All of this according to Fox 4 in Dallas, our team there that is on the ground trying to find more information on this developing story. But as we've said, lots of pictures posted to social media showing this destruction. No word at this time what caused the explosion. Again, it's a reported house explosion causing multiple injuries. We're going to be following this story alongside our team there as they make their way to the ground, again in Plano, Texas. Investigation underway. Looks like some trees down possibly as well too. Several emergency crews on the scene. And this is a better angle. You can see that home that was next to the home that was directly involved in the explosion, also damaged from what happened. You can see debris on the home, on the roof. But absolutely just blown apart here. Nothing left behind. We're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to leave you with these live aerials. When we come back, we have some COVID-19 news to report down in Philadelphia. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a live look over Plano, Texas. A house explosion, multiple injuries reported at this time. We're hearing 6 injuries in total. We'll be following this alongside our team that is down on the ground there, Fox 4 in Dallas, trying to get some more information. Until then, though, we want to go into some COVID-19 news. Nearly half the country seeing an uptick in COVID-19 cases. The CDC says it's fueled by the highly contagious Delta variant. Fox's Katie Byrne is live in Philadelphia with the very latest. Katie, thanks for being with us on Live Now.
Hey, Daytona. Well, a lot of these new COVID cases are popping up in states with the lowest vaccination rates. So places like Tennessee, Alabama, and Idaho. And what those 3 states have in common is less than 40% of people in all of them are fully vaccinated. So COVID-19 deaths, though, are still at their lowest levels they've been since spring of 2020, but the pace of vaccinations has been lagging all across the country. The White House keeps pushing people to get their shot. They say their latest obstacle is misinformation. They want social media companies to crack down on what's circulating on their sites, and the U.S. Surgeon General says these companies are not doing enough.
I acknowledge that they're taking some steps, and I appreciate that, but I'm also very clearly saying it is not enough. You know, intention is good, but at the end of the day, it doesn't save the life of somebody who was misled by misinformation on these sites, who didn't get vaccinated, got sick, and lost their life as a result.
Now, some people worry the government is going too far, and they shouldn't be in charge of what you see on social media. Here's Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy.
It shouldn't be the president advocating. Again, he's depicting himself as uber partisan. You need to have your doctor, your nurse, your physician's assistants, who's speaking to the patients they normally care for, they see at the PTA meeting, they otherwise communicate.
Now, public health officials say nearly all COVID-19 related deaths they're seeing now are among people who are not vaccinated. Daytona?
And Katie, we're also hearing a little bit more from the American Academy of Pediatrics. What are they telling everyone at this time as far as students go?
Yeah, a big update from them today, and it could mean something for what we see in schools in the fall. So they're saying that everyone over the age of 2 should be wearing a mask in schools even if they're vaccinated. And that actually contradicts some information that we got from the CDC earlier this month. They said everyone over 2 should be wearing a mask unless they're vaccinated. So I think, a lot of people are still wondering what this new update could mean for teachers and for staff at schools and which guideline they should follow.
Yeah, and a lot of questions when it comes to mask mandates right now, as some counties are going a step further and mandating masks for indoor activities. So it's definitely a question of county to county when it comes to all of these new restrictions. Katie Byrne reporting live for us in Philadelphia. We appreciate you. We'll be speaking with you soon.
Sounds good. Thanks.
And we, like we said before we went out to Philadelphia for that live report, we're following a couple different breaking news scenes at the time. This right here, a house explosion in Plano, Texas. Teams there on the ground telling us at least 6 people were hospitalized after this explosion at a Plano home. The incident happening 4:30 local time. Photos circulating online showed massive amounts of debris on the residential lot and in the street as well. This has affected not only just that home right there, but also nearby homes. This neighboring home right next door, the roof has quite a bit of debris on it as well. No word yet on the investigation and what exactly caused this explosion. That will all be assessed in the coming hours here. Also coming out of California, we are tracking the Flores fire. You can see this right here. Los Angeles, California. Some structures are threatened in the area, but mostly just a brush fire at this time. And it does look like we're getting some other pictures out of Dallas. Take a look at this. A downed tree as a result of this explosion too. So again, tracking all this on Live Now from Fox. We're going to stay on these live pictures for you as we try to get a little more information as to what went into this, what caused the destruction. So it's almost 4 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. We are tracking some breaking news out of Plano, Texas, a house explosion, multiple injuries reported. I'm going to bring in Andrew Kraft, who actually spoke with officials there, and he brings us some more information at this time. Andrew, what are we learning?
I just got off the phone with the Plano, Texas Public Information Officer for Fire and Rescue there. They said they have limited information at this time, but did confirm to what we've been reporting that 6 patients injured, 3 transported to local hospitals. Now, I asked what about the other 3 patients, if they were treated at the scene. They could not confirm that. So they are assessing the status of those 3 patients in triage. But you can see there that that house exploded, but they also said 3 houses as well were damaged on this city block. And so what they're doing right now as a precaution, they have shut down the gas and utilities for the entire city, street, and block. And so right now, fire and rescue has been dispatched to this scene. They have established a media staging area for local media about a block away. They did not confirm if there will be a press briefing, for our purposes. They did not confirm that there would be one in the future. They thought that possibly a little later, but they had no information on if a briefing will happen or what time that briefing will happen, if it will. And so right now, that's about all the information that they could tell me at the moment, but this is still very early and active at this time.
Yeah, Andrew, you can see from these aerials that are, again, live, Skyfox overhead. The emergency crews are on the scene trying to assess what happened, but you have to think this explosion was pretty massive because it extended as far as into the street there and into other front yards of other homes. And you said multiple homes were affected by this, and I think they're still trying to figure out. It looks like they're possibly bringing in, looks like a stretcher there. So again, we just said 6 injuries, maybe more. We're going to stay on these aerials here as this has just come down in the past hour. Our team just got to the scene. We brought it to you as soon as we could. So as we stay on these live pictures here, I just want to pop in another story that we're following in the next couple of minutes. In the bottom right-hand corner, you're seeing an update out of Tucson, Arizona. It all started at a house fire yesterday. Then shootings began while crews were responding to that fire. The gunman shot 2 paramedics. We're actually just going to go ahead and take this live for you and listen in to Tucson police at this time. Again, shootings resulting in multiple deaths. Let's listen.
Here today by Mayor Romero, Tucson Fire Chief Chuck Ryan, AMR Southwest Region Resident Glenn Kaspierzik, Regional Director Jacqueline Evans, TPD Assistant Chief Kevin Hall, Patrol Services Bureau, and TPD Assistant Chief John Strader of the Investigative Services Bureau. So yesterday we saw really a nightmare scenario play out with near simultaneous events at separate but nearby locations. This created a level of chaos that made the situation extremely challenging. So first, some updates. The 3 children associated with the address on East Irene Vista, who we were searching for yesterday, have been found alive and are in the care of a family member. So we thank the community very much for responding to the call for help that we put out yesterday. Now, per Banner University Medical Center here in Tucson, the condition of the 20-year-old male AMR first responder EMT who was shot in the head is life-threatening. His 22-year-old female EMT partner who was shot in the chest and arm is serious but stable. The TFD captain, who was shot in the arm, was treated and released yesterday, and he's recovering at home. Now, one of the neighbors at the scene, who was grazed in the head by a round fired by a suspect, he did not require medical treatment at the hospital. So, we're at the very beginning of an ongoing investigation with an incredibly complex set of facts. There's a great deal that we still don't know. And so as additional evidence is uncovered, we expect to learn more. But here's an overview of what we know at this time. At approximately 3:46 p.m. yesterday, Sunday, a call came in that a house was on fire on East Irene Vista in the city of Tucson. Tucson fire personnel responded and reported a vehicle following them into the neighborhood. At approximately 3:53 p.m., firefighters radioed shots fired. Less than 2 minutes later, firefighters radioed that a TFD captain had been shot. The gunman continued to shoot at firefighters as well as at neighbors who came out to help, ultimately shooting 2 neighbors, one who died at the scene. The deceased is 44-year-old Corey Saunders, and he is survived by his 11-year-old son who, to make things worse, witnessed the attack. Meanwhile, at approximately 3:55 p.m., a call came in that an AMR ambulance crew had been shot in Silver Lake Park, a little over a mile away, where they were standing by for an unrelated medical emergency. Now, to make this a little easier to understand, at this time, we believe the sequence of events went like this. The shooting suspect left the scene of the house fire and went to the park, where he shot the 2-person ambulance crew in an ambush attack. He then returned to the address on East Irene Vista, where he shot at firefighters and neighbors alike, basically anyone who was trying to help. The suspect then fled the scene again, ramming a Tucson police car that was responding to the incident. The officer in that car, Officer Danny Leone, 8-year veteran of the Tucson Police Department, immediately got out of his vehicle and took cover. The suspect then fired 3 rounds at the officer, who returned fire, striking the suspect. Officer Leone and other officers then rendered first aid to the suspect, who has been identified as Leslie Scarlett, a male, age 35. Mr. Scarlett has a criminal history that includes serving 6 years in prison for armed robbery. He also has a history of mental health issues. He is currently in the hospital in extremely critical condition. The fire was extinguished by the Tucson Fire Department, and unidentified human remains were found in the house. The mother of the 3 children who resided in the house on East Irene Vista is unaccounted for, but presumed dead. There are far too many individuals with violent criminal intent and the means to injure and kill many people. Too often, first responders, such as police, fire, and emergency medical services personnel, become targeted for reasons that are unclear. Is it a vendetta, the uniform, the authority it represents, or just that police, fire, and EMS are the ones out in the field responding to crises and dealing with deeply troubled people day in and day out? The real question we should be asking is, how can we coordinate the work of our criminal justice and mental health systems to prevent these terrible attacks? Who are these ticking time bombs, and is there anything we can do working together instead of in silos to predict their level of risk? How does someone like the suspect in this case, a prohibited possessor, even come to have a firearm? There are many unanswered questions right now that need to be pursued further in the days to come. A 20-year-old EMT sitting in an ambulance in a park waiting to help with a totally unrelated medical call should not be fighting for his life in an ICU. His AMR EMT partner and a Tucson firefighter should not be dealing with the physical and mental trauma of gunshot wounds. If this incident isn't a call to action, I am really not sure what is. I'm beyond grateful that Officer Leon had the skill, the courage, and the presence of mind to address the threat that he encountered and to end this suspect's rampage. His actions serve as an important reminder of the critical role police play in protecting the public, and his ability to go from using deadly force to rendering first aid is remarkable, but not unusual for TPD officers. I also want to mention and particularly thank our partners at the ATF who sent personnel to the scene to help our officers in any capacity needed. And, of course, I appreciate our mayor for joining us here today, and she'll be making some remarks shortly. With that, we're going to play a piece of the audio from the fire department's radios, followed by, you're going to see a segment of the body-worn camera video from Officer Leon's perspective. And most of that will be what you hear rather than see, because he was taking cover which obscured most of the view. So we'll start with that.
Multiple callers reporting house on fire, flames coming out the window, neighbors trying to see if anybody's inside, yelling, "Fire battalion, want to bring the race cars, I can find a police." Check battalion 1, EP4, engine 2, upgrade to 3. Battalion 1, additional unit is going to be medical. I'm not the medical. This is approach, we got some showing. This is like, I just be worried about a guy telling you real fast behind you. Good check, thank you. Patient is at the scene. We have a single-story, single-family residential, small. We've got smoke showing from the front of the house, single-story, base reconstructed, got a pitched asphalt shingle roof. And it's now going to be pulling a pre-connect for primary search and fire attack. This will be a work shift. Shots fired. Code 99. We got shots being fired. No units come to CPD, CPD stat. All units from Battalion 1, let's make sure that we stay away from the scene for Agent 10. Do not approach into the scene. Let's stay away from the scene. Agent 10 from Battalion 1, you guys able to safely get out of that scene? We got one patient down. We're going to be clearing the scene. Battalion 1 copy. Marlon from Battalion 1, you copy code 99. That's perfect. Hey, get the fire. We're getting your shot. Sergeant Ladder 10. You're being shot at. Ladder 10 from Battalion 1, you guys able to exit that scene safely? Sorry from Battalion 1, go ahead and start me a major medical as well. Check Battalion 1. Sorry Battalion 1, just with the additional medic cover, please. Check. Battalion 1 and 2, we're going to block the street here to minimize traffic. Ladder 1, the route. I copy it too. Station 1 units are in the area staged at Tucson Marketplace and Keno Parkway. Do well, Ladder 10. Battalion 1, Engine 10. Engine 10, Battalion 1. Anyone Engine 10 has been shot. Crews been split up. I copy that, Engine 10. Where are you located at? Still into a house. Stand by. There's still shots going on right now. Battalion 1 copy. Fire alarm from Battalion 1. We have TPD and route code 3. That's perfect. So they have multiple units now. Goro, my medic truck en route. Subject to the 20s, 30s, black male, still has a firearm, just shooting. Command, this is Ladder 10. I have my engineer and one firefighter from Engine 10 to the back of Medic 10. We fled the scene. I'm missing both of my firefighters. I copy that. Which firefighters are we missing? Just try it, this is Ladder 10. I'm missing. From Battalion 1, do you copy? This is firefighter from Ladder 10. Are you code 4, sir? I am code 4. Do you copy? With you. Firefighter are present with me. I copy that. Engine 10 from Battalion 1. Battalion 1, this is Engine 10. I'm by myself at a residence. I don't have the address right now. I got a GSW to the right arm. I think it's just superficial. I copy that. As soon as you can get that location, please relay it to us if you're able to. You're going outside right now. Be advised, TPD is pulling up right now. Command, we got the crew of Ladder 10, both firefighters, and one engine firefighter. So all units of Battalion 1 is going to seek command. I will be Vista Command. Command, sir. Sorry, command, go ahead. What channel would you like to make a medical on? We're just going to keep everything right here on 87 for right now. Check. Do I have another Battalion 2 responding as well? Yeah, Battalion 4, EC2, Medic 22, Medic 45, Medic 7, Common route. Sorry, command, give me those units again. I have Battalion 4, EC2, affirmative. Ladder 1, Medic 22, Medic 45, and Medic 7. Command, this is Crew 10. The shooter was walking back and forth behind Ladder 10. He's in a striped shirt and still holding a pistol in his right hand. Command, copy the fire alarm. This is Command. Are we able to relay the information to TPD, please? Yes, affirmative. Command, be advised, we have the shooter on Campbell. He's shooting at the cops right now. We're backing up. He just hit a cop car. He's shooting at the cops. Shooter is down. The cop shot him. I copy that. Shooter is down. Cop shot him.
And now we'll show the body-worn camera video from the officer involved, Officer Leon. There is a 30-second delay without volume because that just happens with body-worn cameras. There's a 30-second delay once it's turned on where you'll see the video but you won't hear the audio.
If you can let us know, I have 3 different calls. I'm not sure if they're all related to our office.
So we do want to warn everyone, viewer discretion is advised. This is body camera footage of those Tucson police officers down on the scene, all a part of that press conference today. Again, viewer discretion is advised. We're going to be staying on this press conference out of Tucson, Arizona. Multiple shot, one person dead.
You can go over there. Go give me a nice side, bro. They're over there. I think Sarge is hearing more gunshots. I don't know what else is going on in the house. He's over there by the house. By the All right, so just to be
just to be clear again, the 30-second portion at the start, no audio because that's typical standard for all of the body-worn camera footage. We can answer questions about what you saw after we hear from the other speakers. So we're going to start off with Mayor Romero.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you all for being here today. The representatives of AMR and Chief Ryan, I extend my deepest condolences to the families of the deceased, including a good Samaritan who was simply responding to a neighbor in need before being shot and killed. The events that took place yesterday afternoon near Silver Lake Park and the surrounding neighborhood were horrific, plain and simple, violent and horrific. I ask the Tucson community to keep those that were injured in our prayers for their recovery, including 2 EMTs from American Medical Response, AMR, and our own captain from the Tucson Fire Department. I want to applaud the professionalism of the women and men at the Tucson Fire Department and the Tucson Police Department in continuing to carry out their duties and proceed with the investigation under difficult and somber circumstances. As your mayor, you have my full support with any needs that arise, and know that you are not alone during this difficult time. There are still many unanswered questions, and we must allow the investigation to play its course. While the specific circumstances surrounding yesterday's events were extraordinary, they are a reminder of the dangers that first responders from both Tucson Police Department and the Tucson Fire Department regularly face. Officer Danny Leon responded immediately to the scene, knowing that he would be entering harm's way. Despite his car being rammed and gunshots being fired directly at him, he demonstrated incredible composure and bravery in neutralizing the threat. His actions were heroic and likely saved lives. We have faced many challenges during this pandemic together as a community. One challenge that has emerged since the pandemic started in cities across the country, including Tucson, is a rise in crime, homicides, and instances of gun violence. I look forward to working with Chief Magnus, Chief Ryan, and the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force that I have assembled to explore expanding existing efforts and making necessary investments in violence prevention strategies, focusing on neighborhoods where we see violence occurring the most. We must take action to address immediate needs while working simultaneously on long-term solutions to interrupt cycles of violence. Thank you for all of our first responders, for your courage and service to our community every single day. You are on the front lines of keeping our community safe, and for that, our community owes you a debt of gratitude. I am ready to work with our community, with Chief Ryan and Chief Magnus, to make sure that this violence comes to an end here in Tucson. Thank you all so much, and I'm looking forward to additional answers such as the community, just like the community is. Thank you, Chief Ryan and Chief Magnus, for inviting me today, and for all of you coming to listen to us, and for your support.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, for your thoughtful remarks. Now we'll hear from our Fire Chief, Chief Ryan.
Thanks, Chief. What you just heard, that radio traffic could not, and I say this hesitatingly, is difficult at best. It's about the 8th time I've heard it since hearing it live yesterday. I could not be more proud of our men and women. This is so far out of the realm of what is normal. It's unconscionable, and it's difficult to not be intensely angry about what occurred. It's trying to make sense of a senseless act like this is almost futile. But what I can tell you is that our captain our crews did exactly what they're trained to do. We train with our partners at Tucson Police to respond to active shooter incidents. We don't train to be a part of them. And our crew found themselves in the midst of this horrific mess yesterday. Our captain handled himself and his crew with professionalism and true leadership, maintaining a sense of composure and calm that I'm not sure that I could have. I spoke to him this morning. He was treated yesterday at Banner UMC, and it was great to hear his voice this morning. He went home last night to his wife and family, and I can tell you he's extremely humble and said, "Chief, it's just a superficial wound." There's nothing superficial about getting shot, okay? And so what I've told our members is that we will be there to support them. Chief Magnus, we have a robust peer support team. We work with the U of A and Dr. Patricia Haynes for behavioral health support, and Chief Magnus has graciously offered the assistance of TPD's behavioral health support unit to our members that need it. We respond to over 90,000 calls for service in this city every year. We will continue to do so. We will continue to serve this community professionally and proudly, but I will have to tell you that it's an incident like this that can shake your trust a little bit, and it's going to take a little bit of time to get back to good, as they say. I've had the good fortune to have been contacted by fire chiefs from across the country, from major metropolitan cities, some colleagues in Canada as well, some of whom have gone through this with much more tragic outcomes. Having that support network is good as a chief officer, because I think as Chief Magnus would join me in saying, there's no more empty and helpless feeling than when you're listening to your crews in peril on the radio and you can't do anything about it. I also want to make sure we thank our Public Safety Communications Department. All too often our dispatchers and call takers who handle these events get forgotten in the mix, and I want to make sure they're recognized because they also demonstrated extreme composure under duress. And I do want to thank the members of the community along that street who took our members in. I think you heard in the radio traffic that several members took refuge in some homes. It's only by the good grace of those neighbors that sheltered our coworkers that they were safe. Thank you.
Okay, our colleagues from AMR will be here as part of the question answering if necessary. And as I indicated, well, actually, as Chief Ryan indicated, we want to absolutely appreciate our colleagues over at the Public Safety Communications Department. It is its own department in the city of Tucson. Their director, Chad Kazmar, is with us. But we couldn't do it without dispatchers that can remain calm, that can provide a multitude of services under the most complicated and challenging situations where there's so much going on. So we really valued them. All right, so with that, just keeping in mind that we really have limited information that we can answer questions about. We'll be happy to take a few and see what we can do. And I have several folks here with me from our investigative division that can help with that, including, as I said, Assistant Chief John Strader. So we'll start with you. Go ahead.
Chief, do you have any indication that this man's actions may have been connected in any way to a fire earlier this year where his mother died? And this fire was in a structure that was immediately across the street from the house that burned yesterday.
So we don't have any indications of that, but that is something that we'll be exploring, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Is that fire that you mentioned being currently investigated as an arson?
That fire investigation is already concluded, and so again, we're not sure what the connection, if any, might be, but again, that's something we'll absolutely be looking into further.
The woman's body was found, the burned body. Any indication of how that person died?
So just to be clear, we can't definitively place a sex or identity to what are essentially remains, badly charred remains in the residence. There is a strong presumption that that body is, the person of relationship in the house, but It's not 100% confirmed at this time.
Can you speak to how that person died though?
We can't, other than there was obviously fire involved, but until an autopsy is conducted, we won't be able to speak to that.
And what would be the relationship between that person, well, I guess, I'll say this, the mother of the children that's missing right now, what would be her relationship with this suspect?
And again, that's not clear with certainty. We're interviewing and talking with family members to learn more, but right now that's not clear. Yes?
Is there any indication that the firefighters were specifically targeted? I know at the beginning you kind of mentioned they were followed into a neighborhood. Is there any indication of that?
Right now, again, that's not something we're clear on. We know that actually firefighters, EMTs, and police officers were all subject to the violence from this individual. So whether or not anybody was specifically targeted based on, their job remains unclear.
So at this point, I mean, motive is still really unknown, right? That's keeping this being investigated.
That's right. Motive is unknown right now. Something we'll definitely be pursuing. Yes?
Have officers spoken to the suspect yet?
I don't know. The suspect, though, is in critical condition, so I'm guessing the answer to that is no. But beyond just what you heard at the scene while medical treatment was being delivered, I think it's highly unlikely since he is in CCU in critical condition.
James, it's pretty clear that he was trying very hard to keep anyone from assisting anyone associated with the fire, either to rescue anybody in the building or to help to interfere with firefighters. And also, can you tell us more about the weapon?
So really it is not clear what his intentions were, because he was shooting at people, both neighbors and firefighters. So his intentions remain unclear. And at this point, we're not identifying the weapon, but there will be analysis done on it, and we will be working with the ATF on that.
Chief, you mentioned he was a prohibited possessor. Why was he a prohibited possessor, and do you have any clues as to how he therefore got a weapon?
Prohibited possessor based on his 6 years in prison for armed robbery and other criminal history. And no, we don't know how he got the weapon, and that'll be something that we'll be pursuing further in the future, absolutely.
Chief, was the prison time Arizona or elsewhere?
I don't know the answer to that question.
What kind of charges would he be facing?
At this point, that hasn't been determined.
Fire Chief, can I ask you a question? Sure. I talked to a couple of the witnesses at the scene. They said one of those, it sounds like 2 firefighters, if I'm understanding this correctly, weren't able to get back onto the truck. If I had listened to that correctly. One of them helped move some people away from the gunfire. I just kind of want to ask you about, firefighters, they aren't necessarily trained in that exact situation. That's not their main focus of their training. Can you speak to some of the heroism of what they went through?
Sure. It's, like I said, we train to respond to active shooter incidents, not be a participant in them. The goal at that point is survival, right? We work in teams. We work in teams of 2 on our medic trucks, 4 on our ladder trucks and engine companies. And the team is paramount. And so nobody gets left behind. And it's that survival instinct took over. Some sought shelter in the first medic unit that was arriving on scene, and they left the scene. The captain, whose voice you heard on the radio from Engine 10, ordered his crew to just run in 4 different directions, just to split up. The ladder captain, the perpetrator was actively moving around the ladder truck to shoot at them. That's the radio traffic you heard from Ladder 10's captain. Same thing, getting his members to safety. So, like you said, I do consider those heroic acts for sure, because it's, like I said, it's so far afield from normal.
Do we know if the two EMTs at the park that were stationed at the park, did any Good Samaritans at the park render aid to them while they were waiting for some more help?
We have no information to indicate that there were other people in the immediate area of them. They were basically parked in the middle of a parking lot that was pretty much empty. So that's something obviously we'll be looking into, but to the best of our knowledge at this point, there was nobody else around their vehicle.
Because
Yes.
the EMTs were there for a separate call, do we know if the suspect finding them was happenstance, or if there was some relation to their separate call to why the suspect ended up at their unit?
We don't know that.
Any indication of how the house fire started or if it will be investigated as arson?
Well, it will be investigated, and I think for arson, among other things, but we don't know how it started. Okay, I don't hear anything else, so thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So the very latest from Tucson Police Department right there, showing you this body camera footage for the very first time over a series of shootings over the weekend. We're going to pull it up a little bit closer for you and recap what was said during this press conference. A series of attacks on Sunday afternoon, just yesterday in Tucson, Arizona, ended with 5 people shot, including 1 fatality, and 3 children who were originally reported missing have now been reported safe. That's according to police just in that last update there. The suspect in the attacks was critically wounded by an officer. That's what you're seeing in this body camera footage right here. We do now know the suspect's name, Leslie Scarlett, 35 years old. He is in extremely critical condition in the hospital right now. Also has a criminal history, spent 6 years in prison. They didn't release a lot more information other than that. Didn't report where those years were spent in prison. Did say that he was in possession of a firearm, but did not go into specifics. That's all going to be a part of the investigation. But to dive a little bit deeper into these series of shootings, the driver of an ambulance, a 20-year-old man, was shot in the head, and a paramedic in the passenger seat, a 21-year-old woman, was shot in the chest and the arm. The man was in critical condition, the woman in stable but serious condition still at this time. Then the suspect accused of driving up to the scene of a nearby house fire and shooting at firefighters and neighbors trying to douse the flames. That's how it all happened, how it all started. 1 neighbor was shot in the head and later died. Firefighter shot in the arm, and another bullet grazed another neighbor's head. So that's what we know at this time about this very hectic day out of Tucson, Arizona. We'll keep following the latest from officials down on the ground there. Our Fox 10 Phoenix team is there speaking with officials. Hopefully we'll be getting a live report from there in Tucson, Arizona. If we do get it, we'll bring it to you. It is almost 4:40 here in Phoenix, Arizona. Coming up after the break, we're heading out to California. A follow-up on that Los Angeles illegal fireworks destructive explosion that damaged multiple homes and injured several people. Well, we're hearing from officials about that explosion that it's very likely it was human error that contributed to it. So a full breakdown on that in just a few minutes here on Live Now for Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We want to go out to a story in Los Angeles that we have been following for several weeks now. The Los Angeles police saying that human error likely contributed to a destructive fireworks explosion in South Los Angeles, with bomb squad technicians vastly underestimating the amount of explosive material placed into that containment truck. We did hear during a press conference from officials. Let's listen into that, and then following that, we'll be going out live to South Los Angeles with Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez.
Chief Robert Marino from the Office of Special Operations from the LAPD, and also Commander David Kowalski, who is the Assistant Commanding Officer for the Counterterrorism and Special Operations Bureau. I present to you Chief Moore.
Thank you, Lieutenant. And first of all, good morning, everyone. I apologize for the heat, and I know it's quite hot out here with the COVID restrictions, though, and our efforts to try to abide by that, and at the same time provide you an in-person press conference and statements. I'm trying to strike that balance. So again, I appreciate your patience with that. Also, the remarks I'm about to make are lengthy, admittedly, and so just be prepared that they are going to go into a number of areas, including specific findings, preliminary findings by the ATF National Response Team. So I'm going to ask for your patience because it is going to go on for a bit, but I believe that over the course of that you'll find answers to many of your questions that you may have, and also allows me to have a framework from beginning to end, and then that'll help frame also what questions are still unanswered that you may have, and certainly we'll take questions in the aftermath of this. Let me first thank and give my appreciation to ATF Assistant Special Agent in Charge Michael Hoffman for being here today, and for being part of this ongoing investigation. This is an update on the information gathered in the aftermath of that catastrophic explosion that occurred on Wednesday evening, June 30th, in the 700 block of East 27th Street, when the department's bomb squad attempted to safely detonate some illegal explosives that were found among a large amount of illegal consumer fireworks. My remarks today, as I said earlier, will detail the event from its origin with information that's been previously reported, as well as update information gleaned over the course of this investigation completed to this point. Some of the information will update or incorrect earlier points of information that's been released. Additionally, this matter continues to be an investigation both by the ATF's National Response Team as well as the department's own internal investigation of the actions taken during this incident. I'm also going to reference specific steps taken to improve the safety of the community, as well as our own personnel placed in harm's way in attempting to deal with very dangerous circumstances involving explosive material. Given the substantial amount of information gathered at this point and actions taken, I believe today is an appropriate juncture to provide this update while cautioning that there remains a number of unanswered questions. But before proceeding any further with this briefing, I want to personally express my apologies to every resident, business operator, and customer that was traumatically impacted by this incident. Whether personally injured, as were 17 community members, or the property loss incurred by owners of the 13 businesses, 22 residential properties, and 37 vehicles that have been damaged or destroyed, I'm sorry that this occurred. Additionally, I acknowledge that there are many more individuals traumatized by the explosion itself. I'm also grateful that this incident did not result in any loss of life, including the countless community members who were senselessly exposed to the clear and present danger created by the alleged criminal actions of Mr. Arturo Ceja when he chose to store more than 16 tons of fireworks on illegal explosives at his house on a residential street. I'm also thankful that our police and fire personnel who were on scene and I believe acting in good faith to safely remove the consumer fireworks from the location, as well as render safe the illegal explosives, their actions were based on years of training and experience in dealing with explosive materials, and I'm grateful that they survived. Lastly, while this investigation and these investigations are not complete, based on the information gleaned by the interviews completed, as well as in consultation with other bomb squad operations here locally as well as across the country, we have taken significant steps to strengthen operating protocols, documentation, oversight of any destruction of fireworks or other explosive materials in this city. And more work remains in this aspect of this investigation. Now, on June 30th at 8:45 in the morning, Newton area uniform officers responded to a radio call was of an anonymous community member regarding illegal fireworks being stored in the rear yard under a brown tarp and sold from the alley of 716 East 27th Street. Officers responded to the location where they obtained consent to search from the resident and observed a large cache of packaged illegal consumer fireworks in their rear yard. At 9:45 that morning, LAPD bomb squad was contacted and responded to the scene, along with a local ATF agent. While initial reports estimated there was approximately 3,000 to 5,000 pounds of packaged fireworks, it was later determined that the actual amount seized to be more than 32 pounds gross weight of consumer fireworks. Over the course of the next 10 hours, the bomb squad formulated and implemented a plan to safely remove and transport from the scene the illegal fireworks, while working in a unified command with LA City Fire. The consumer fireworks were placed on pallets and transferred into 3 box trucks and an LA Fire Department 50-foot container trailer and transported to an interim storage facility. Major Crime Division investigative personnel also responded to conduct a criminal investigation assisted by an ATF agent as information was developed that the fireworks had been purchased in Nevada and transported to the 27th Street location to be illegally sold. During the removal process of the packaged consumer fireworks, the bomb squad located a significant quantity of illegal explosives in various locations at the residence. In their examination of the devices, some were found to be leaking material. The bomb squad determined that these could not be safely transported from the scene due to their condition. This is consistent with the department's established operating protocols. The LAPD bomb squad, with the approval of the Newton Area Incident Commander, attempted to render them safe through the use of the department's Total Containment Vessel, known as a TCV, while at the scene. Included in the safety plan was a structured evacuation plan for the immediate neighborhood. Over the course of the day, there were 3 phases of Over the course of the day, there were 3 phases of evacuations that took place. During initial preparation for the removal of the consumer fireworks, all residents from 716 East 27th and a house east and west of the location were evacuated. While preparing to detonate the illegal explosives, 3 additional residences east of 716 East 27th were evacuated on the south side of the street. And prior to the actual detonation, additional residences on the north side of 27th Street were directed to evacuate, as well as media members directed to move further back, away from the site. To the west of the location, businesses were asked to move patrons away from the windows facing east and move pedestrians to the west side of San Pedro Street. Newton area personnel went door to door to each residence to advise of the evacuation. Now, questions have been raised regarding the use of the TCV, the Total Containment Vessel, at the location and decision not to transport the illegal explosives from the scene. The department's Total Containment Vessel, TCV, is a truck-mounted spear designed to help protect people, property, and the surrounding area from the blast effects of a detonation of an explosive device, including fireworks. The TCV used during this incident has been in service for more than a decade, with regular maintenance and inspections. The use of the TCV, this was a 42nd incident since the vessel was placed in the department service in 2011, and the 3rd use of it in 2021, all of which occurred in the month of June. The TCV utilized is designed to safely contain the recurring blast effect of up to 15 pounds of C4 explosives. Its maximum design capacity is for a one-time detonation of 25 pounds of C4 explosive, or its equivalent. So to be clear on this, the 15-pound use is that vessel is designed that you can have such a use, it's inspected, and it can be later used again, inspected, and so forth. So it's recurring, it's not a one and done. The maximum capacity of that vessel is estimated to be 25 pounds of C4, at which time the amount of the explosive effect, is my understanding, would effectively render that unserviceable for any future use. The Department Bomb Squad protocols call for the TCV to be brought to the location of the explosives to be disposed. The TCV previously had not been used to transport explosives for later detonation based on concerns that these items could unexpectedly detonate during transportation, exposing the vehicle operator and the immediate surrounding areas to substantial risk should the TCV experience a failure. Rather, carefully planned detonations at the scene with additional safety measures such as evacuations of the surrounding residences and standoff distances have been the department's standard operating procedures. Each use of the TCV is logged with details of the use, including the locations deployed. Over the course of its history, the TCV has been used at various locations across the entire city, from West LA, Harbor, Mid-City, South Los Angeles, and the San Fernando Valley. At 7:37 Wednesday night, the detonation resulted in the catastrophic failure of the TCV, causing the blast effect that injured 17 community members and a significant property damage to the surrounding area. In the immediate aftermath of the explosion, LA Fire and uniformed personnel, LAPD uniformed personnel went door to door to render aid to those injured, as well as provide emergency medical treatment to the 9 department personnel and 1 ATF agent who were also injured. As I said earlier, fortunately, there was no loss of life. 1 bomb squad personnel was hospitalized, and I'm thankful that he was subsequently released and is recovering from home. Due to the significance of this incident, and given the highly specialized nature of this particular area of police operations, I immediately requested the response of the Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco and Firearms National Response Team, the NRT, to independently investigate and report their findings of the cause of this catastrophic accident. I want to personally thank ATF Special Agent in Charge Monique Villegas, who responded to the scene that evening and committed her department's full resources to understanding what occurred. The NRT arrived on July 2nd and began their on-scene investigation by conducting damage assessments, collecting evidence, and conducting interviews of involved personnel and witnesses. Their on-scene investigation lasted 7 days. Going forward, ATF will now formalize a cause and origin report, including information gathered from their fieldwork, laboratory tests consisting of metallurgical analysis, and forensic testing of the blast residue. This report will be sent to the National Center for Explosive Training and Research, the NCETR, for review. It's anticipated that the final ATF report, as well as the NCETR reports, will be completed and forwarded to the department in approximately 30 days. In advance of the formal report, the following information is being provided, given the substantial and legitimate interest by the public in understanding what caused this accident to occur, as well as what steps the department has taken to ensure the accident is not repeated. I caution these are preliminary findings by the NRT and subject to further adjustments based on the results of the additional analysis, forensic testing, and the validation of this analysis and calculations. The NRT's investigation essentially formed 2 hypotheses as to the failure of the TCV and the subsequent blast impact. First, there was a defect of the TCV. Second, the net explosive weight, a term I'll define in just a moment, placed into the TCV exceeded the rated amount for that vessel, or some combination of these 2 hypotheses. The term net explosive weight, NEW, is the actual weight in pounds of explosive mixtures in comparison to TNT, which is a standard for all explosives. Calculating net explosive weights is a methodology used by explosive experts and bomb technicians. Based on the information gathered to this point, it's believed that the net explosive weight placed into the TCV exceeded its rated capacity. This preliminary conclusion is based on the maximum capacity of the TCV and the difference between what the LAPD bomb squad calculated as the net explosive weight placed in the TCV and what NRT's calculations were, based on the physical weighing of the explosive materials gathered from the sampling of improvised explosives, of the improvised fireworks completed by the bomb squad. Let's talk about those for a moment. These fireworks, we're phrasing them as illegal explosives that were disposed of, were 280 M80 devices. Now, these M80 devices are similar to a quarter-sized coin envelope with a fuse. Additionally, there were 44 larger devices the size of a soda can, again with a simple fuse. The bomb squad calculated the net explosive weight, estimating that the smaller devices contained 1/2 ounce of flash powder, and that the larger contained 1.5 ounces of flash powder. This estimation was based on the appearance, and a physical scale was not used. The bomb squad estimated that the total net explosive weight of the material to be placed, the material to be disposed of was 10 pounds. A countercharge was also constructed by the bomb squad with the estimated weight of 6.5 pounds. Both items were placed into the TCV. The bomb squad estimated that the total net explosive weight was 16.5 pounds placed in the TCV. NRT's analysis included physically weighing the powder recovered during the initial bomb squad examination of one of the larger devices and one of the smaller devices. From NRT's analysis, they calculated that each of the smaller devices contained 1.37 ounces of explosive material, and each of the larger devices contained 5 ounces of explosive material. The NRT calculation was that the total for all the devices was 30.25 pounds of net explosive weight. Additionally, based on the NRT's analysis and calculations, the NRT determined that the countercharge to be 11.77 net explosive weight. When all the illegal explosives and countercharges were placed in the TCV, the NRT calculated the total weight was just over 42 pounds of net explosive weight. The LAPD bomb squad estimation totaled 16.5 pounds. As the decision to place the actual weight of the explosives, as the decision to estimate the actual weight of the explosives and to use an estimation in place of physical scale. Our investigation to this point has found numerous accounts by bomb technicians and others that for unknown and improvised explosive devices, including this type of firework, it's recommended to minimize the handling of these items as much as possible. As I stated in the initial hours of this terrible accident, we're committed to identifying how this occurred and ensuring it never is repeated. In that pursuit, we'll be identifying revisions to our operating protocols to expand the margin of safety for the public and our personnel alike. We can and must do better. Additionally, the involved supervisor and bomb technicians involved in this incident have been removed from the field, pending the initial training to be completed by ATF and the completion of the complaint investigation initiated as a result of this incident. To immediately address the apparent miscalculation in the weight of what material was placed in the TCV that occurred in this incident, the commanding officer of Emergency Services Division has conducted an all-hands supervisor training and implemented a new requirement for documenting field calculations, including the identification of primary and verifying officers and a supervisor for the verification of explosive materials, the calculation including the use of the physical measurements of weights whenever possible. The bomb squad standard operating procedures, that manual is being revised to address this change, as well as changes in notifications involving the commanding officer, their response requirements, disposal protocols, and the TCV protocols. This will require the presence of a commanding officer at any detonation and standardized calculations to be utilized and verified by our safety officer to ensure that our technicians are within the recommended capacity of our TCV. As I remarked earlier, I believe our people were on scene in stressful and dangerous conditions and operating with the very best intentions based on their knowledge, training, and experience gathered over the years. All have received basic and advanced training on explosives, including disposal protocols, and have been certified as required every 3 years. However, if mistakes were made in regards to established protocols, I will hold the appropriate individuals accountable. Likewise, if established protocols do not reflect best practices observed in other agencies that could or would have prevented this accident, this department will learn from others and move aggressively to adopt those practices. In addition to this examination and critical review to be completed, I've asked Commander David Kowalski to complete a top-down, bottom-up inspection of the LAPD bomb squad to assess all current practices and protocols through interviews of unit personnel and former unit members, while also conducting outreach to other agencies for best practices used to transport and dispose of explosive materials. In addition to consulting with ATF and outside bomb squads, the FBI has tentatively agreed to conduct a more comprehensive review of our systems and protocols to ensure we're in compliance with national standards. I appreciate all your patience on what is admittedly a very long statement, and my efforts have been to go into substantial details, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time. And let me invite first Assistant Special Agent in Charge Michael Hoffman for any remarks he would make. Michael.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning, everybody. My name's Michael Hoffman. I'm an assistant special agent in charge with ATF here in Los Angeles. As you may know, ATF is the federal agency with the jurisdiction, expertise, and resources to investigate large-scale, complex fire and explosive scenes. As the chief mentioned, at the request of LAPD, ATF's National Response Team, which we refer to as the NRT, responded to Los Angeles on July 1st. It was their job to determine why the explosion as opposed to the safe detonation of those fireworks occurred. The NRT was on site and processing the scene for 8 days. ATF had approximately 30 personnel from our local field division, as well as 15 NRT personnel present for the duration of that on-scene investigation. The NRT team members are comprised of certified explosive specialists, special agent bomb technicians, explosives enforcement officers, forensic chemists, engineers, medics, and other specialists. ATF conducted over 40 interviews on scene with neighbors, bomb squad personnel, other LAPD personnel, and anybody else that was present during the time of that explosion. Additionally, ATF gathered surveillance video from all the neighboring businesses and residences. The NRT members combed through that evidence, they mapped the scene, they took extensive photographs, and they mapped the entire debris field for blocks. As the chief mentioned, there were 72 exposures that sustained damage, to include 22 residences, 13 examined for explosives particulate analysis. Other items will be technically reviewed at our NCEDR, National Center for Explosives Research and Training. And then other items were sent to a metal specialist or a metallurgist who is looking for any anomalies or deficiencies in the TCV and its components. And as a matter of fact, that specialist is coming out to LA later this week to examine further items that we did not ship to him. As the chief mentioned, our preliminary findings revolve around two areas. The TCV and or some of its components failed, and or human error in the calculation of the amount of explosives that were put in the TCV. Know this, ATF is committed to getting the right answers in this investigation. Once the report is complete by the NRT, it will be peer reviewed at NCEDR, and it will be submitted to LAPD. It will be a totally transparent process, and ATF is not going to hold anything back. I do not have a specific time frame as to when that report will be authored. However, I would estimate probably within the next 30 to 60 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Chief, can you break down then, just to clarify and to make it understandable, did I hear you correctly? Your calculations, your closest calculations was 16 pounds. The ATF's calculations were twice that. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, 16 and a half pounds. That included two components. One being the illegal explosives, the second component being a countercharge. The countercharge is known explosives that the department and bomb technicians use in a configuration that, in a configuration that allows for the detonation of the unknown or suspected explosive device. So 16 and a half pounds. Now, there's a calculation to that because all explosives are not alike. In the NEW calculation or methodology, and I'm not a bomb tech, but I'm going to try to take it kind of at a high level, it's not a 1 for 1. 1 pound depends on the concentration of the type of explosives. Flash powder versus C4 is a range. TNT is an R factor of 1. A C4 or the top end is 1.6, I believe, or something. So you take a pound and you have to multiply it by that interaction, that R factor. So a pound of some explosive materials is less than a pound of net explosive weight material. Other material
is at a higher concentration, means it has a higher net explosive weight than a 1 pound physical weight. The officer, the bomb technicians in this instance, x-rayed and physically spliced with robotics and took a sample out of the small device and out of the larger device. And looking visually at it by x-ray as well as the material that was extracted, estimated the weights I gave you earlier. ATF and NRT went back, conducted interviews as to that entire methodology utilized and how those estimations were gathered, and then physically weighed the two samples that we have, and then did the multiplications for what they were samples or representatives of to come to their calculations and their net explosive weight. They also looked at that with the countercharge and came to a different conclusion as well. Compounding both those together exceeded a 40-pound net explosive weight, where we believed our bomb technicians at the time in which they placed those materials into the total containment vessel believed it was 16.5 pounds. That's the aspect of preliminarily, we believe, a human error that went to the miscalculation of the amount of material going into that vessel. Now, there is also the maximum capacity of that vessel, and whether or not how that played into what was not just the failure of that vessel, but a catastrophic failure, where explosive materials and explosive blasts exceeded the ability of that vessel to contain it. Hold on, let me run off through here.
So then, you're talking about the total weight in there. Prior to that incident, what was the maximum that's ever been in that vessel?
So you've been listening in to this update from Los Angeles Police Department. They said that human error is likely what contributed to that destructive fireworks explosion back in June 30th. We'll be getting more information about that in just a little bit here from the ground in California and South Los Angeles. But until then, we've been following a story out of Tucson, Arizona. I want to bring in Fox 10's Steve Nielsen. He's been following this story. Steve, we just heard an update from police. What did they have to say?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of new information that was released, including the suspect. So quickly, I'll get through that. They released the suspect's name as Leslie Scarlett. They said that he's a prohibited possessor, and in Arizona, that means he cannot have a handgun. That's because he served a 6-year sentence for armed robbery recently, so he shouldn't have been in possession of a handgun. That'll obviously be a key part of this investigation. Police still unsure how he got access to that gun. It's a long, complicated scene here that happened with a lot of parts. In essence, it started with a house fire at a home in South Tucson. About a mile away, EMTs were sitting in an ambulance on another call when they say this suspect, Leslie Scarlett, opened fire on those two EMTs. Then they say the suspect went back to the house fire where he unloaded on firefighters and neighbors before then leaving, ramming a Tucson police officer and getting into a shootout with that officer. Just now, Tucson police have released to us that body cam video that shows the officer being rammed and then the shootout. Let's watch that. So again, a pretty intense scene that we just witnessed there. After those shots were fired by the officer and he says suspect down, he then goes running to the suspect, immediately offering him medical aid there. And earlier in this scene, when it was at that house fire, those neighbors that were running in to help those firefighters, they became victims here too of this gunfire. It's unclear who was targeted, according to Tucson police. But we talked to one of those neighbors who ran, fleeing for his life. He says one of the firefighters saved him by picking him up and getting out of the scene as he tripped. We have his story and a full breakdown here of what really led up to all of this. Let's listen to that. Marcos won't show his face.
That dude shows up and just starts blasting at people.
He's too distraught over what happened to him, his friend, and his neighborhood Sunday night.
Now, who would expect to be shot at while you're trying to help somebody.
It started with a house fire on East Irene Vista in South Tucson. As Marcos neighbors and firefighters rushed to help, down the street at Silver Lake Park, authorities say a shooter approached a parked ambulance, hitting the 2 EMTs in the front seats. They were able to call for help as police say the shooter drove to the house fire and pulled the trigger, killing one neighbor, hitting a fire captain who's recovering, and one bullet grazing Marcos's friend in the head.
And my friend fights for his life, and I'm just trying to, hey, you know, I don't have anything to help him with, so that's the best I could do.
Marcos tripped, scraping his leg, trying to run as firefighters saved his life.
I tripped, and that's when I scraped my leg, and I thought I was done for. I was like, he's just gonna walk over here and just... But luckily the fireman like, oh, come on, you gotta get out, you gotta get out. Help me up, and we ran.
So that firefighter, he came, you feel like he saved your life then if he got
Absolutely,
you out.
man.
A burned body was pulled from the house. Police say the shooter drove up the street, ramming a Tucson PD cruiser and fired at the officer. The suspect was injured and taken to the hospital. And that's the body cam video that you saw earlier, that little wrap up there at the end. Also, I want to make clear about the body that was found burned inside the home. We don't have a lot of details about who that person might be or what their cause of death was. But police yesterday were searching for 3 children that lived inside of that house. They were missing for a while. They found those 3 kids. They're in care right now. They're okay. However, their mother is missing. She has not been found yet. So that's something certainly to follow there. The neighbor that was shot and killed at this scene, responding to the house fire, police released his name, 44-year-old Corey Saunders. He's survived by his 11-year-old son, and heartbreakingly, his 11-year-old son witnessed that scene. He too ran out to try to help put out this fire. And an update too on the EMTs, Daytona. One of the EMTs that was shot, the driver, is in extremely critical condition. He was shot in the head. The female EMT is in stable but serious condition. She was shot in the arm and the chest. A lot of injuries here, and 2 deaths at this point.
Yeah, a lot of scenes to be covering. Thank you for breaking that down for us, Steve. One last question for you. We're learning a little bit more about the suspect, Leslie Scarlett, 35 years old. Do we know anything about his background?
Well, we know that he was, again, convicted of armed robbery and served 6 years, not allowed to have a handgun. So that's a key question to be looked at. As far as what the motive is, I point blank asked the police chief that today. Do you know the motive? And he said no. There was a lot of questions about another house just across the street. I mean, 30 feet away from this house that's also burned on that street, Irene Vista, and how his mother may have owned that house. They said this is all part of the investigation they're looking into. But again, they just don't have the motive right now, and they can't ask him any questions. He hasn't been charged with anything, again, because he's in the hospital in extremely critical condition. But I'm sure they're hoping to ask those questions soon and provide those answers.
Got it. Fox 10, Steve Nielsen breaking it down for us. Thank you, Steve. Stay safe out there. And we are going to go out live to Los Angeles, California in just 2 minutes for an update on that LA fireworks explosion, destructive explosion that damaged several homes and injured 17 people. That's coming up here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a look at video from that explosion June 30th, something that is still causing a lot of headache and frustration for local Los Angeles residents. Well, we got an update from police about that destructive fireworks explosion. The LAPD says that human error likely contributed to it. I'm going to bring in Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez. Christina, we've talked about this a few different times, but we are getting a few answers today. Isn't that right?
Yeah, and their answers that have got people out here saying, how does that happen? Especially to a bomb squad that, to be fair, is probably one of the most renowned in the country, if not internationally. Here's the bottom line, very simply. They wanted to move the explosives because they deemed them dangerous. They couldn't move them, so they decided to detonate them in a container that is meant, and they had used it the month before, we've seen it used, to safely detonate things like fireworks, okay? So they looked at what they had, and they thought they were putting in fireworks with a detonation capacity of 16 pounds inside a container that could handle as much as 25 pounds. Everything should have been fine, except that they actually, unbeknownst to them, were putting in close to 42 pounds of explosive device power in there, and that is why it blew up. Now, how do they know this? Because when the ATF investigators took pieces of the explosives and they actually figured out what they had and they actually weighed them, they figured out 42 pounds. It turns out that LAPD, when they decided it was 16 pounds, they did it visually. And when I say visually, it doesn't mean that they all sit there and say, hey, maybe I think it's 5, 10. It's not like that. They have an X-ray with a robot, and they do all kinds of stuff, but it's still not an actual weight on a scale. So it is still estimated. And therein lies the big question that people are saying, well, maybe there should be a new way to do this if this could happen, which it hasn't before, not locally, not to our knowledge. So what is coming out of it is that they're going to do a top to bottom review of the entire protocol, because if they were doing what they have always done and they were supposed to do, the bomb squad personnel are not necessarily at fault when it comes to the litigation that is going to follow. If they were not, there's going to be serious consequences, and the chief did promise that. But it begs, I am not an explosives expert, but he spent about an hour explaining the situation to us. And I mean, that's 3 times the amount. 16 to 42, that's a huge chunk of difference there.
Right.
So they're still investigating. We'll get the whole thing in about 30 days, but that's where we're at. That's what it comes down to, it seems.
Christina, how common is an operation like this? How common do they have to explode illegal fireworks?
Oh, all the time. We've seen this, and it's kind of funny because that huge vat, we're all sitting there with the camera waiting and hoping for it, and it usually just poof, because it's like a double insulated thing, right? And this, of course, wasn't that. So yes, they do it all the time, and not only in South LA. I've seen this thing used all over. Which is why it's so rare, and everybody's shaking their heads at this whole thing as to what happened. And one of the things they're looking at, honestly, is the type of explosives and fireworks that these people are getting. These were the M80s that, if you remember the M80, which is a cap, well, these M80s were in bottle cans. So imagine an M80 in a soda can with a little wick, and they were leaking. So that's why they couldn't move them. It was a very hot day. They actually had fans on them. This was dangerous stuff. Thank God they didn't go off in the neighborhood.
Right,
It could, nobody died, and that is the miracle of this whole thing, and hopefully the learning thing. But perhaps it has to do with the type of explosives, and they're going to have to come up with a different type of formula to figure out the explosive weight of them. They're going to have to look at all this because they're still scratching their heads over it.
Christina, nobody died, but still 17 people were injured and many people were displaced from their homes. What's the local reaction down on the ground? I know we've shown some of the events out of Los Angeles, and people are not happy about this.
No, they're not. People are, I mean, they're over it. I mean, and that was I'm just done with it. The first reaction, and just to put it in perspective, of the 17 who were injured, the majority were actually bomb squad people. One of them, pretty seriously, he just left the hospital and is back at home. So they were affected, but yes, they are living in their homes. The people here are not. You had people who are injured, and you have at least a block that remains off limits because of the kind of damage to those homes, and people can't live in them. They're now having to deal with insurance, and that is not easy on a good day. Imagine in this kind of situation. So we've got about a dozen people who still are not back home. You've got an area that is completely blocked off, so people are angry. People, initially they were being placed in hotels, but that has run off at this point. Today they did put a center to help people, like a localized YMCA location, so everybody can come and get the help they need filling out paperwork. But there are people, I was just talking to some people, they're at home, they have to live at home, but their windows are all crashed. They haven't had they haven't been able to fix them. They're waiting for insurance money or who's going to do it. It's 100 degrees. You can't turn on the air conditioning.
Right.
And they got windows that you can't close because, so it becomes an inconvenience that is more than an inconvenience, for people trying to live here every day. So there's a lot of anger. They want accountability. And while they're happy to see the chief admit that this seems to be human error on their part, they're still angry because they don't see, they see some help, but they don't see the results that they would have liked to see as quickly as they would like to.
Yeah, Christina, you brought up such a great point earlier. The reason we have this footage, which everyone is seeing right now, of the explosion itself, this was supposed to be just a standard explosion. It was already prompted to happen, but it turned out really, really wrong. Any update on the litigation? You've mentioned it just a little bit. Some of the victims of this are moving forward.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, we already have at least 17 people who have started to file what is called the intent to litigate in a civil case. I don't foresee a criminal investigation unless they find that one of these supervisors, bomb squad members, which we have not heard in any way is the case at this point. But if they did find that somebody didn't follow protocol, that would be a serious possibility there for a criminal, but so far that is not the issue. We're talking about civil lawsuits. We're talking at least 17 people. There's going to be more, especially now that they have announced this. And keep in mind already the chief is trying to backtrack a little bit that kind of accountability. For example, one of the things he brought up is he said, look, we didn't just blow up this thing. And it is true, we were there. They actually evacuated like a block around it. They pulled back the media. They did everything they do generally just in case something goes wrong. But even their just in case scenario didn't account for the kind of explosion they had. Yeah. It was huge, and they had so much explosive in the area anyway that it just, like I said, we are so lucky nobody died. And you want to hear something? They're still setting up fireworks up the street. Wow. Which is the weirdest thing. You think, okay, yeah, we're still hearing them, which is even sadder. It talks to a lot of issues on this. But you're going to have a lot of lawsuits. And this may change the protocol, not only for our bomb squad, but for a lot of other bomb squads around the country that are looking at this and saying, what happened?
Yeah, you would just think, though, California, the protocol would be so much more restrictive than other states with, wildfire threats and whatnot. So we'll be watching that, and we'll also be watching as calls for the chief to step down are even growing over this specific situation.
Yeah, there has been some of that. There are politics involved in this thing. It has to do with more than this explosion, but this definitely has taken it to a whole new level, which is why, he released this way before he had to. The investigation is not complete, and he did that and the word they like to use is transparency, so people would realize what had happened. And they don't usually do that. This is going to cost them a lot of money. You can tell that. But at the same time, the more important aspect here, I think, if we step back from it, is how this may change bomb squads all over the country. Right. Because something went very wrong here. And unless somebody made a huge mistake, in math and, accounting for that zero and moving it over, something went very wrong that these guys, and I've worked with them, I don't think any of them wanted this to happen. Many of them, like I said, were injured. This is a very serious incident when it comes to people working in that field. We'll have to see.
Right. Well, Christina, you have to believe that they're going to have a special eye on any procedures moving forward when it comes to fireworks explosions and detonations. Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez reporting live for us in South Los Angeles. We appreciate you joining us here on Live Now.
Thank you very much. You have a great day, everybody.
You too. We're going to go out to another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox as we're following a series of different stories throughout the rest of the night tonight. Quite a bit of breaking news just within the past couple of hours. So we'll be getting to all of that here through the rest of the hours that we have. 2 minutes. We'll be right back here on Live Now. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We want to go out to Fairfax County as we're getting more information on an officer-involved shooting. We're hearing that a woman charged at officers with a knife. Here's details from officers down on the ground.
A back door. They were immediately confronted by a woman who was armed with a large knife. She told the officers, "I'm not going to stop." And she told the officers that she was going to kill them. And actually her words were, "I'm going to stab you," were her words, at least the words that I heard. And the officers were demanding her to drop the knife. She didn't drop the knife. And then at some point, she made a decision to advance on the police officers armed with the knife. And that's when one of the two police officers discharged his firearm.
You said you were familiar with this group home. Were you familiar with her at all? Had any past history?
I'm not sure. That's something we're going to know relatively quickly, and we'll. But I do know that our police department has been called to this group home on more than one occasion.
Can you tell us anything more about the knife? Was it a kitchen knife? Would you describe it as a machete?
No, I describe it just preliminarily as a large knife with a handle and a large blade attached to it. We can certainly get into greater detail when we know more specific information.
Can you tell us anything about the nature of this group home? Like who?
No, I wish I could. I know that to include our suspect, who again, and if you go back to the initial 911 call for service, and I listened to that call for service and how it came in, the person who called 911 was some type of care provider who's inside the home, not a resident, but a care provider, and she described the behavior of the suspect as life-threatening, said she was acting violently, throwing things, and threatening to harm herself or others. And again, it's a very volatile, dangerous scene, and our police officers who responded did so with a great amount of bravery, and they went in that house to save lives. And I think it's safe to say that they may have just done so tonight. But this will be a thorough and objective investigation. All police-involved shootings must be taken very, very seriously. The community demands it, we demand it, and this one will be taken seriously as well.
Was anyone inside the home, anyone else? You've mentioned the officers were not injured. Was anyone else injured? And then also, were the officers armed with any less lethal options? And did they attempt to use them, or was it pretty just immediate?
Well, I know from what I saw that when this woman was armed with a knife and advanced on the officers, that knife is certainly a deadly weapon. Again, it's all subject to investigation. The other persons inside the group home at the time were other occupants, and perhaps the original 911 caller, who was again a healthcare provider of some sort. So the home was, or did rather, have several occupants at the time.
Two more questions, guys. The age of
I'm sorry. The suspect is approximately 30 years old, and we're not releasing the identity of our police officer, but I'll describe him as a veteran police officer.
his status?
His status, he's going to be on a modified duty status pending the investigation.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Do you release any of the video or the 911 calls?
Absolutely. We'll do that in due time. It's certainly important for the community to know, and that's why we have body-worn cameras, so we can be transparent, and we certainly intend to do that. Thank you, guys.
So the latest out of Fairfax County right there, we will be expecting any body camera footage to be released from officers down on the ground. But again, just to recap, a woman armed with a knife was shot by police in Fairfax County today. According to police, officers called to a home in that area for a confrontation with a female. It was a group home that they were called to. Upon arrival, an officer discharged their firearm. The woman was taken to the hospital. Details on her condition were not released at this time, so if we get any info on that, we'll of course bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Until we go out to kind of a block on President Biden and what he's been up to today, which will happen very, very soon, we're going to go out to Chicago, Illinois, as we are seeing a rise in crime out there. Honestly, over the past hour or two, we've been showing you all these breaking news events, a rise in crime at several different cities, Austin, Texas, now Chicago as well. We'll hear from local officials as they try to figure out strategies while moving forward in trying to stem the crime in the city. So here's the latest out of Chicago.
Morning. We'll get right to it if you're ready. I'm going to open up with some comments, and then we'll turn it over to Elena Gottridge, who will be with Jason Brown, Commander Brown, and then we'll end with Chief of Detectives Brendan Dinahan, kind of giving an overview of investigations from over the weekend, and then I'll come back for any and all questions. So over the weekend, Chicago police officers recovered 113 guns. That's a 22% increase from 2020's comparative weekend, and year-to-date, gun recoveries are 6,629. That's a 26% increase from 2020 at this point in the year. Every gun recovery is a potential deadly force encounter, and every gun recovery is a potential saved life. Year-to-date gun arrests are 3,264. Notable arrests over the weekend, there was a charge of first-degree murder. The person charged was Taj Moore, that's T-A-J-H, Moore, 31. The circumstances are this: in the 2800 block of West Van Buren on July 17th, at approximately 1:46 a.m. in the 11th District, officers responded to a call of a person shot. Upon arrival, they located a 31-year-old male victim with a gunshot wound to the head. We'll wait for the phone to go on silent. The victim was taken to Mount Sinai Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. The offender, 31-year-old Taj Moore, was at the scene and related to officers that he shot the victim following a physical altercation stemming from a domestic-related matter. Detectives investigating this incident located video evidence of the shooting and determined there was no physical altercation between Moore and the victim. Rather, video shows Moore walked up behind the victim and shot him in the back of the head, execution style. Moore was charged, as I mentioned, with first-degree felony murder. Secondly is we charge two individuals, one an adult, one a juvenile, with the murder of Frank Harris. I'm sorry, with the murder of a 73-year-old male. We're not mentioning the name at this point. And the circumstances are this. On July 14th, in the 1200 block of East 53rd Street, two offenders approached a 73-year-old male, took the keys to his car, and struck him in the head. The Vietnam veteran did not survive the attack, and the offenders ran from the scene. Responding officers were supplied with descriptions of the offenders from the community, and two individuals matching that description were stopped by University of Chicago police. Chicago police took these people into custody, one 17-year-old male and one 18-year-old male. Both were charged with one felony count of first-degree murder. And just to change gears somewhat, notable community engagements. We don't get much penetration into the news cycle on our community engagements, which are plentiful. So I want to try to take the chance to get you all to report on our efforts engaging the community to build trust. The Office of Community Policing PALS program, that's Police Athletic League, in partnership with Chicago's finest baseball team, the 25th District and Chicago Park District hosted a baseball clinic. The clinic took place at Black Hawk Park, located at 2318 North Laverne in the 25th District. This clinic provided instruction on the fundamentals of baseball. All instruction was provided by sworn Chicago police officers, seeking opportunities to mentor young people to avenues away from delinquent activity. The clinic hosted over 25 young persons from areas in the district most susceptible to violence, and the age restrictions were waived. In addition, at this year's auto show at McCormick Place, we took the liberties to host a kiosk to recruit potential Chicago police officers. In the effort to illustrate that every officer in the community, we set up a table and encouraged people to stop by and put in an application to be a police officer. And finally, here right next door to where we are, here behind you, in our larger room where we normally hold our press conferences, we're hosting a chess tournament of young people. Myself being a chess player, I plan on watching and see who's got game. But with the hopes of engaging young people, mentoring, and building trust in the community. And finally, a notable partnership that we had with BACP in tandem with Chicago police officers, we shut down a beauty salon at 350 East 87th Street that was illegally operating. And we, again, do this in collaboration and part of our whole of government approach. This location was hosting large gatherings that often lead to violence. So this strategy is meant to mitigate the precursors to violence by engaging all departments in the city with effort to tamp down on illegal buildings that's prompting some of the large gatherings that lead to violence. And with all that said, on a totally different subject, we are wanting to talk with you about our gun strategy. Today we are announcing we're rolling out, as of yesterday, a 50-member gun investigations team focused on gun trafficking. Straw purchasers, unscrupulous licensed firearms dealers, and those who support the flow of illegal guns into our city. CPD officers across the city are already doing a heroic job at an historic pace, taking guns off the streets of Chicago. And as you know, we're at 6,600 guns recovered so far this year. That's a pace of recovering over 12,000 guns, would be an unprecedented high number in Chicago Police Department's history. This extremely dangerous work done by our officers day in and day out will not change. The mission of the new team, however, is to stop the guns from hitting the streets in the first place, stopping the flow. To cut off the pipeline of illegal firearms and blood money, the exchange of money for guns. The new gun investigation team will conduct mid-level and upper-level investigations into illegal gun sellers, straw purchasers, and others responsible for firearm trafficking in Chicago. The gun investigations team, which launched yesterday, as I mentioned, consists of CPD officers, the 50, ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, task force officers, so there are officers on task force that are part of this team, and the CPD Firearms Investigations team that currently exists but will be expanded. This team, this new team, gun investigations team, will also work locally with the Cook County State's Attorney's Office and with the United States Attorney's Office to secure charges against gun traffickers in Chicago. The CPD officers assigned to the gun investigations team, in addition to officers citywide, will receive training from the ATF. Some have already received some training that will equip them with the knowledge to help further gun trafficking investigations. We have been developing this team since early spring to help strengthen and expand our strategy to curb gun violence, which is devastating communities across this country as well as in Chicago. We're not trying to replace ATF. We are complementing what our federal partners do and look forward to working with the new ATF strike force to make Chicago and the country safer. The gun trafficking tip line is another layer of CPD strategy to demolish the pipeline of illegal guns flowing into our city. With the announcement by Mayor Lori Lightfoot of a $1 million fund to support tips about gun trafficking, the Organized Crime Division will staff a 24-hour tip line, which will give Chicago residents a voice to remove these tools of violence from the streets of Chicago. That tip line is cpdtip.com. I repeat, that tip line is cpdtip.com. The tip line will answer calls 24/7 and refer them to on-call sergeants from the gun investigations team for vetting and debriefing. Callers can expect a timely response from the gun investigations team at any hour of the day. If they wish to remain anonymous, CPD is working on a system to honor that while still allowing the tipsters to get their rewards, similar to Crime Stoppers. And with that said, I'm going to turn over to Elena Gottrich, E-L-E-N-A, Gottrich, G-O-T-T-R-E-I-C-H, a former Assistant Cook County State's Attorney, to go into greater detail on our gun investigations team. Elena?
Good morning. Can you hear me? Thank you, Superintendent Brown. When I started with the Chicago Police Department as the Deputy Director of Prosecutorial Strategies, guns were at the forefront of our conversations. As the superintendent stated, I was a Cook County Assistant State's Attorney for about 13 years, during which time I made my way through the Felony Trial Division. For the last 3 years, I was assigned to the Gun Crime Strategies Unit, which had me embedded in the 11th Chicago Police District, which we all know incorporates Garfield Park, Lawndale, etc. I was also cross-designated as an Assistant United States Attorney during that time. What that experience gave me was the viewpoint of both federal and state prosecutions, as well as what the boots on the ground were doing in the 11th District. Superintendent Brown expressed an interest in bridging the gap between the hard work that the officers were doing on the street and the cases going to court and being prosecuted. To this end, a lot of what we're doing is strengthening our investigations, looking at what works and what does not work, and looking to bring the most equitable outcomes to the community members suffering from this gun violence. The gun strategy was put into place noting that although Chicago police officers, as we all know, recover thousands of guns throughout the year, we lacked a mechanism to intercept the guns prior to them hitting the streets. That was something that Chicago Police Department to date has never had such a comprehensive focus on. So we created the Gun Investigation Team with the explicit mission to conduct mid-level and high-level investigations into the gun traffickers and the straw purchasers, the people that are actually providing these guns to the people that are then using them on the street to shoot and kill other people. This work will be done in connection with the ATF as well as the various divisions that Superintendent mentioned. The 50 officers will be tasked with running these investigations, which will incorporate undercover investigations and other methods. They will work closely with the task force officers who work to bridge the gap between state and federal, as well as the firearm investigation team, which is tasked with tracing every single illegal gun recovered in the city of Chicago, as well as following up on people who have revoked FOID cards and still have guns. This team will work together as a holistic unit with the effort to dismantle this illegal pipeline of guns so that, to be honest, we can stop having to recover so many on the street and intercept them before they get there. Another crucial component of this is training. The ATF is going to help out with training our gun investigation team officers in gun investigation techniques. Furthermore, there is going to be training for our patrol officers at the district level who will learn how to ask questions of someone arrested with a gun in a way that supports our investigations and strengthens our cases. In conversations with the Cook County State's Attorney's Office and the U.S. Attorney's Office, we clarified that many of these cases can be charged at both the state and federal level. The state has a gun running charge, which is a Class 1 felony offense at its minimum, and a Class X felony offense at its maximum. The federal government also has robust gun trafficking laws that address straw purchasing and transfer of firearms to people who then use them for crimes of violence. With that, I would turn it over for questions.
Let's do this. Let's finish out the program. We'll take all the questions at the end, so we don't have to keep going back and forth. Is that okay with everyone? So what I wanted to do now is bring up Chief Dinahan, Chief of Detectives, to just go over the weekend's investigations related to violence. Brendan?
All right, thanks, Soup. The superintendent already mentioned the one charge regarding the homicide, and what I think important to note on that one, once again, is we had an individual who's telling us one story, and then the video evidence supported something completely different, which is basically how we were able to secure that charge. And once again, it's just the hard work of the officers and the detectives out there. The videos, it's not easy to retrieve and download, et cetera. It doesn't happen overnight, so it was just a great job on their part. We did have one significant shooting that I wanted to go over, which kind of leads into what Ellen and the Soup were talking about with the guns out there and causing all this violence. So on the 17th of July at approximately 11:40 p.m., at 5006 West Ohio Street, we had a mass shooting where there were 6 victims, a lot of juveniles involved. I'll go over the ages real quick. 19-year-old, 15-year-old, 14-year-old, 12-year-old, 14-year-old, and another 19-year-old. So this was a gathering of basically a graduation party, a group that had got together previously to celebrate a graduation party. It was very successful, really good group of kids and individuals, and no issues. So they decided, since they had a successful gathering the first time, that why can't we do this again? which they did, and then unfortunately, there was a vehicle that drives by, so it was a drive-by shooting, 2 individuals shooting from the vehicle at this group. This no motive as to, anybody in this group was involved in any sort of criminal activity, and as a matter of fact, I know we come up here and talk a lot about sometimes the detectives and the officers have a difficult time, getting information from people when it's a lot of group-on-group violence. Everybody at this location could not have been more than cooperative with the police department, and unfortunately, they shouldn't have been targeted. And so they gave us, the basic information on this vehicle, which we have not recovered yet. So it's an extremely tragic and unfortunate incident. The detectives are still investigating, but it kind of loops into what the Soup and Eleanor were stating, which is too many guns out there on the street. At that, Soup, I'll pass it back over to you.
And before you start with your questions on either that or what Ellen and I on the gun investigations team, I just want to highlight we're seeing more and more drive-by shootings than we've seen in the past here in Chicago and all across the country. Last time we had this drive-by shooting be part of the violence 1980s and 1990s. Early 80s when I came on the job was the advent of drive-by shooting. We're starting to see that, not just with this one that we highlighted for this past weekend, but you see more and more every weekend, every day when we have particularly multiple shootings, either the drive-by shooting or someone drives up to a location, gets out of a car, shoots, and gets back in the car to flee, which is, again, the drive-by shooting, using a car to not only commit the violence, but to escape immediately to where it's really hard to identify who are the offenders. One of the strategies related to drive-by shootings when they did occur back in the 80s and 90s was a focused, data-driven traffic stop effort to create a difficult way for people to get in and out. So you always have, as the offender, thinking about, I might get stopped by the police with all these weapons in my car, about to do this drive-by shooting. So we haven't seen that as a strategy from offenders' perspective, but we're starting to see more and more of it here and across the country. And with that, we'll take questions. Let's do this if you can. Rather than jump around, let's do questions on the gun investigations team. And then when that's exhausted, then we'll do questions on any and everything else to include the drive-by shooting and other things that happened over the weekend. So just anyone, please. Jeremy. So the FIT team, the Firearms Investigations Team, is an existing team that will be expanded as part of this gun investigation team creation. That's their role, and in my opinion, they've been under-resourced, but they have done a pretty decent job in the area of FOID revocations. Is it perfect? No. Can we do more? Yes. So we'll be looking at is creating the capacity to deal with the volume of not only FOID card, but other types of, like, again, straw purchases, being able to brief every gun offender that's arrested, to really focus on the high-risk gun offender that's arrested, the person who has felony background, violent background that's arrested, again, with a gun, which is, obviously the one we want to focus on to prevent the next shooting. So, again, all of the above. Can we do better? Yes. I believe the FIT team, with the resources they have had, has addressed some of the FOID card issues raised in that report.
Another question I have.
has that been so challenging?
One of the things that we emphasized in our comments was the effort to collaborate with the public. Let me use this as an example of how a typical gun trafficking, gun running case happens. Criminal X, gang offender with the background, can't go buy a gun. Got a felony background. He can't go to the gun store and buy a gun. He gets his girlfriend to go buy it for him, who doesn't have a felony record, who doesn't have the history that would reject her from buying a gun. And he gets her to go buy guns every weekend for him until she's flagged by some diligent gun store owner. The challenge is the criminal has figured out how to buy small amounts of guns repetitively with third parties who defeat the background check, the things that are in place to prevent violent people from getting guns. They use a third party. Why we need the help from the public is we need to emphasize, number one, whoever these third parties are, we're coming for you to charge you.
So we just wanted to break in there. We wanted to show you a little bit of that. That was right now Chicago Police Superintendent David Brown talking about a very, very frightening rise in violence there in the city of Chicago that frankly has been going on for some time. We're going to stay in that vein at the moment because right now we are yet again following a string of summer violence, a growing issue for many American cities, especially in the summer. Chaos during a baseball game in the nation's capital over the weekend underscored how much of an issue gun violence has become as police officers are stepping away from the force in big numbers. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more from Washington.
I don't really think anyone knew what was going on.
Chaos in the U.S. capital city as gunfire erupted outside a baseball game, sending crowds scrambling. 3 were wounded in a drive-by shootout Saturday night. Just a day earlier, a 6-year-old girl was killed by gunfire just miles away.
She was amazing. She was beautiful. She was loving.
According to the D.C. Police Union and city data, the district has had more than 100 homicides in 2021 alone.
The city officials are really technically, as far as I'm concerned, working against police officers, so crime is out of control.
The sad reality is gun violence has become as American as baseball. The question before the Senate again and again and again is, will we do anything about it?
In Chicago, police have introduced a new gun investigations team, which will work to stop the flow of illegal guns into the city. According to Chicago PD data, there have been 382 murders this year and almost 1,700 shooting incidents. In Atlanta, crime also up this year.
I don't have to tell you, but this is madness. People do not want to live in this.
Policing numbers have also taken a hit. According to the Police Executive Research Forum, their data showed a 5% decrease in hiring, an 18% increase in resignations, and 45% increase in officer retirements from 2020 to 2021 compared to the previous year. According to the D.C. Police Union, nearly 400 officers have left the force in the last year. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thanks so much for that update there. We want to move on to some of the news out of Washington and the White House. Wall Street had its worst day since May as markets were jolted by the fast-spreading Delta variant. Well, today, President Biden addressed some of these economic concerns that the Delta variant is posing across the country. So, as you know, concerns are rising over the resurgence of the pandemic as COVID-19 cases are increasing because of the Delta variant. President Biden says it's up to unvaccinated people to end the pandemic. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey has more.
But we can't let up, especially since and because of the Delta variant. which is more transmissible and more dangerous.
The Surgeon General sees a surge in cases.
So I'm concerned about what we're seeing in the country right now.
And in Los Angeles, mask mandates are back, even for the vaccinated.
I'm not pleased that we have to go back to using the mask in this manner, but nonetheless, it's going to save lives.
White House officials blame stalled vaccination efforts on social media misinformation.
Just over the last couple of days, there was a poll that showed that about 20% of the public thinks that microchips are embedded in vaccines. Now, we all know that's inaccurate and not true.
The president had harsh words for Facebook.
They're killing people.
But now he's softening up a bit.
Facebook isn't killing people. These 12 people are out there giving misinformation. Anyone listening to it is getting hurt by it. It's killing people. It's bad information.
A Facebook official reviewed the platform and says the data shows that 85% of Facebook users in the U.S. have been or want to be vaccinated against COVID-19. President Biden's goal was for 70% of Americans to be vaccinated by July 4th. Facebook is not the reason this goal was missed.
Our fight is not with one social media platform. It is with the virus.
Today, President Biden hosted the King of Jordan in the Oval Office.
You live in a tough neighborhood.
But his priority remains COVID-19.
You know, this virus doesn't have to hold you back any longer. It doesn't have to hold our economy back any longer. But the only way we put it behind us is if more Americans get vaccinated.
And officials here say this is becoming a pandemic of the unvaccinated, but there may be limits to what they'll do to get more shots in arms.
Would President Biden ever call former President Trump and say, I need your help, let's cut a PSA and tell people to go do it?
What we've seen in our data is that the most trusted voices are local officials. We've seen almost every former president play a role in putting out a PSA, making sure people understood in the country that the vaccine is safe and effective. We don't believe that requires an embroidered invitation to be a part of.
It's been 15 days now since President Biden declared we were closer than ever to declaring independence from the virus. But now, that may be on hold. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Peter, thanks so much for that update there from the White House. Well, as I was saying before, Delta variant fears sent the Dow tumbling more than 700 points in the worst one-day decline for the stock market this year. And so we'll be monitoring that right now, though. President Biden talking about some of those economic fears because of these rising case numbers because of the Delta variant. Let's hear from him earlier today at the White House.
Well, good morning. Tomorrow marks exactly 6 months since my administration began. I think it's a fitting moment to take a look at our economy, where we were 6 months ago, what we've achieved since then, and what I believe I believe where we're headed. Before I took office, there were a lot of folks out there making some pretty bold predictions about how things would turn out. You might remember some of the predictions. That if I became president, we'd, quote, see a depression, the likes of which we've never seen, end of quote. Well, it's true that the economy was sputtering before I got here, adding only 60,000 jobs per month for 3 months before I was sworn in. But now, 6 months later, we've changed that. We've gone from 60,000 jobs per month to 60,000 jobs every 3 days. More than 600,000 jobs per month since it took office. More than 3 million new jobs all told. That's the fastest growth, I'm told, at this point in any administration's history. Another prediction, that is my favorite one, I must add, is that if I got elected, I'd bring the end to capitalism. I never understood that one, but we've heard an awful lot. Well, in 6 months into my administration, the U.S. economy has experienced the highest economic growth rate in nearly 40 years. And we know we knew that we needed to launch a wartime effort to get America vaccinated and pass a powerful American Rescue Plan. We did both those things. And now the forecasters have doubled their projections for growth this year in the economy to 7% or higher. In fact, the U.S. is the only developed country in the world where growth projections today are stronger than they were before the pandemic hit. At the same time, companies across the country are giving workers a raise, unusual thing. And the number of new unemployment claims has been cut by more than half since I took office. And by the way, 2 weeks ago, I issued a major executive order promoting fair and open competition, which is the cornerstone of American capitalism. Banning non-compete clauses, that's suppressed workers' wages, lowering the price of things like hearing aids, prescription drugs, internet service, along with dozens of other actions. Folks, it turns out capitalism is alive and very well. We're making serious progress to ensure that it works the way it's supposed to work, for the good of the American people. So for all those predictions of doom and gloom 6 months in, here's where we stand. Record growth, record job creation, workers getting hard-earned breaks. Look, we brought this economy back from the brink, and we've designed our strategy not only to provide for a temporary boost, but to lay the foundation for a long-term boom that brings everyone along. You know, that's why we designed the American Rescue Plan, to help not just all those, everyone at once, but over the course of a full year and beyond. So we can help families and small businesses weather the ups and downs as the economy recovers from a historic pandemic, and there are going to be ups and downs. We saw a great example of that just last week. For the first time, monthly payments began going out to nearly every working family raising a child in the United States of America. Thanks to the expanded child tax credit in the American Rescue Plan, $300 a month going out for each child under the age of 6, and $250 for every child 6 through 17. Every month for the next 6 months, with more coming in the spring. That money is a game changer. For some, it's a lifesaver. Think of the single mom struggling to put food on the table each month. The parent has to tell their kid, I'm sorry, honey, but we can't afford those dance classes. Or the sports team you want to play in this fall, we can't do it. You know, they can't wait for the credit against their taxes to be coming next year as a tax credit. They need cash in their pockets today. For families with the least, this money will do the most, dramatically reducing child poverty in America. And for millions of middle-class families, it'll give them a little bit of breathing room every month. That's just one example of how we're building an economy from the bottom up and the middle out. But despite that progress, we cannot afford to be complacent. We know that our economic recovery hinges on getting the pandemic under control. You know, and by fully vaccinating 160 million Americans, or 80% of our seniors, we've fundamentally changed the course of the pandemic from one that threatens all Americans to a disease that has the most severe impacts only on the unvaccinated people in the country. But we can't let up, especially since and because of the Delta variant, which is more transmissible and more dangerous. Unfortunately, cases are now rising, particularly in communities with very low vaccination rates. Just 4 states account for nearly 40%, 4 states, 40% of all cases last week. Virtually all hospitalizations and deaths are occurring among unvaccinated Americans. These tragedies are avoidable. The data couldn't be clearer. If you're fully vaccinated, you have a high degree of protection against severe illness, hospitalization, and death. If you're unvaccinated, you are not protected. So please get vaccinated. Get vaccinated now. It works. It's safe. It's free. It's convenient. You know, this virus doesn't have to hold you back any longer. It doesn't have to hold our economy back any longer. But the only way we put it behind us is if more Americans get vaccinated. We also know that as our economy has come roaring back, we've seen some price increases. Some folks have raised worries that this could be a sign of persistent inflation. But that's not our view. Our experts believe, and the data shows, that most of the price increases we've seen were expected and are expected to be temporary. Reality is you can't flip the global economic light back on and not expect this to happen. As demand returns, there's going to be global supply chain challenges. We've seen that in semiconductors, which are used in automobiles. That global shortage has slowed vehicle production, creating a temporary spike in car prices. That's a real challenge. My administration will do everything we can to address it. But again, these disruptions are temporary. Lumber prices are another example. They spiked early in our recovery, but in recent weeks they began to fall. They've fallen by more than 50%. In the hospitality industry, prices are returning to where they used to be. Economists call all these things transitory effects, and they account for about 60% of the price increases we've seen over the last few months. Now, I want to be clear. My administration understands that if we were to ever experience unchecked inflation over the long term, that would pose a real challenge to our economy. So while we're confident that isn't what we're seeing today, we're going to remain vigilant about any response that is needed. As I made clear to Chairman Powell of the Federal Reserve when we met recently, the Fed is independent. It should take whatever steps it deems necessary to support a strong, durable economic recovery. But whatever different views some might have on current price increases, we should be united in one thing: passage of the bipartisan infrastructure framework, which we shook hands on. And my Build Back Better plan will be a force for achieving lower prices for Americans looking ahead. It's another reason why the investments are so important. If we make prudent multi-year investments in better roads, bridges, transit systems, and high-speed internet, in a modern, resilient electric grid, here's what will happen. It breaks up the bottlenecks in our economy. Goods get to consumers more rapidly and less expensively. Small businesses create and innovate much more seamlessly. If we increase the availability of quality, affordable child care, elder care, paid leave, more people will enter the workforce. These steps will enhance our productivity, raising wages without raising prices. That won't increase inflation. It will take the pressure off of inflation, give a boost to our workforce, which leads to lower prices in the years ahead. So if your primary concern right now is inflation, you should be even more enthusiastic about this plan. And as we promote fair competition in our economy through the executive order I mentioned, it will drive down prices even further. New businesses will get in the game, competing against those giant corporations who have been free to ramp up prices because they haven't had any real competition. Look, the bottom line is this. What the best companies do, and what we as a country should do, is make smart, sustainable investments with appropriate financing to make this nation more productive, to advance America's leadership in clean energy, to win the jobs of the future, while meeting the threat of climate change, and ensure that all working Americans benefit from the growth they're helping produce. The independent experts who have analyzed my plans have found that they would do just that: expand output and enable millions of Americans to enter the labor workforce. Now, just this year, not just for the next, but not just this year, but for decades in the future. It's not temporary. This is the best strategy to create millions of jobs and lift up the middle-class families and grow wages and keep prices affordable for the long term. What we can't do is go back to the same old trickle-down theories that gave us nearly $2 trillion in deficit finance corporate tax giveaways. It did nothing to make our economy more productive or resilient. The same people who cheered on that approach are now telling us it isn't a problem if big companies have actually to compete for workers and offer them a fair wage with some dignity. I could not disagree more. We can't go back to the old failed thinking. We need to grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, as I said before. The investments I'm proposing are investments the American people want and investments that our country needs. And if we get this done, a wide range of independent forecasters project that it will have an incredibly significant impact on GDP and jobs, good paying jobs with prevailing wages. And a majority of these jobs will go to people without a college degree. I've said it before, and it's true. This is a blue-collar blueprint for building an American economy back. Simply put, we can't afford not to make these investments. And we're going to pay for them responsibly as well, by ensuring that our largest corporations, and the very wealthiest among us, pay their fair share, by reforming our international tax system with a minimum global tax, which we've led the world to agree to. Let me close with this. When I arrived in office, it had been a long time since the government had worked for the people. Things had been great for big corporations and folks at the top. Those 55 major corporations that paid zero in income tax while making billions in profits, they had no complaints. When I took office, I made a commitment to the American people, that we're going to change that paradigm. So working families could have a fighting chance again to get a good education, to get a good job and a raise, to take care of the elderly parent or the child with a disability, and still be able to go out and earn a good living. To stop losing hours of their lives stuck in traffic because the streets are crumbling or waiting for slow, spotty internet to connect them to the world. That's what the economy we're building is all about. That's why we passed the American Rescue Plan. And that's why we need investment in the bipartisan infrastructure framework and my Build Back Better plan. Our economy's come a long way over the last 6 months. Can't slow down now. We can make this boom we're experiencing today one that will ensure that all Americans have an opportunity to share in it for years to come. And we can show the world that American democracy can deliver for the people. I look forward to continuing to build this economy. And I'm incredibly optimistic about what we're going to be able to build together in the next 6 months and the years to come. Thank you all for listening, and may God bless you, and I'll take a few questions.
Mr. President, you said last week that companies and platforms like Facebook are killing people by letting this.
Let me be precisely what I said. I'm glad you asked me that question. One, I had just read that on the Facebook pointed out that it was pointed out that Facebook, of all the misinformation, 60% of the misinformation came from 12 individuals. That's what the article said. So I was asked that question about what do I think is happening. Facebook isn't killing people. These 12 people are out there giving misinformation. Anyone listening to it is getting hurt by it. It's killing people. It's bad information. My hope is that Facebook, instead of taking it personally that somehow I'm saying Facebook is killing people, that they would do something about the misinformation, the outrageous misinformation about the vaccine. That's what I meant.
Have they done enough, in your opinion, to stop?
I haven't, to be completely honest with you, I don't know if they did anything today. Up to over the weekend, I don't think they had, but I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
Will you hold them accountable if they don't do more to stop the spread?
When you say hold accountable, I just want to, I'm not trying to hold people accountable. I'm trying to make people to look at themselves, look in the mirror. Think about that misinformation going to your son, your daughter, your relative, someone you love. That's what I'm asking, all the way in the back.
Thank you, Mr. President. At what point would you consider inflation unchecked to a point at which you would either consider taking action or you would want to see the Fed takes action? And secondly, why do you believe that the budget bill is appropriate legislation for a pathway to citizenship?
Well, first of all, I think we need to find pathways to citizenship. The budget bill is an appropriate way to get around the filibuster to be able to make a judgment as to whether or not they should have a pathway. That's for the parliamentarian to decide, not for Joe Biden to decide. The first part of the question was?
It was on inflation. You mentioned unchecked inflation.
There's nobody suggesting there's unchecked inflation on the way. No serious economist. That's totally different. I mean, look, the stock market is higher than it has been in all of history, even when it's down this month. Even down this month. Now, I don't look at the stock market as a means by which to judge the economy like my predecessor did. But he'd be talking to me every day for the last 5 months about how the stock market is so high, higher than any time in history, still higher than any time in history. So that's not how I judge whether or not we have economic growth.
Mr. President, on China and cyber hacking.
She jumps up before you do.
Effectively, your administration is naming and shaming China, but no sanctions. Why, and is that effective enough?
They're still determining exactly what happened. The investigation is not finished. Thank you all very much.
I'm trying real quick. What is your understanding of the biggest difference between what they've done versus what Russia's done in terms of cyber hacking?
That'd take a longer explanation.
We have all the time in the world. Go ahead.
No, we don't. I have to go see the King of Jordan.
Just one quick follow-up on 300.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, and I'm getting a report tomorrow morning on this, a detailed report, my understanding is that the Chinese government, not unlike the Russian government, is not doing this themselves, but are protecting those who are doing it, and maybe even accommodating them being able to do it. That may be the difference. Thank you.
All right, so there you heard from President Biden talking about a number of topics today from the White House, including the rising case numbers for the Delta variant. He's been really going after, especially Facebook. Remember, last week he said they're killing people because of misinformation on its platform. He walked that back today. You saw in Peter Ducey's story just before we played those remarks. Also talking about the economy, kind of putting the pedal on all of this inflation talk, saying, it's not as bad as a lot of economists are saying it is at the moment. And he's saying that the administration is being vigilant on inflationary fears at the moment. You also heard there that last question was about the China cyber attack over the weekend and how it compares with Russia's cyber incursions into our critical infrastructure here in the United States. Well, the Biden administration, NATO, and other allies are blaming China for cyber attacks impacting Americans, including this most recent hack of Microsoft's Exchange server, disclosed by the company back in March. At least 30,000 U.S. organizations are believed to have been attacked during a breach earlier this year. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more on the actions being taken to address and prevent future cyber threats. Here's that story.
Country security, the U.S. is calling out China. Senior administration officials say in some cases, government-affiliated hackers demanded multi-million-dollar ransom payments, some of them calling China's pattern of aggressive behavior surprising and eye-opening as lawmakers in Washington raise the dangers of cyber threats.
We have no policy in the United States of America as to what constitutes an act of war on this country in the cyber domain.
The Biden administration says it has a high degree of confidence that Chinese cyber criminals were the ones behind a massive attack of Microsoft's email system. In a statement, Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the People's Republic of China's Ministry of State Security has fostered an ecosystem of criminal contract hackers who carry out both state-sponsored activities and cybercrime for their own financial gain. Several U.S. allies, including all NATO members, are condemning China's actions too. But the administration has so far not imposed sanctions, China emphasizing that its trade relationship with the U.S. is mutually beneficial, saying,
"Neither of us can win a trade war."
Monday's announcement, however, further adding to tensions between the U.S. and China, the White House issuing a blanket warning Friday to U.S. businesses working in Hong Kong.
We want them to be aware of the use of data, accessing of data inappropriately, of the restriction of information.
The State Department number 2 is in Asia this week, but the U.S. is reportedly still in talks with Beijing as to whether a stop in China will be added to her trip. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks so much for that update there. We'll be monitoring to see if the Biden administration does intend to put more sanctions on the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Republic of China. We just want to show you one last event that President Biden did a little bit earlier today. He met with King Hussein of Jordan in the Oval Office. Here's some of those remarks from earlier.
Everybody in?
Everybody's in.
Everybody's in. Well, I want to welcome back to the White House a good, loyal, and decent friend, Majesty, and we've been hanging out together for a long time. I met him back when he was in the situation his son is in, when his father was alive, and I was a young senator. And it's good to have him back in the White House. You know, I want to thank you, Your Majesty, for your enduring and strategic relationship with the United States. You've always been there, and we will always be there for Jordan. And in addition to that, we were talking. We had an opportunity to speak just a moment in the diplomatic room, and we talked about how our children and my children had to finish off their senior year in college on Zoom, and we talked about the COVID crisis. We were able to be a little bit of help to Jordan, and we hope to be able to help some more and in this pandemic. And I also want to thank you for your vital leadership in the Middle East. You live in a tough neighborhood, and the fact is, I look forward to hearing from His Majesty about the pressing challenges that Jordan faces, and whoever's, is that a call for me on the phone now? And we're going to continue to strengthen our bilateral cooperation. The world is changing. They always kid me. I'm always quoting Irish poets who says there was a famous poem called "All changed utterly. Terrible beauty's been born." But a lot has changed, a lot of opportunity, but also a lot of difficulty we're going to have to work our way through. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, thank you, as always, for the kindness you showed me. And as you alluded to, I had the honor and the privilege of knowing you with my father decades ago. And so this is very warming for me to be able to see you in this position and to thank you for the generosity you always have shown me and my country. You alluded to supporting us with vaccines, so on behalf of Jordan and the people of Jordan, thank you so much for the leadership you've shown, not only in supporting our country, but fighting COVID internationally. You've set the standard for the rest of us to follow. We come together as always strong partners. We have, as you said, many challenges in our part of the world. I think many of us leaders from our part of the world will do the heavy lifting, which is what we need to do on behalf of the United States. But you can always count on me, my country, and many of our colleagues in the region. A lot to do, sir, but with your leadership, we will prevail.
As my grandfather used to say, with the grace of God and the goodwill of the neighbors, we'll be able to get a lot done. Thank you.
Mr. President, can you see a pathway on the Iran nuclear deal, sir?
All right, so that was President Biden meeting with the King of Jordan there in the Oval Office today. A lot of reporters obviously want to get their shouted questions into the president there to see if he'll answer, but he did not, it seems like. I believe this was before his remarks from the White House a little earlier today. I just want to correct the record here. I did say that was King Hussein of Jordan. My apologies. That was King Abdullah II of Jordan. Obviously, King Hussein was his father, so my apologies on that. He's the first Arab head of state to visit the White House since President Biden took office. And so although we've been seeing a lot of outreach to our European allies, Jordan is one of our strongest allies in the Middle East. The visit comes as Jordan has been struggling amid coronavirus restrictions and as King Abdullah has had to fend off an alleged plot involving his own half-brother to overthrow him. So we were just wanted to show you a little bit of that today. Always interesting when the president here meets with foreign leaders in the Oval Office. Remember, we just showed you last week Chancellor of Germany, Angela Merkel, coming to the White House as well. So we are going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we have an update on that house explosion in Plano, Texas from earlier. 6 injured in that. We'll hear from fire and rescue officials on hopefully a little more detail on exactly what happened and how this happened. And then we'll go into some of the remarks from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki at the briefing earlier today. You'll know, I don't know if you saw, but Jen Psaki threw out the first pitch at the Nationals-Padres game just yesterday in Washington, D.C. So we'll have hopefully a photo of that as well if you're interested. So we'll see you in 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us and choosing Live Now on your Monday night. Hope you had a great weekend. We did want to go out now to Plano, Texas. Authorities and officials there updated the public and the media on that house explosion that left 6 people injured and several other homes damaged as well. Let's go out to Dallas.
H-A-R-R-E-L-L-P-I-O, Plano Fire. Around 6:40 this afternoon, our 911 dispatch center received multiple calls about a house explosion. We're getting reports that people felt the explosion up to a mile away.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Around 6:40?
6:40 p.m. today. It wasn't 4. Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay. You're doing this update. 1640 military hours. Yes, sorry. Start again.
Please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This afternoon just at 4:40 this afternoon, our 911 dispatch center got multiple calls about a house explosion. People are telling us that they felt it up to a mile away. Our crews arrived and did find one home with extensive damage, almost completely destroyed. The 2 homes on the neighboring sides received moderate damage, and windows were blown out in the homes across the street, directly across the street. We've transported 6 patients to area hospitals. We have completed the search. We don't anticipate anybody else being transported at this time. Atmos is on scene, Encore is on scene, our fire investigators are on scene, and we have shut off electricity to a good number of the homes immediately adjacent to the home of origin. Gas has been turned off to a good part of the block, and at this time we're just letting the investigators with Plano Police has their bomb squad unit, which is standard. We're not saying this is a bomb, that's just standard for a home explosion. Encore, Atmos investigators, our investigators, all on scene trying to figure out just what happened here.
Do you know who was at the home at the time of the explosion and their status?
The home was occupied at the time of the explosion, and I can't confirm how many people were at the home, but the residents of the home at the time have been transported, are included in those 6 transports.
Do you know their condition?
Not at this time. Not anything that I can give out at this time.
Are there adults or kids? Or
I can't give ages. I'm sorry. So that's really what we know, just letting everybody do their job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm trying to get updates every 15 minutes from the scene, but at this point, it's slowing down, so not a lot coming my way, but I will give an update. I know you had asked about the patients and which homes they came from. The home where the explosion occurred, there was 1 resident at home at the time. We have confirmed that, and that patient was transported. The other 5 patients that we transported came from the home directly to the left of the house. If you are looking at the home directly, the home to the left had 5 residents in it, and we did transport all 5 of those residents. The home to the right of the home of the explosion had 1 resident at home at the time, but that person did not sustain any injuries, and we did not transport that patient, or that person, that resident, sorry. So I know the question of how many people we pulled from the home of origin was just 1. Yes, and we.
Female or male from the home?
I'm sorry?
Female or male from the home?
Can't say, I'm sorry.
And which hospitals were they taken to?
3 patients were taken to Medical City Plano, 3 were taken to Children's Plano.
Can you give any identifying factors, age?
I'm sorry, I can't. That HIPAA precludes me from saying anything like that, so any identifying.
Where are you all in the investigation in terms of what caused it,
It's ongoing right now, It's standard protocol for something like this for Plano Bomb Squad to be on scene. So Plano Police Department's bomb squad is there. Plano Fire investigators from Atmos, Encore, are all on scene working together to figure this out.
So I'm hearing that there could have been some sort of lightning strike near the neighborhood. Have you heard anything like that?
We're hearing a lot of stuff right now. I think if you look at radar, there was a storm in Plano that hit between 4:30 and 5 o'clock. A lot of red cells, but at this time we're not speculating whether it had anything to do with the storm. We're letting the professionals figure this all out.
Can you walk us through, maybe you talked about it in the first briefing, exactly what happened? You guys
Certainly.
got a call and what happened?
Certainly. 4:40 this afternoon, we received multiple calls about a home explosion in the 4400 block of Cleveland Drive here. People are telling us that they actually felt it up to a mile away. When we arrived, we found, of course, the home of origin with major catastrophic damage, and both homes to the sides, moderate to severe damage. Windows were blown out of the windows. The glass was blown out of the windows in the home directly across the street. We did bring 1 patient from the home of where the explosion occurred, and 5 patients that were in the home directly to the left at the time of the explosion. So
while we're saying we got 2 homes that's badly affected, the number 1 home, then the home to the left or right of it?
Correct.
And
Correct.
The second home had 5 patients come out of that?
Correct. They exited the home themselves, and neighbors brought them into their other homes, so that's kind of what took a while, figuring out where everybody came from. So.
How many people was in the home when the original home?
1.
Just the one that was
Just the 1. Yes.
Are they the only singular resident, or are there other
I don't
residents?
know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm just wondering, do you have any idea if you're going to find out tonight if this was some sort of I mean, what do you expect?
I can't speculate. I can't speculate, I'm sorry. I'm asking for updates every 15 to 20 minutes, so as soon as we even can rule something out, I'll let you know that.
And you said earlier that it was gas and electric have been shut off.
Correct. Gas has been shut off to almost the entire block, and electricity to almost the entire block, but that's standard protocol for something like this.
And we expect that to be out all night as well?
While the investigation is ongoing, yes.
So the neighbors immediately surrounding, though, they're able to stay inside?
Absolutely.
Evacuated. Okay.
Yes. We're leaving any evacuation orders to the Plano Police Department's
They have not
discretion.
been evacuated?
Not at this time.
Okay. I think that's it.
Okay. I'll ask about evacuations. I asked.
7 or 7:27. About 0.5 miles away, half a mile away. So I'm probably have to drive over there.
Okay, so we just heard from a representative from Fire and Rescue there in Plano, Texas, from earlier today about this really terrible home explosion. Not offering too many new details, unfortunately, but we are learning that 6 people, this is what we knew, 6 people were transported and injured because of the home explosion. 5 people were taken to the hospital in the house to the left. They said that they took 1 person from the home of origin of the explosion to the hospital. So 1 person was in that home. It was occupied when this took place. And so right now we don't have an update on the status or the conditions of these people who have been injured in this really freak event today. But you heard from that official that they have shut the gas and utility lines for the entire block, but they're not issuing evacuation orders for the remaining neighbors there. And so hopefully we'll have a little more updates a little later on tonight. But you can see, she said, and you can see with your own eyes, this house has been completely destroyed because of this. They don't have an idea yet of the cause. Obviously, shutting down the gas and utility lines are meant to be a matter of precaution. I'm sure that will be somewhat a line of inquiry and investigation, but we cannot determine that that is exactly what caused it. You're looking at aerial pictures of the scene from earlier this afternoon. And so really, really stunning in this neighborhood in Plano, Texas, right outside Dallas on this Monday afternoon. And so right now, as we still kind of look at these images from earlier today, we are getting a statement from the mayor of Plano. John Munns is his name. He said, "We are saddened by today's tragedy of a house explosion in our city. Several of our residents were injured. We are keeping them and their families close to our hearts and hoping for a swift and full recovery. Plano Fire Rescue is working diligently to determine the cause of the blast, and we're asking all of you to keep the victims in your prayers." So that was from the Plano mayor. And so you also heard from that fire and rescue official that bomb squad is on the scene. They said that is standard protocol for any type of explosions like this at the moment. But the news out of this is, shockingly, 1 resident who was home on the right of the house that exploded did not suffer any injuries. That's good news. That was the home to the right. 5 residents in the house on the left that exploded were home at the time and were also taken to hospitals, but 1 resident was in the house that exploded and was taken by ambulance to Plano Hospital. But you can just see the extent of the damage there. That person's home is completely gone. And we are hoping for the best here on Live Now from Fox to all of the injured as well on this Monday night. We're going to move on to some of the other stories we have yet to get to. At the moment, we do want to go out to the White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki for the White House briefing a little bit earlier. You can see we have a live look of the White House at this hour. We'll bring you all the latest on what President Biden, the First Lady, Vice President Harris is on their schedules for tomorrow and throughout the rest of the week. And then myself and Daytona Everett, my colleague, will be kind of previewing the next couple of hours here on Live Now in just a matter of minutes, and what's going on for the rest of the week. But first, here's White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
Tremendous efforts to donate COVID-19 vaccines from the U.S. global supply. Today we can announce that we have over 1 million Johnson & Johnson vaccines headed to Gambia, Senegal, Zambia, and Niger. We're also pleased to announce 3 million vaccines going to Guatemala tomorrow, continuing our prioritization of Latin American countries. As these shipments demonstrate, the United States is fulfilling our promise to be an arsenal of vaccines for the world, and we're proud to be donating these doses to save lives and help those in need. Josh, we're going to kick us off.
Thanks, Jen. Two subjects. First, the president's remarks on why China didn't face sanctions for cyber attacks, but Russia did. Could you clarify, since both countries are accused of protecting criminal hacker groups? And then, along those same lines, the U.S. imports about $435 billion of goods from China. To what degree do economic concerns play a role in how to address cyber attacks?
Well, first let me say that today an unprecedented group of allies and partners, including the European Union, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Japan, and NATO, are joining the United States in exposing and criticizing the PRC's Ministry of State Security's malicious cyber activities. And this is the first time NATO has condemned PRC cyber activities. So I would note that we are actually elevating and taking steps to not only speak out publicly, but certainly take action as it relates to problematic cyber activities from China in a different way, but as we have from Russia as well. We are not differentiating. One is out of the realm of condemnation or out of the realm of consequence from the United States. In terms of the economic pieces, I think you're asking me, give me a little more on your question we're trying to get at.
Basically, the U.S. economy depends a lot on Chinese imports. We only get $16 billion worth of goods from Russia. If we were to come with major sanctions on China, is there a risk that we could be hurting our own economy?
Well, I would say first that we take cyber actions against our country and against private sector entities quite seriously. The Department of Justice is imposing costs and today announced criminal charges against 4 MSS hackers. These charges address activities concerning a multi-year campaign targeting foreign governments and entities in key sectors. We also have, of course, through the National Security Agency, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and Federal Bureau of Investigation, exposed over 50 tactics, techniques, and procedures Chinese state-sponsored cyber actors use when targeting U.S. and allied networks. My point is, we are not holding back. We are not allowing any economic circumstance or consideration to prevent us from taking actions where warrant. And also, we reserve the option to take additional actions where warrant as well. This is not the conclusion of our efforts as it relates to cyber activities with China or Russia.
And then, secondly, with Facebook, the president suggested that executives look in the mirror and change their practices. Does that mean the administration isn't considering any regulatory or legal moves to possibly address disinformation on social media?
Well, I don't think we've taken any options off the table. That's up to Congress to determine how they want to proceed moving forward. But let me just note that we're not in a war or a battle with Facebook. We're in a battle with the virus. And the problem we're seeing that our Surgeon General elevated just last week is that disinformation traveling through a range of mediums. Some of them are a range of social media platforms. Some of them are media. Some of them are through the mouths of public officials. That bad information, inaccurate information about vaccines is killing people. That's where our concern is, and that's what the president is working to express, and also what the Surgeon General expressed in his report just last week. Go ahead, Steve.
Now that you've leveled these charges on China, do you plan to raise them with them?
We, of course, will continue to be in touch with Chinese officials at a high level, and that will be the case in these regards as well.
Is the Chinese government actively doing the hacking or contracting it out?
I don't have any more detail than that, Steve. Let me check and see if there's more we can provide to you about.
Lastly, the Belarus opposition leader is in Washington this week. I think she's going to meet Tony Blinken today. Is the president going to meet with her?
We are still finalizing what the details are. She will be meeting with White House officials. I wouldn't say it will be the president, but she will be meeting with White House officials when she's here. We'll have more to report on that once those details are finalized. Go ahead, Phil.
Just to follow up, the statements of the Ministry of State Security was directly paying hackers, which was, I think, why it was elevated. The president kind of compared it to the Russia situation, but said that maybe they're protecting them or accommodating them, which doesn't seem to be a direct link, as what the statement said this morning. I'm just trying to square kind of where things stand in terms of how the White House views what's actually transpired.
As it relates to the cyber activities and the attribution that was put out earlier this morning? Well, first, I would say that we felt it was important to be clear that, as was clear when we made the announcement this morning, that the former attribution of the malicious cyber campaign utilizing the zero-day vulnerabilities in the Microsoft Exchange server, which was disclosed in March 2021, to malicious cyber actors affiliated with the MSS with high confidence. That was the information put out by the intelligence community or by our national security team earlier today. That is accurate. That's why we worked also, and it's significant, which is why I pointed this out initially, that we worked in coordination with many partners around the world, the European Union, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Japan, and NATO, to criticize, expose, and call out these malicious cyber activities. But that is the information that's accurate about the attribution.
One more on that, and then one other one. The president said he's going to be briefed on it. In his remarks, when he was asked about it, he said he was going to be briefed on it. This is a pretty significant escalation of things from the U.S. and its allies. What more does the president need to be briefed on in terms of the process going forward?
I would say first, the president is regularly briefed. He certainly is aware of attributions that are determined by the U.S. government, including the one announced earlier today. But this is an ongoing effort, an ongoing consideration of how to prevent these malicious actions from happening in the future to other private sector companies. Certainly something that the president will continue to speak with his national security team about.
And then just one on the economic side. Obviously, the president kind of addressed inflation head-on today. One thing that Chair Powell says, and I know you guys are in the same place on the idea that it's transitory right now, but Chair Powell said in congressional testimony, we're humble about what we understand, given the fact that there's no real roadmap coming out of a once-in-a-century pandemic economically. Is the White House economic team, when it comes to inflation, also humble about what they understand, that maybe they don't necessarily know what's going to happen next as it pertains to inflation?
Absolutely. We take inflation very seriously. It is under the purview of the Federal Reserve. As you know, they have regular quarterly meetings where they put out that information and any considerations publicly. Their projection continues to be that while there's a projected increase in inflation this year, it's expected to come back down to about 2.2 next year. They have not changed that, and that is in line with a number of outside economists as well. You are also correct that when the economy is turning back on from a global pandemic, there isn't a lot of historic precedent for that, and certainly we're seeing prices go back to pre-pandemic levels. In some cases, we're also
We just want to break in here because we're going to come back to this, but we're getting a event, live pictures, aerial pictures out of Los Angeles at the moment. It looks like police have stopped this driver in this white pickup truck. You can see there that they're engaged with this suspect at the moment. And so we just got word of this scene happening at this intersection in LA County. We have some information that we want to bring to you. LAPD is in the Exposition Park area. They were chasing a suspect possibly wanted for assault with a deadly weapon and robbery. And so I believe this is that suspect in that white pickup truck. You can see he was kind of hanging out of the driver's side as they communicate with the police who have surrounded him in their vehicles. Many, many police units are on the scene right now. Some, I believe, have guns drawn. And so this was after the conclusion of a chase, I believe. And it does look like the suspect, is surrounded by LAPD squad cars. Some of officers are out of their cars with their guns drawn. And if you're just coming here to Live Now from Fox, we're learning that this is a suspect possibly wanted for assault with a deadly weapon and robbery. This is at an intersection in the Exposition Park area of Los Angeles. And you could very clearly see the driver there smoking what seems to be a cigarette, kind of leaning out of the driver's side window. Obviously, we can't tell if the police are communicating with him. But it does seem like this is somewhat of a standoff situation at this point. We're going to be trying to get more details, but we're going to stay on these pictures right now. Remember, viewer discretion is advised. All right, the driver's side door is opening. Possibly the suspect might be coming out. He just threw his cigarette on the ground. Seems to be rummaging in the passenger seat for something. Remember, viewer discretion is advised. These moments are very tense because you don't know what's going to happen next. It does look like he is very leisurely kind of just sitting there smoking a cigarette with many officers out of their car behind him with their guns drawn. You can see how tense the situation is. And apparently we're learning that that suspect possibly is wanted for assault with a deadly weapon and robbery. So, and if that's the case, there is a strong likelihood that, a weapon could be in that vehicle. We don't know that, but that would be somewhat of a, educated guess based on the reports we're getting that he is indeed wanted for exactly that, assault with a deadly weapon. It looks like he's standing and communicating with some of the officers, possibly. It's hard to tell the age of the suspect just from looking at him, but seems to be wearing a Chicago Cubs jersey, a black baseball cap, jeans. You're seeing what I'm seeing. So this is turning out to be somewhat of a interesting situation. The police are trying to obviously coax him out of the vehicle safely. But it just seems like the suspect is taking his time, leisurely kind of smoking a cigarette, contemplating what to do next. So earlier we saw the amount of LAPD vehicles on the scene and the number of officers responding to this. You can't see that right now. If our chopper does zoom out, you can definitely see that. This is coming to us from Fox 11 in Los Angeles. And it looks like they are also monitoring this scene as well. If we have any more reporting from them, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now. But police are close. There's a door open. He's halfway out of this white pickup truck, but and he's driving off. Now remember, this is an intersection. And it does look like, and you can see there, the right front tire is completely blown out. Pulling off to the side there on the curb. Possibly this could be the moment of surrender here. He just threw something to the police. We don't know what that was. Oh, it looks to be the keys of the truck. And so he's kind of gesturing for the police to come forward. Most likely in order to make an arrest and apprehend the suspect. You know, we didn't get a chance really to see, you know, how long the chase lasted or the nature of the chase. Chases are all different, really, but seems to be still communicating with the police. He's kind of gesturing them forward. They have definitely approached as well, moving a little bit more closely to this. We are getting just some more details, more information at the moment while we monitor the situation. Looks like we've been saying, a standoff underway. A suspect possibly putting his hands up. That suspect led police on a chase across Los Angeles this afternoon and early evening. The LAPD was chasing the suspect across LA before the pickup truck stopped at an intersection near USC. That's the University of Southern California. After a brief standoff, the driver was once again on the move, extending the police chase. Now the suspect has stopped, as you're seeing right now, his white pickup truck near this intersection in the Exposition Park area of Los Angeles. The pickup truck driver, he was initially wanted for robbery. And so right now, police are still trying to negotiate, coax him out of the vehicle so that they can arrest him. But you'll see that they must have deployed some of those rumble strips to puncture the tire, because the front left tire my left, their right, the front right tire has been punctured. And so you can see that the police are gesturing to him, saying him, you know, to come out of the vehicle. He's halfway out. Maybe this could be it right here. He's almost completely out of the vehicle. He's standing, and it does look like, remember, viewer discretion is advised here. You can see some of the pedestrians on the sidewalk witnessing this all, probably some media as well. You can see that he threw the truck's keys towards the officers. He's now completely out of the white pickup truck, still smoking a cigarette, kind of casually leaning against the truck itself. He's going to shut the door. His hands were up briefly. His hands are now up. And the police are going to ask the suspect to come toward them with his hands up, possibly walking behind like that, as they do. And this does seem to be coming to a end. I don't want to speak too soon, but police do have their weapons drawn. They're going to be calling for the suspect to come even closer, and then they'll move in. Let's just watch and see how it unfolds. And that suspect has now been taken into custody. I'm sure police will now search his vehicle, that white pickup truck. You can see police are making an attempt on the side of it. They're going to open the doors, see if anyone else is in there, possible, explosives or firearms or what have you. This is just customary procedure. And that robbery suspect is now in custody of the Los Angeles Police Department. We're going to keep it on this shot for just a little while longer. Now, we did not get to show you the police chase, but we did show you a little bit of the standoff and the arrest. Taking the suspect's information, and he will be booked into custody. So we're going to move on from that story here on Live Now from Fox. Quite an interesting event on a late Monday afternoon on the West Coast in Los Angeles. I want to thank everyone for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. We have more where that came from right after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're just taking a live look at the White House at the moment. We wanted to show you once again the White House briefing from earlier. We wanted to continue with that discussion. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki taking a number of questions from reporters today in the briefing room on a number of different topics. Let's listen to a little bit more of that from earlier.
To pre-pandemic levels. In some cases, we're also seeing a range of factors, including shortages in the supply chain, from chip shortages that are impacting the auto industry to lumber shortages that are impacting the housing industry that are also factors here as we're seeing price increases. But we do look at all of that. We take it incredibly seriously, and we respect the role of the Federal Reserve as well. Go ahead, Rachel.
Thanks, Jen. 2 questions. One on just follow up on China and the cyber attacks. A senior administration official said that no one country acting on its own can change China's behavior. So if the United States were to take action against China, would it do so alone, or does the administration feel like you need allies on board to take that step?
Well, it's a good question, Rachel. I think as we've approached our China strategy from the beginning and our policy as it relates to China, we've always felt that working together, working in partnership with allies around the world, and also in partnership with members of the federal government, members of Congress from both sides of the aisle, was how we approached it from a position of strength. So what's significant today is that while we're all calling out these malicious cyber activities, so are a number of our key partners around the world: the European Union, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Japan. these malicious cyber activities are not only impacting the United States, they're impacting a range of countries, a range of partners. And yes, we would, of course, like to work with countries and work with our key partners around the world moving forward. Obviously we can't determine steps and consequences on their behalf, but that is certainly our objective and how we've approached our strategy to date.
But you're not ruling out taking action on your own if you felt like it was necessary?
No, we're not. But we also, from the beginning, have felt that working in partnership, working in coordination, and working together is a stronger way to approach malicious activity, cyber activity, and others in areas of concern around the world.
One quick follow-up just on infrastructure. Republicans are saying that they don't want to move forward with this test vote that's scheduled for Wednesday without knowing exactly how they're going to pay for everything in that bipartisan infrastructure bill. Senator Bill Cassidy over the weekend said the White House is not working with Republicans on the pay-fors and that he feels like they're competing with Democrats' $3.5 trillion plan. So does the administration feel like these differences can be resolved in the next 48 hours?
Well, first, I think it's important to take a step back and remember that a month ago, a bipartisan group of senators stood outside of the White House with the president to announce an agreement on an infrastructure framework. There's been a lot of progress since then, a lot of late nights, a lot of coffee drinking, and important legislating, bill writing that's happened. But the American people have waited a long time. The American people are ready to see progress, and we believe it's time for progress to happen and time for this legislation to move forward. We also work in close contact or close coordination with, of course, Leader Schumer, and we defer to him and other leaders in Congress on the timeline and the sequencing of legislation moving forward. Go ahead.
On that discussion with Leader Schumer, has he talked in the last few days at all with any of the Republicans who are negotiating?
The president? I don't have any calls to read out for you. I can tell you that our team, senior White House officials, have been in close contact with Democrats and Republicans, members and their offices, and whenever it warrants, the president is always happy to pick up the phone.
And then on the Guantanamo Bay announcement today, senior officials said 10 of the remaining detainees are eligible for repatriation. Any sense yet of the targeted timelines for transferring them? And is there a broader goal within this administration of closing Guantanamo Bay? Has that timeline been set?
Yes, our goal is to close Guantanamo Bay. I can tell you that there's 39, I think you know some of this, but for others who are following it, there are 39 detainees who remain at Guantanamo Bay. 10 are eligible for transfer, 17 are eligible for a periodic review board, 10 are involved in the military commissions process, and 2 detainees have been convicted. This individual who we announced the transfer of, the Department of Defense announced the transfer of, had started moving through the process during the Obama-Biden administration and was on pause for some period of time over the last 4 years. I don't have a timeline for you. As you know, there's a process. There are different layers of the process, but that remains our goal, and we are considering all available avenues to responsibly transfer detainees and, of course, close Guantanamo Bay.
We and a few other outlets have reported that the administration is now planning to send about 2,500 Afghan translators and I believe members of their family to Fort Lee in Virginia as they complete the steps to have their legal status in this country reviewed. Will there be other U.S. military bases in the United States also used to house them temporarily?
Well, first, any confirmation and final details of military base usage would be from the Department of Defense and the State Department, given they're implementing these programs. I expect they will have more to share with you, Ed. I just want to defer to them, given it is their programs. I will say that when I went through the programs and how the process worked last week, one of the things I tried to note, but I will elevate again here, is that individuals who have completed the process, the security review, the vetting and security process, could be relocated to the United States. That would be certainly military, U.S. military bases, and the Department of Defense will assess how many of those and how many facilities they would need for those transfers.
2 real quick scheduling things. Is the president at all scheduled to meet anytime soon with members of the Texas Democratic House delegation that's here in Washington?
I don't have any meetings to preview for you at this point in time.
And I hesitate to ask this because I'm only a slight
Don't
admirer.
hesitate. It's okay.
Is
It's a
Tom
Monday.
Brady joining the Buccaneers here at the White House tomorrow? I've been asked to ask this by several people.
It's okay. I don't have the list of Buccaneers attending tomorrow in front of me. We will see if we can venture to get that for you all by the end of the day. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen, and great throw yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
On vaccine hesitancy, as COVID-19 cases rise, if this is becoming a pandemic of the unvaccinated and you guys are having a hard time getting a certain part of the population to go get the shot, would President Biden ever call former President Trump and say, I need your help, let's cut a PSA and tell people to go do it?
Well, first I would say that what we've seen in our data is that the most trusted voices are local officials, doctors, medical experts, civic leaders, clergy from time to time, and that is where we've really invested our funding and our resources. We've seen almost every former president play a role in putting out a PSA, making sure people understood in the country that the vaccine is safe and effective. We don't believe that requires an embroidered invitation to be a part of. But certainly any role of anyone who has a platform where they can provide information to the public that the vaccine is safe, it is effective. We don't see this as a political issue. We'd certainly welcome that engagement.
And about those Texas Democrats, since the vice president met with these Texas Democratic lawmakers, 5 of them have now tested positive for COVID-19. Is there any safety concern about her spending time around the president until a certain amount of time has passed?
Well, first I would say I think the vice president's office put out that she was tested and that there was no detection of COVID-19. They also put out some specific details about their proximity to the individuals who tested positive as well. We take these precautions incredibly seriously and abide by the guidance of our health and medical experts.
Do officials here wish that those Texas Democrats would have been more careful and taken more precautions, like wearing masks on the flight here?
Again, I don't think I'm going to be in a position here to assess what safety precautions they may or may not have taken. Obviously, these individuals were out there trying to elevate the issue of an individual's right to vote. We of course, hope everybody abides by public health guidelines. That's what we certainly recommend. But the vice president, what's important for everybody to know is that the vice president was tested. She, of course, takes these precautions seriously, and we would follow any advice our public health officials give us.
And can you tell us anything else about the nature of her trip to Walter Reed yesterday?
Yes, it was a visit that was scheduled for several weeks, long before the visit of the Texas legislators, a routine appointment, which she had again scheduled several weeks ago. Go ahead, Kelly.
And just to button that up, she and the president have been in the same room since she had that test. There's no separation of the president and the vice president.
There haven't been additional precautions taken, no.
On China, can you help us understand why the president asked a couple of questions today, was not sort of in the same posture we've seen toward Russia, where he has called out Russia publicly to stop. And from what we know based on the administration's findings, this is China paying cyber criminals to carry out, whereas in Russia, our understanding is Putin may have some looser relationship or perhaps some ability to direct criminal actors, but not that connection. So we gave the president an opportunity to address the China issue today. He seemed to pull his punches and not go after China. Why?
Well, I would say first, Kelly, that was not the intention he was trying to project. He takes malicious cyber activity incredibly seriously. The effort and to engage and unite an unprecedented group of our allies and partners was something that was under his direction, and he continues to feel it's important to lead from a position of strength in close coordination with our partners and allies around the world. And he takes malicious cyber activity, whether it's from Russia or China, whomever the actors may be, quite seriously. And I think our efforts to lead on this should be an indication of that.
On COVID, does the administration think it is appropriate at this time to try to do more tracking on breakthrough cases, since there are more reports of that, and that's not something the CDC has been following except when it's hospitalizations? Should more data collection take place?
It's a great question. I'll have to talk to our health and medical experts about the benefits of that tracking and how they see that as a public health priority. I will note that what we've continued to see is that the individuals, 99.5% of people who are being hospitalized and dying of COVID are not vaccinated. The individuals who have gotten COVID, I should say, a number of these individuals we've been talking about from a public manner have been getting mild cases, have not been hospitalized. That's, of course, no one's preference to get any form, but they have been asymptomatic, and that is showing that the vaccine is actually working. Go ahead.
Yeah, on the virus, the president spoke this morning about the economic boom the country's undergoing, but stock and oil prices fell today in part because of rising concerns about the Delta variant. Is the president considering reinstating mask requirements at all, both for health but also for economic reasons?
Well, first I would say that our health and medical experts look closely at the broad swath of data across the country. And I would remind you all that almost 70% of adults are still vaccinated in this country. We are not in the place we were 2 months, 3 months, 6 months ago as it relates to our fight with the virus. It is still underway. We are still battling the virus. There's no question. And as the president said just on Friday, this has become a pandemic of the unvaccinated, in that is where we are seeing hospitalizations, where we are seeing deaths. We certainly have seen, of course, have seen the movements in the stock market. We also know that unemployment is down, economic growth is up, job creation is up, wages are up, and we can assure people we are still at war with the virus, even as we've seen progress made over the last several months.
Also on COVID, I'm sure you've seen an alternate on the women's gymnastics team has tested positive while in Japan. Any specific precautions the White House is taking with the First Lady's travel to ensure her safety as she goes over there?
Well, first, we are aware of course, COVID-19 cases among a handful of athletes. We're monitoring the situation, wishing a speedy recovery to those who have tested positive. Public health remains a central priority for the Games. The government of Japan and the IOC have very strict protocols, and they are taking careful safety precautions to keep the athletes and the public safe. Nothing has changed in terms of our plans for the U.S. delegation. Our team will be following very strict safety and health protocols, limiting engagement with the public and keeping our footprint as small as possible. Our COVID team at the White House, as well as health officials at the IOC and the government of Japan, all agree that the stringent protocols and health measures in place will keep them safe. But of course, we continue to monitor individuals who are getting
specific with the First Lady's travel.
There is nothing new. Nothing has changed as it relates to her travel or the travel of the delegation. Go ahead.
Earlier today, the president said he wasn't sure whether Facebook had done enough since last week to combat misinformation. Is there anything that the White House can point to generally that perhaps indicates that the companies are getting the message?
Well, I think it's as I kind of started off in response to Josh, I would just go back to the point that our fight is not with one social media platform. It is with the virus. And we have a role, everybody has a role in combating misinformation. In terms of monitoring whether there have been steps that have been taken, I mean, there are things that you all can assess. There's no secret monitoring, right? You all can assess as media organizations and companies as well. Do you have access to information from these platforms as to who is receiving misinformation? I don't think that information has been released. Do you know how the algorithms are working at any of these platforms? I don't think that information has been released. But again, this is not about one platform. This is about misinformation that we're seeing travel around into the minds, the inboxes, the minds, of individuals, of people around the country. Inaccurate information that is preventing people from taking the step to getting vaccinated, and that is, of course, a public health concern for us.
One quick follow-up, just to button it down, on the Senate calendar for Wednesday.
Yeah.
So the White House has no pause at this point about going forward with the cloture vote on Wednesday?
It is the decision of the Leader Schumer on the timing and the schedule of the Senate votes. I will note again that it has been about 4 weeks since the president and bipartisan members stood outside together and announced an agreement. Lots of work has happened. Lots of good work together. Bipartisan work has happened. But we believe it's time to move forward with this vote, with congressional action. Go ahead, Ann.
Too quickly on Guantanamo, and then I have one other thing. Can you be a little more precise about what the president's timeline is for closure of Guantanamo? For example, does he think, as some advocates have suggested, that it should be closed in his first year in office? If not, does he have a deadline?
I don't have a new deadline to outline here for you today.
So just closure when it can be closed?
Well, as you know, Ann, there are several components of this process. It includes notifications and consultations with Congress. It's not something where one individual, even the President of the United States, can do it on his own.
And then on military commissions, 10 of the remaining 39 detainees are eligible.
All right, we're just going to break in there. We want to go and take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more to come, where that came from, in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thank you so much for being with us on your Monday night. I hope you had a good weekend. I'm going to be joined now by my colleague and friend Daytona Everett to kind of preview what's in store for the next couple of hours here on Live Now, and for the rest of the week. Daytona.
Yeah, hey Andrew, we have a busy night ahead as always, just kind of breaking down what we're going to be looking for through the next couple of hours here. It seemed like the theme of today was gun violence. This has been an ongoing topic, but today a lot of officials really coming out with some big initiatives moving forward, including Chicago. They're creating a gun task force. That's of course after 60 people were shot just this weekend alone. Enormous numbers right there. There's several different initiatives that they're going to be making with this gun task force, a 24-hour tip line, along with other money and resources going towards the Chicago Police Department. We heard from the police department right there. Also hearing from Atlanta today, Georgia lawmakers holding their first hearing on crime, $3 million being proposed to be put towards the Georgia Police Department for additional law enforcement. That would be for this year and next year. A lot of that money going towards the gang task force. So you can imagine that gangs are a huge problem out there, and that's what they're seeing causing most of the violence out there. And then D.C. Mayor Bowser telling the Metropolitan Police Department to, quote, use any overtime necessary to meet public safety needs. So a lot of these lawmakers coming out, seeing the problems in their areas, in their cities, and moving forward with some pretty ambitious initiatives, Andrew.
Yeah, Daytona, we have just seen such a rise in cities across the country of crime, especially gun violence, since the pandemic. And so it's interesting to see a lot of these, elected leaders and lawmakers come out and try to come up with solutions to stem a lot of these violent episodes, especially seen over the weekends this summer. And so definitely something to watch for going into the rest of the evening hours here on Live Now. I wanted to focus a little bit and update you on some news coming out of Capitol Hill. We are getting some news on the Select Committee to investigate January 6th, the riot at the Capitol. Remember that Speaker Pelosi picked a few people in the House to serve on this committee. Well, we have been waiting to hear who Kevin McCarthy, House Minority Leader, on the Republican side, will choose to sit on this committee. And we do have some names. We're learning that Representatives Jim Banks, Jim Jordan, Rodney Davis, Kelly Armstrong, and freshman Troy Nails will represent Republicans on this committee. We have a statement from Representative Jim Banks I want to put up for you and read a little bit of it. You see this right here. It says, "I have accepted Leader McCarthy's appointment to this committee because we need leaders who will force the Democrats and the media to answer questions so far ignored. Among them, why was the Capitol unprepared and vulnerable to attack on January the 6th? It goes on to say, make no mistake, Nancy Pelosi created this committee solely to malign conservatives and justify the left's authoritarian agenda." I'm just going to drop the banner here. You can read a little bit more. She says, "Even then, I will do everything possible to give the American people the facts about this, the lead up to January 6th, the riot that day, and the responses from Capitol leadership and the Biden administration. I will not allow this committee to be turned into a forum for condemning millions of Americans because of their political beliefs." Bringing back in Daytona Everett. We've been following this story ever since it happened January 6th, and there's been so much news now 6 months later. And so remember that commission that the House put forth, senators did not want that on the Republican side. It could not get to 60 votes. And so now the House passed the creation of this select committee, of which, Daytona, we're learning that the first meeting will be July the 27th, and now we know who exactly in full will sit on this committee.
Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. This story definitely not going away as we're seeing more investigations, more photos and videos surfacing. As you know, there was a lot of people who were involved out there, massive crowds of people, so understandable that that investigation wasn't just going to be like a month long, that it's still going on at this point.
Right, and we do have one piece of news, this time out of Florida, for one of these Capitol riot defendants. We have a still image you might remember from that day. This person right here, his name is Paul Allard Hodgkins. He's from Florida. He breached the U.S. Senate chamber carrying this Trump campaign flag on January 6th. He will spend the next 8 months in prison. In a prepared statement, he apologized. He said he was ashamed of his actions during the riots, and he described the day as being caught up in the euphoria of being in Washington, D.C. Prosecutors have asked for 18 months behind bars. Experts believe his sentence could show how hundreds of other defendants could be punished, whether they accept a plea deal or go to trial. So I believe this is the first defendant, Daytona, that has been sentenced 8 months in prison for their participation in the Capitol riot. We want to stay in Washington, though. We were just listening to White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. Some news on her over the weekend, because a lot of baseball fans saw her at the National Padres game in Washington, D.C. You can see right there. Sorry about that. Jen Psaki.
Yeah, nice shot there. I have to say, Andrew, I think that her form looks great. I'm not sure how it ended up, but she really seems like she's in the zone. It probably was a strike, I have to say. Jen Psaki, she is laser focused always, and that is on the diamond as well.
Well, I did see this happen, and she did make it over the plate, and it was pretty straight as well. You'll remember a lot of people were comparing it to when Dr. Fauci threw the first pitch out, which was, frankly, a terrible throw. And this is coming from a guy, I believe he played he was like a star basketball player in high school.
Oh.
And so I was surprised that, I mean, I think he's 80 now, but his pitch wasn't as great as Jen Psaki's.
Yeah, well, and I remember they gave away bobbleheads and everything of Dr. Fauci, too. So
yeah, that's right.
Exciting stuff right there
Yeah.
for all of these Washington folks throwing out the first pitch, striking them out.
Yes, and we just want to say one more thing that we are previewing for a big story that we'll be following live tomorrow, and that, of course, is the Blue Origin rocket launch with the Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. We'll have live coverage of this starting tomorrow. The launch is at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific. We have reporters there already in West Texas. Fox's Stephanie Bennett is there. Fox's Jeff Paul is there. So hopefully we'll be speaking to them tomorrow. So Daytona, any thoughts on that?
I really can't say. I'm excited to watch it. I think it's going to be amazing. I think it's going to be out of this world. We see these rocket launches, but you don't see these high profile of people actually on the rockets themselves.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
just crazy.
This is like the most high-profile person you could get to go up into space. So
Yeah.
hoping for the best. This will be so interesting and really cool to watch. We saw just last weekend Richard Branson do somewhat similar, go up into space as well. Fox's Jeff Paul, though, kind of looked at the day ahead. Here's his story.
Into space for about a 10-minute flight aboard Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket. The launch, a long time coming for Bezos, who founded the company 21 years ago. To date, Blue Origin has performed 15 uncrewed test flights. If successful, Tuesday's flight will make history as the first unpiloted suborbital flight with a civilian crew.
And that practice is what will allow us to build the infrastructure to let the next generations of people really do amazing things in space.
Accompanying Bezos for the flight are his brother Mark, 18-year-old Oliver Damon, and 82-year-old aerospace pioneer Wally Funk. Damon and Funk will become the youngest and oldest person to fly into space. Funk calling it a lifelong dream.
Now I'm going to go up with the best team ever. And we're going to show the world what can be done in space.
Bezos aims to become the second billionaire to ride his own rocket into space. His flight follows the successful launch of fellow billionaire and Virgin Galactic founder Richard Branson just last week. The two companies competing in the market of space tourism, Blue Origin auctioning off a seat on their first flight with the anonymous winner bidding $28 million. Due to a scheduling conflict, that seat was eventually filled by Dutch teen Oliver Damon.
You have to work hard on getting it to be more efficient, more practical, and less expensive.
If all goes as planned and weather conditions hold up, Blue Origin's New Shepard is set to launch Tuesday morning. In Van Horn, Texas, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
And Jeff, thank you for that story there. We'll hopefully be talking to either him or Fox's Stephanie Bennett, who is in Van Horn, Texas for this big event tomorrow.
Andrew, I wonder what tickets are going to cost. I wonder how many years it's going to take for us to be able to afford to take one up.
I know. The burgeoning space tourism industry is upon us. It looks like it's going to be reserved for millionaires and billionaires for now. But for you and me, who knows? Maybe in the future.
I was getting major undercover boss vibes. Have you ever seen that show before?
Yes.
Where the boss goes undercover and they're with all the people that work underneath them. He has to experience it himself in order to sell it to other people, right?
No, exactly. And it's so cool he gets to go up there with his brother as well. So we will have live coverage of that starting tomorrow, probably around 8:30 Eastern. The launch itself takes place at 9 a.m. Eastern. But Daytona, thanks so much for previewing what's in store a little later tonight and tomorrow.
Absolutely.
All right. And like Daytona mentioned, we do want to play out for you some of these remarks from Georgia officials. Remember, Daytona said they're committing a couple $1 million to try and stem the rise in violence in cities across the state of Georgia. Right now, we'll hear from Governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp.
The needle to build a safer, stronger Georgia. This past Thursday, Marty, Amy Porter, and I joined GBI Director Vic Reynolds and his team and Attorney General Chris Carr in providing an update on the gang task force work over the last 2 years. While they have made incredible progress, my charge to them was not to rest on their laurels, because the dangerous criminals in these gangs aren't letting up. In fact, because local elected leadership in our capital city has created an anti-police, soft-on-crime environment, the task force work, in my opinion, is needed now more than ever. The task force has now been joined by the Crime Suppression Unit, spearheaded by the Department of Public Safety and Colonel Chris Wright, as state and local law enforcement join together to rid our communities of crime and crack down on dangerous street racing in Atlanta. The Crime Suppression Unit has now apprehended 109 wanted criminals, impounded hundreds of vehicles used in dangerous street racing, taken stolen guns off our streets, and conducted literally thousands of traffic stops across our capital city. For that, we are deeply appreciative of their dedication, of all these brave men and women in state and local law enforcement. And make no mistake, this is very dangerous work. I'm here this morning first and foremost to thank this committee, to thank the House and again Speaker Ralston for meeting to find real actionable solutions to the crime crisis occurring in the city of Atlanta. Please know that my office stands ready to support and assist you however we can in the months ahead. To that end, I hope you will keep in mind that it is my intention to include the work of this committee and solutions from other concerned stakeholders in my call for a special session of the General Assembly this fall. While the General Assembly and my office, along with many state agencies, have stepped into the gap to protect our citizens and help ensure law and order in our capital city, I look forward to working with you all to see what more we can do. It is my commitment that we will do everything in our power to build a safer, stronger Georgia. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your time today. I want to thank again the members of the committee and the members of the House. We look forward to working with you. Have a great day and God bless you.
Thank you, Governor, for coming over and taking the time. We appreciate your leadership. At this time, we want to hear from our Attorney General, Mr. Chris Carr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you so much for having me today. It is an honor to be here. I, too, want to thank the Speaker and the Governor for their efforts and for their service, particularly as it relates to protecting the people of our state. They have been great partners, and I appreciate very much their leadership. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, it has become all too common for Atlantans to wake up to headlines about shootings and armed robberies and violence. It is worth stating, though, Mr. Chairman, as you did too at the outset, that we are seeing a rise in crime, not just in urban areas, but in rural, suburban, and ex-urban communities as well, which makes it all the more important that we uphold what our state constitution mandates. It is the paramount duty of government to protect person and property. And I think that's worth repeating. It is the paramount duty of government to protect person and property. It's right there in our Constitution. All of our citizens deserve the right to live free from fear. This rise in violent crime and increased fear is being driven in large part by criminal street gangs. This gang-driven violent crime wave threatens our safety, our quality of life, and our economy. And yes, it's an economic development issue. Companies will not locate or expand in places where their employees are not going to be safe. Atlantans remain on high alert while driving to and from work, getting groceries, pumping gas, picking kids up from school, visiting the Beltline, or leaving their car in a parking deck. Their fear is unfortunately warranted, and it's entirely unacceptable. We as leaders in our state must stand firm, take action, and fight the growing gang network with a better network of dedicated law enforcement personnel who want to keep people safe and put violent offenders behind bars. And that's what you're here today to discuss. Supporting law enforcement, working more closely together, and stronger interagency collaboration are critical to address the crime issue in Atlanta and around the state. And I'm thankful for this committee's dedication to identifying and implementing such solutions. I launched the Georgia Anti-Gang Network in 2018 to pull together, for the first time ever, local, state, and federal partners to combat gang violence. We've identified 4 areas to focus on: strengthening multi-jurisdictional investigations and prosecutions, improving intelligence sharing capabilities, stopping recruitment, and increased training efforts. Our latest meeting a few weeks ago, in fact, focused on crime in Atlanta and how we can better work together to solve the problem. And I want to thank Chief Bryant, Sheriff Labatt, DA Willis, the governor, and the First Lady for all attending that critically important meeting, and it was very successful. And I would welcome this committee's participation and input, and I will keep you posted as we go forward with future meetings. And as you continue this critically important work, I want you to know that I will be driving home a message, both in Metro Atlanta and around the state, and that message is this: when law enforcement brings strong gang cases to their desks, prosecutors must aggressively prosecute gang members for their violent crimes. Georgia has one of the toughest gang statutes in the nation, and it needs to be put to use. Our citizens deserve nothing less than the strongest possible sentences for those violent criminals who are wreaking havoc on our society. But unfortunately, there are some who have decided to pick and choose which laws they want to enforce. And their self-interest-driven criminal justice reform is nothing more than this: a deliberate choice to not enforce the laws of this state. That's a dereliction of duty, and actual lives hang in the balance. We must reject this dangerous trend that we are seeing from some. That attitude and that approach will lead to one thing and one thing only: an increase in crime, not only in their jurisdiction, but around the state. We should all be working together and working hard to rid our streets of violent gang members. And I'll continue to spread this message as I travel the state. As I close, let me support wholeheartedly a comment that GBI Director Vic Reynolds said last week, and that is that violent crime in our state can be solved, but it will take leadership. The leaders in our capital city and around the state must prioritize fighting violent crime. This starts with publicly supporting the men and women of law enforcement who are putting their lives on the line every day to enforce the law. They need our support, and they need the best resources, training, and technology that we can provide. That's good for them, and it's good for the community. More specifically, better training and technology will keep our officers and members of the community safe. I stand ready to play an active role in any state efforts to address the rise in violent crimes that we're seeing in communities not just in Atlanta, but around the state. And I thank you all for this opportunity to address the committee, and I thank you all for supporting our mission of protecting Georgians. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
You feel like taking questions from the committee today?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. I'd like to recognize Representative Holcomb at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What are the jurisdictions that you're referencing that aren't prosecuting cases to the extent that you think that they should be?
In Athens in particular, the DA has written a memo saying what particular misdemeanors she will or she won't enforce. There have been those who have campaigned also on the same issue, saying they'll only enforce misdemeanors such as DUIs or domestic violence. And that's a dereliction of duty. You all passed the laws of this state. The governor signs those laws. If they don't like it, they should run for the legislature and change the law that way. They shouldn't be, I think it is dangerous for a member of the executive branch or the judicial branch to say, I'm just not going to enforce the law.
Tell us about what efforts your office has in terms of gang prosecutions. Is it to support local, or do you bring any cases yourself?
So 80% of all human trafficking crimes are gang affiliated. In fact, we've got a big gang case right now that we're working on with the GBI in particular. I won't get into the specific details of that. In addition, though, I do think we have a platform to be able to support. We've got, whenever there's computer crimes, human trafficking crimes against the state, we can support. But absolutely, we can and will support law enforcement, federal, state, and local, wherever we can. And I'd be very open to increased jurisdiction where we can help violent criminals. Help go after violent criminals.
There you go. There you go.
Well, Representative Holcomb, as you know, DAs are the tip of the spear on most violent crime. Our office has carved out, you all have carved out jurisdiction for us. Human trafficking is one of those areas, and we're proud to do it. But we know, look, we in the state of Georgia didn't like big centralized government. It's why we have 159 constitutionally protected sheriffs, 50 DAs. They're the tip of the spear on most violent crime. But absolutely will our office stand ready to support anybody and make sure if the legislature would like for us to be able to support multi-jurisdictional violent crimes and gang activity, I'd absolutely be for it. Sure.
What type of data analytics are in use or being used to inform both the variables that are causing the crime and also the individuals that are doing it? Because it was your statement that this is predominantly gang activity, and I'm curious about that, as opposed to one-off crimes, which also happen a good deal. So what's the way in which you're receiving this information, and how can that information be provided to the committee so we can also evaluate it?
The GBI has done some investigation. The Georgia gang investigators have some information, and we'd be happy to provide that to y'all, as well as working and getting information from local law enforcement as well. Be happy to get that for you.
Chairman Powell, to my right here, has a comment or a question.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, and I appreciate those comments.
Sure.
I'm a non-lawyer. I've just been up here, and I may be one of the few legislators that says he's not a lawyer. But I've got a couple of questions I want to ask you about your opinion, whether you can give it or not.
Sure.
I hope you can. One of the concerns that I've had over the years, and that's dealing with the court systems. Some of the judges that I've talked to, the inferior court judges, that are actually on the bottom line when they're setting bonds and such like that. I'm told that in certain parts of the state, that when some of these offenders come forward, that basically they may try to set a bond and then it's appealed by their lawyers to superior courts, and it's basically non-bondable. Things like people that are running the drag races or folks that are running through downtown Atlanta and other places at 120 miles an hour. To me, that's assault with a dangerous weapon. And I've understood that they can try to set a bond, but then it's appealed up and it's done as a personal recognizance, and they're back driving again. Something that gives me a lot of anxiety because if someone is violating the law, then they need to be dealt with. They need to be pulled off the streets, or if it's some other type of a crime. Now, one of the things I'm understanding is that these judges have said they can't come to this committee and testify because it would be a ethical violation. Yeah. That gives me concern that we can't hear from these other folks that we need to hear. Do you know any way out of this that we can deal with the judges and to hear the truth of what's going on?
Well, I'm a believer in the separation of powers, too. That's what the Constitution provides. But I think, Representative Powell, the legislature can pass the laws of this state. That's the function of the legislature, and if there is a belief that the law needs to be changed, this is the body that can do it.
Well, then let me say, I'll refer back to your comments about Clark County.
Mm-hmm.
We passed the laws. The General Assembly has been rather tough on crime over the years. But if everybody in this network of the criminal justice system aren't working together to put behind bars, even if it's on a bond hearing, somebody that's dangerous, then they need to be put behind bars, or they need to set a certain bond, not a personal recognizance, so that they can go out and perpetrate the same crimes again.
No, and I understand that frustration because I share it as well, which is why I brought it up. I mean, I think there's a couple of things. I mean, there is a law on the books in the state that has to do with violation of the oath of office that could be considered, although difficult. But the other thing too, Mr. Chairman, there are times where elections have consequences, and we allow for there to be elections, and I respect that. I think the communities need to pay attention, particularly as it relates to those that are involved in prosecuting crimes, who you're electing. Because at the end of the day, as I said, this is not just a public safety issue, it's a quality of life issue, it's an economic development issue, and it doesn't just stick within the jurisdiction. Because as you know and I know, they're not going to stop at the city line or the county line or even the state line, which is why you got to have collaboration, multi-jurisdictional collaboration, including crossing state lines as well. Again, I think if the laws need to be changed, that's something for your committee to consider. And I think that those that put their hand on a Bible and swear that they'll uphold the laws should uphold the laws, and there are ways, I think, to address that as well. And I know that this has been one of the issues that the legislature considered as it related to DAs and oversight and that type of an issue. I know that's been a controversial issue and a contentious one. But then at the end of the day, people also have to pay attention to who you're electing. That's, I think, the best way that I can answer
As
that.
one further note to this, so would you advise that maybe when we're in the mood of drafting new legislation, do we need to start being more specific about bonding under certain offenses so that they have no latitude, and start taking some of this latitude away from these more liberal judges who think that they just need to be turned out under personal recognizance when these are dangerous people that have shown a pattern of
On Fox 5 to show his face on camera tells us he heard a loud smashing sound at around 3:30 on Saturday morning. That's when he went outside to see what was going on, but says he was too afraid to intervene.
I see this lady who took the statue off the church and she started smashing it on the ground. She was yelling, screaming. I was a little nervous because she seemed a little mentally unstable, so I wasn't going to go up to her and be like, hey, what are you doing?
According to the Brooklyn Diocese, the statues of the Blessed Mother and Saint Therese, the Little Flower, stood outside the church for 84 years. Earlier in the week, the statues were toppled over but not damaged.
I noticed people from the neighborhood, even if they don't belong to the church itself, they'll come by and they'll say a little prayer. It reminds them, the Blessed Mother, I'll say a prayer now. And there's some people, they'll deposit some flowers in front. So it's something, symbolic for them.
The same person is believed to be responsible for both attacks, and tonight a sincere message is posted to the shattered remains of both statues reading, "Please pray for whoever did this."
And we want to go out to a story encompassing the entire country. Summer violence is a growing issue for many American cities. Chaos during a baseball game in the nation's capital over the weekend underscored how much of an issue gun violence has become as police officers are stepping away from the force in big numbers. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more.
It was a very chaotic scene. I don't really think anyone knew what was going on.
Chaos in the U.S. capital city as gunfire erupted outside a baseball game, sending crowds scrambling. 3 were wounded in a drive-by shootout Saturday night. Just a day earlier, a 6-year-old girl was killed by gunfire just miles away.
She was amazing. She was beautiful. She was loving.
According to the D.C. Police Union and city data, the district has had more than 100 homicides in 2021 alone.
The city officials are really technically, as far as I'm concerned, working against police officers, so crime is out of control.
The sad reality is gun violence has become as American as baseball. The question before the Senate again and again and again is, will we do anything about it?
In Chicago, police have introduced a new gun investigations team, which will work to stop the flow of illegal guns into the city. According to Chicago PD data, there have been 382 murders this year and almost 1,700 shooting incidents. In Atlanta, crime also up this year.
I don't have to tell you, but this is madness. People do not want to live in this.
Policing numbers have also taken a hit. According to the Police Executive Research Forum, their data showed a 5% decrease in hiring, an 18% increase in resignations, and 45% increase in officer retirements from 2020 to 2021 compared to the previous year. According to the D.C. Police Union, nearly 400 officers have left the force in the last year. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And out to Arizona now, multiple shot, including EMT personnel in a series of attacks in Tucson, Arizona. Here's the latest from Fox 10's Steve Nielsen.
Marcos won't show his face.
That dude shows up and just starts blasting at people.
He's too distraught over what happened to him, his friend, and his neighborhood Sunday night.
Now, who would expect to be shot at while you're trying to help somebody?
It started with a house fire on East Irene Vista in South Tucson. As Marcos' neighbors and firefighters rushed to help, down the street at Silver Lake Park, authorities say a shooter approached a parked ambulance, hitting the 2 EMTs in the front seats. They were able to call for help as police say the shooter drove to the house fire and pulled the trigger, killing one neighbor, hitting a fire captain who's recovering, and one bullet grazing Marcos' friend in the head.
And my friend fights for his life, and I'm just trying to, hey, I don't have anything to help him with, so that's the best I could do.
Marcos tripped, scraping his leg, trying to run as firefighters saved his life.
I tripped, and that's when I scraped my leg, and I thought I was done for. I was like, he's just gonna walk over here and just... But luckily the fireman, like, oh, come on, you gotta get up, help me up, and we ran.
So that firefighter, he came, you feel like he saved your life then if he got
Absolutely,
shot.
man.
A burned body was pulled from the house. Police say the shooter drove up the street, ramming a Tucson PD cruiser and fired at the officer. The suspect was injured and taken to the hospital.
Again, that was Fox 10's Steve Nielsen reporting in a press conference earlier today. Body camera footage released from Tucson PD. We're going to play out just a bit of that for you. Again, viewer discretion is advised. And those were the moments leading up to the shooting of Leslie Scarlett, the suspect who was involved in the series of those shootings. He was 35 years old. He's now in extremely critical condition at a local hospital. He has a criminal history and spent 6 years in prison. More to come from that investigation out in Tucson, Arizona, but an ongoing investigation out of South LA, where we are following that destructive fireworks explosion, while the LAPD says that human error is likely what contributed to that explosion. Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez has that story.
You can hear an angry person screaming at LAPD Chief Michael Moore as he tries to point to human error as the most likely explanation for the large June 30th blast in South Los Angeles.
An error was made here. Clearly, the outcome was catastrophic.
17 people were injured and several homes badly damaged when bomb squad personnel ended up putting almost 3 times the amount of explosives that they thought they were placing into a container that just couldn't handle that much.
The LAPD bomb squad estimation totals 16.5 pounds.
They estimated that visually and put the material into a container rated to handle an explosion with as much as 25 pounds of material. But ATF investigators using samples from the explosion site actually weighed the material with scales and came up with just over 42 pounds of explosive material.
They screwed up bad. Yeah, I'm just over this.
Reaction from those living in the 27th Street neighborhood that was damaged and where one block remains off limits. His question echoes others here. Why would LAPD bomb squad not weigh such volatile explosives with a scale instead of estimating visually?
Our personnel did a estimation based on a visual inspection, based on the X-ray, as well as capturing that material for evidence in a bag. And based on years of experience that they have, many years of experience in gathering, dealing with an unstable and a dangerous item. So your handling of this, it's not like Play-Doh. And so to that end, when they chose to physically estimate it, we of course are looking at that standard and challenging that standard today.
All I can say is I feel like the people that were the last fortunate were the ones that were hurt the most.
That was Christina Gonzalez with Fox 11 LA. President Biden now, you're taking a live look at the White House, urging Congress to act on his economic agenda, saying doing so will sustain job growth the administration has seen over the last 6 months. Republicans say inflation is a problem and trillions of dollars in new spending will make the situation worse. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more on the debate in Washington, as well as the latest dip on Wall Street.
Prices are up in almost every sector, from used cars to plane tickets. But the president says the bumps are temporary, adding that more investments are needed to keep inflation low in the long term.
If we increase the availability of quality, affordable child care, elder care, paid leave, more people will enter the workforce. These steps will enhance our productivity, raising wages without raising prices.
The president is making the case for trillions of dollars in new spending. Democrats are working on a $3.5 trillion budget blueprint to pump federal resources into health care and family service programs. At the same time, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is setting a Wednesday deadline for a procedural vote to begin debate on the $1.2 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill, a move some Republicans have criticized.
You need a little bit more time to get it right. It can absolutely happen, but you need to pay for it.
Though the president has brushed off inflation concerns as temporary, Republican leaders are raising the alarm.
Inflate our way out of inflation? Another multi-trillion-dollar reckless taxing and spending spree, believe me, is the last thing American families need.
Stocks also fell on Monday over fears that rising COVID-19 cases will slow global economic growth. As Democrats work on the $3.5 trillion budget blueprint, Senator Lindsey Graham has floated the idea of Senate Republicans leaving town to block the bill. He's likened the move to Texas Democrats fleeing the state last week to block a new voting law. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And you're taking a live look at San Francisco. We'll be getting out to California for some news on COVID-19, specifically mandates indoors, what local officials are saying. Until then, though, I have a really interesting story out of Fox 6 in Milwaukee 25 years ago, a look back at the Oakfield tornado. Here's a really beautiful story put together, again, remembering that tornado and what it did to the community.
July 18, 1996, a hot and very humid day across Wisconsin with the threat of afternoon storms. Retired Fox 6 chief meteorologist Vince Candela remembers just how strong the potential for severe weather really was.
So the dew points, I think, in the morning were still pretty high, upper 60s or 70, but by later in the afternoon, I think the dew point in Madison was like 78. So we knew something big was going to happen.
And Vince was right. That afternoon, a strong thunderstorm in Fond du Lac County started rotating. At 7:05, the storm produced a tornado about 4 miles west of the village of Oakfield.
That's a tornado touchdown. You got dust on the ground.
The tornado strengthened quickly as it began its journey eastward, while sirens blared, warning of the impending threat.
We're just out of the path of it.
I'll never forget that image.
Friends Travis and Brett think back to that day 25 years ago.
My aunt calls us and she goes, "You guys need to get in the basement. There's a tornado, huge one coming." And we're like, looking out the windows, we're like, "What are you talking about? There's nothing out there."
Travis watched from his home in Mayville, just a few miles south of Oakfield.
Boom. It just pops up. It looks like it's taken out our northern farm. It looks like it's taken out our babysitters. It looks like it's taken out the countryside, not knowing it's in Oakfield at the time. It was honestly a monster. I don't think I'll ever see anything like it.
Just remember it being really humid.
Brett and his family were home playing cards. Their AC unit was on full blast from the high humidity, so they were unable to hear the sirens warning of the approaching storm.
Yeah, I just remember it being real muggy. All of a sudden, the AC unit falls out of the window. And all I can remember is we get that basement door open finally, and my dad couldn't shut it because of the wind pressure. He never was able to end up getting it closed, and luckily we were safe. He got us behind the door.
The now strong F4 tornado was over the heart of Oakfield, ravaging the small community as it continued to grow stronger. By the time it left Oakfield, the tornado was a violent F5, the strongest on the Vegeta scale, with winds around 300 miles an hour. After the tornado passed, Brett and his family emerged from their home's basement and saw the incredible destruction left behind.
There's just shards of glass everywhere, and easily me or my sister or my dad could have been hit with. There is some houses completely off the lot. All these houses around, like every house pretty much had some sort of damage.
The town was hardly recognizable. Homes, cars, businesses, and even the town's century-old oak trees were destroyed. Having heard Oakfield took a direct hit from the tornado, Travis joined hundreds from the surrounding community to assist with storm cleanup.
Quite a bit of the town debris, we ended up finding photos from 6 blocks over, and cans were all over the community because the canning factory got pretty totaled out on that.
I forgot how many miles away they were still finding cans like weeks later, and I think the concession stand's really the only original thing that's still here. Like none of these dugouts or that was there. I believe that was all new. I didn't remember this playground set was not
the
here.
blue one was there. That thing's been there for as long as I can remember.
The pair remembering one building in particular.
Right next to the church. Church was completely destroyed. Houses on both sides of it were destroyed. The brick house is still standing there today, completely untouched. It's nuts how much it missed and then how much it just completely leveled and blocks or two apart.
Although 25 years have passed since the tornado hit Oakfield, there are still some things Brett and Travis will never forget.
But it's just like you definitely take stuff, you don't take stuff for granted anymore.
I'll never forget that image. It's gonna be stuck in my brain for ever. If I'm 85 and I don't remember anything, that's one thing I'm gonna remember is that F5 just coming up out of literally just.
Yes.
Vince Candela recalls having a new piece of technology that may have made a difference that day.
WSR-88D, the Doppler radar systems that all the National Weather Service offices would be installing. And the promise, of course, is now being able to look inside a storm and see the velocity. Meteorologists would be able to see this rotation and issue tornado warnings 10, 15, 20 minutes in advance instead of maybe only a minute or two warning. For Oakfield, that really came true. The warning was issued well in advance, and that was the thing that impressed me the most. It's like, this is what the promise of Doppler is all about, advanced rotation. Because if we can give people 10 minutes warning instead of maybe 2 minutes, wow, is that all the difference in the world?
For For the Fox 6 weather experts, I'm meteorologist AJ Waterman.
Really amazing story right there. When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we are going into a health coronavirus unit talking about the Delta variant, rising concerns over that, and what it might do for the economy moving forward. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, almost 8:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We're talking coronavirus as cases are rising amid the Delta variant, and officials are concerned this may hinder economic recovery efforts. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has more from New York.
Fears of a COVID-19 surge being felt across the nation. For the fourth consecutive day, new cases rising in all 50 states, a feat not seen since the early months of the pandemic. Infection rates are also spiking in states with low vaccination rates. An average of 530,000 daily vaccinations were administered last week, a drop from more than 3 million per day back in April.
This is becoming a pandemic of the unvaccinated. And our biggest concern is that we are going to continue to see preventable cases, hospitalizations, and sadly deaths among the unvaccinated.
Worries of a potential surge has also hit Wall Street, the Dow plunging hundreds of points as investors fear recovery efforts will be slowed down if COVID-19 cases continue to rise. The president expressing concern if Americans don't receive the jab.
It doesn't have to hold our economy back any longer. But the only way we put it behind us is if more Americans get vaccinated.
Meanwhile, the American Academy of Pediatrics releasing new guidance calling on all school districts to implement mask wearing for everyone over 2 years old. However, the recommendation is different from what the CDC is saying, which advises that fully vaccinated students and staff do not need to wear a mask in class. Los Angeles County reimposed their indoor mask mandate over the weekend following a rise in COVID-19 cases. In New York, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And moving now out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles, as conversation of mask mandates is definitely top of mind. We're talking indoor mask mandates. Here's the latest from Phil Schuman with Fox 11.
Actually made, Phil.
They are moving forward with the mask mandate implemented perhaps Wednesday night or Thursday morning, giving businesses time to get ready. They say they don't want to go back to social distancing, don't want to go back to capacity limits, of course, don't want to go back to the shutdown. So the indoor mask mandate is a small step. What do people here think? Here's a sample.
Logically, indoors, you should probably have a mask on as much as possible. Outside, the likelihood of catching anything is probably zero.
I personally, in terms of mask wearing,
I think it's a lot of the unvaccinated that's pushing this. And to me, it seems a little unfair.
I've just returned back from the East Coast, and I think that, whatever Pasadena needs to do to keep everyone as safe as possible makes the most sense.
It's just like shoes, shirts, and you have to wear it when you go in somewhere. If someone asks you to wear a mask, you wear a mask. If you don't want to wear it, you don't go in. That's your choice. No one's taking your choice. Your choice is go in the building or not go in the building.
When you put it that way, it's kind of simple, right?
It is extremely simple. If you don't want to go somewhere, you don't go somewhere.
So this new mask mandate, again, it's to curb the spike in new COVID cases. It's already in effect in Los Angeles, in Long Beach, which has its own health department, and now Pasadena will implement it. It has its own health department. It's the decision of the health department, not the mayor's, not the city council. Let's listen to Pasadena's health officer, Dr. Ling Go.
If we were walled off and not moving or mixing, traveling, or letting anybody from LA County into our city, then we could look at it that way as far as our own vaccination rate, because our vaccination rate only reflects Pasadena residents. And the reality is we are an international city. So we've got people coming in and out every day, interacting with them.
So Dr. Go, you heard her mention the vaccination rates, Alex and Marla. Here in Pasadena, it approaches 80%. With people 12 years of age or older. That's about 20% more than the state, about 25 to 30% more than Los Angeles County, which again implemented that mask mandate Saturday night at midnight. So the concern here is curbing the spike. That's the bottom line. I think this mask mandate is the simplest first step. Alex, Marla?
What strikes me, Phil, is obviously that 80%. That is, for all intents and purposes, they've reached herd immunity. That's what we've been working toward this entire time since March of 2020. And to add to that, 88% of Pasadena residents, 88% have at least some protection. So what does that do to the concept of herd immunity? It makes it really a moot point or not really a goal to work toward.
Well, it is still a goal to work towards for everyone. But remember, the Delta variant's new. They're still learning about it. There could be other variants down the road. All the health experts tell you that the battle against this pandemic is evolving. It's certainly not over. But the immediate concern is the spike. And you heard it from Dr. Go that people from all over come into Pasadena. So it's much more of a question than just how many people in this area are vaccinated or have some protection.
All right, let's bring into the conversation right now the mayor of Pasadena, Victor Gordo, who just walked out of that council meeting to sit down to talk with us. Mayor, thank you so much for taking time to talk with us. Let's begin the discussion, though, with what Phil was just talking about. 80% plus vaccination rate in Pasadena. If the vaccines really work, why is this needed? And what message does this send to people who have gotten vaccinated?
Well, I think the message, one, is we're all better protected when we're vaccinated, and we also have more freedoms when we're vaccinated. The vaccine does work. Unfortunately, for Pasadena, as Phil was covered, we're not on an island. People come in and out of Pasadena to be employed, to be educated, to recreate. And so we're doubling down our efforts locally to turn that 80% into 100%. But we're asking other municipalities to do the same thing. To work with the county, to work with the state, to encourage their residents, even if they don't have their own health department, to encourage the residents to get vaccinated, because we are in a large region and we move around in that region.
And Mayor Gordo, was the decision made as to when this mask mandate will officially go into effect in Pasadena?
No decision was made, but it's likely to go into effect in the next 48 hours or so. The health director has been given some guidance, and ultimately it's the health director, health officer's medical determination that will win the day and guide us forward.
Go ahead, Phil.
Well, there was some significant pushback by some council members in the meeting that we attended here in Pasadena City Hall, though it is the health officer's decision. And then Mayor Gordo, something interesting that you brought up, which is potentially a very hot button issue. You were talking about the health officer mandating vaccines. Is that something that should be explored in Pasadena and elsewhere?
Well, one thing that we don't want to do is be unprepared or be caught flat-footed. And in the event that this variant or other variants take off, we want to know what the rights of the health officer are, what the jurisdiction is, to ensure that all our options are studied and we have determinations that we're not looking to see what can or cannot be ordered. And so I simply ask the health officer to begin, and the city attorney, to begin having discussions without other jurisdictions and bringing us answers to those questions, because we don't know what lies ahead. We're hoping that it doesn't come to that.
The city attorney's answer was, in her understanding, the city attorney's answer was yes, the health officers do have the power to go as far as to order people to get vaccinated. Is that your understanding?
That is our understanding, but we want to have absolute clarity. But our understanding of the law is that under the state health code, health officers do have the authority in communicable disease situations to order vaccination. And, we live in a region and we want to be certain that our partners understand and have the same understanding of the law. Because if that time were to come, regrettably, we would want to do it in concert. Well, I shouldn't say regrettably, we would want to do it in concert.
So do you support that? Do you think that the idea of mandatory vaccines is a good idea?
I'm not weighing in one way or another at this point because we don't have enough information. I just want to have clear information if and when that time were to present itself. If it does, hopefully it doesn't. But we don't want to be in the middle of a battle asking the question. We want to have answers to all options up front.
Let me ask a follow-up, though, on the idea of masks themselves. The CDC says if you get a vaccine, you don't need to wear a mask inside. That is something that the state of California has said as well. Why is their science wrong? And what science are you looking at that's different than their science?
Well, I don't know that their science is wrong. The discussion today was about abundance of caution and doing all that we can to double down on our efforts to encourage people to be vaccinated, but at the same time,
but do you understand how it's confusing? And there's some people that feel like this is making people even less likely to get a vaccine, because part of the whole sales job of getting a vaccine was not only does it make you healthier, but that you can take off your mask. That's what the government said over and over again. And now you're saying, even though you did get the vaccine, you got to put your mask back on. And there's some saying that that's going to make it harder to get the vaccination numbers up.
And that's a valid argument, and Phil will tell you I raised that question this evening. It seems counterintuitive to say to people who've been vaccinated that you have to put a mask back on, but we've seen our numbers go from 5.6 infection to 7.2 infection rate over the course of a weekend. And so there is concern about the variant, but I don't disagree with you. That it seems very counterintuitive and maybe even discouraging if you've received the vaccine, but that's going to be part of the analysis as we move forward.
And one of your council members made the point, and this person was pushing back, saying, why not just leave it up to individual businesses? Because so many of our residents are vaccinated. I'll say it again, more than 80% of your residents are vaccinated. Sure, it's an international city, but why not just put the onus on the business owner and let them decide?
Well, that's one question. We may end up with a bifurcated process where businesses have the right to ask, and they currently enjoy that right, but maybe more enforcement. And if individuals refuse to share their vaccination information or outright say they have not been vaccinated, the time may come when businesses say, we're not going to serve you indoors. Your only option is outdoors or not at all. But that's another question that we put to the city attorney as well as to the health officer. Are we headed towards a bifurcated system, either in Pasadena or?
I had an opportunity. I had an opportunity to talk to Dr. Go after the meeting, and I don't want to disappoint you, but she did not seem interested in that so-called bifurcated order because she thought that would be even more confusing, though it certainly is a legitimate concept, the idea of, say, a business asking for vaccination proof and then not requiring a mask indoors if you have that. So I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, that's an open question. Again, more information needs to be gotten, more communication with the state, with the county. I don't know that Pasadena would go forward with a bifurcated system when the region is not on a bifurcated system. I do think it may cause confusion, but it's a question we should ask ourselves broadly.
I asked you this earlier, Mayor. What are you doing here in Pasadena? Admittedly, it's a city of only about 140,000 or so. But to get those vaccination numbers up to 80%, what have you done that, say, L.A. County could follow or emulate?
Well, I think it's a combination of outreach, both broadly, providing access at large vaccination centers, but also reaching out to communities where we know people are resisting vaccination, communities of color, neighborhoods. I think our health department has done a tremendous job of urging people very directly to be vaccinated. So it's a combination of getting into the people's neighborhoods where we see numbers are low, but then also offering vaccine broadly at large centers and making it convenient for people.
All right, Mayor Victor Gordo, the big headline coming out of this interview that the mask mandate is coming to Pasadena as it already is in place in Los Angeles County and Long Beach. It is not so far in place in any of the other surrounding counties in Southern California or the state of California, but out of an abundance of caution, it will be coming to Pasadena potentially within the next 48 hours. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you.
Okay, still to come, more on.
And again, that was Fox 11 in Los Angeles. We'll be sticking with a little bit of their coverage a little bit later in this hour. But we want to move to Texas now, where they have one of the highest incidences of minimum wage workers and one of the largest populations of uninsured and underinsured in the United States. We're going to go out to a story from Fox 26 in Houston as the founder of Sesame Care came on the show. He wants to help provide minimum wage workers in Texas with accessible, low-cost health care. Here's that.
We are your station for money, and Texas has one of the highest incidences of minimum wage workers and one of the largest uninsured and underinsured populations in the United States. This morning, we are speaking with Michael Botta, the co-founder of Sesame Care, which wants to help provide minimum wage workers in Houston with some accessible, low-cost, or maybe even no-cost health care. Good morning, Michael. Thank you so very much for joining us.
Good morning, Jose. Thanks for having me.
Okay, now why is it so important to provide people with accessible, affordable health care?
Sure. So at Sesame, I think we realized that the last year and a half has been incredibly difficult for millions of Americans, particularly when it comes to their health care. Lots of folks have maybe lost their health insurance. They may have skipped seeing the doctor. Maybe they skipped refilling a medication. And at Sesame, we think we can help. So Sesame is a healthcare superstore. We work with over 10,000 different medical practices across the country. And these are doctors who are not just offering high quality care, but also affordable health care. You can see a doctor for as little as $25, even if you don't have health insurance. And so, as you said, what we're doing is starting today in Houston for minimum wage workers, anybody who has a job that's making the minimum wage. If you're concerned, if you think maybe you need to catch up on your care, see a doctor, you can visit us at sesamecare.com/Texas and sign up for free care. We'll get you care entirely free for the next year, up to 4 visits with a doctor.
So how can you do this? I mean, you're talking about minimum wage workers just going to any doctor in our area and getting free care?
So anyone who's using sesamecare.com, any doctor on our website, whether in person, so in their office, or virtual care via telemedicine, will get you up to 4 visits for free if you sign up, as I mentioned.
Okay, how does someone apply or see whether they are eligible to be part of Sesame?
Sure, great question. So anybody can use Sesame. It's fully available at sesamecare.com. But for this offer in particular, the giveaway is for minimum wage workers. So if you work minimum wage, as I mentioned, you go to that website address, sesamecare.com/Texas, and there's a form there. If you click the top banner that says Get Free Healthcare, you can sign up. we'll confirm, and then we'll get you started for up to 4 free visits.
That's amazing. How can you do this?
I think we recognize that, especially in the Houston metro area, there are lots of underinsured Americans. And we want people to know generally that they can use Sesame to find affordable healthcare for anything they need. As I mentioned, this is a healthcare superstore for any kind of doctor you're looking for. But this particular offer, when we recognize we're in a position to help, given how many folks are uninsured, we want to get the word out there. And it's not entirely unlimited. So once we get beyond the first 100 or so people, what we'll be providing is, at minimum, a discount on your care. But for at least the first 100 people that sign up, we can provide entirely free care up to 4 visits over the next year.
That is really amazing. And thank you so very much for doing what you do to help those who may not be able to get that health care. Michael Botta, co-founder of Sesame Care. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
We are your station.
Well, it's Cord Blood Awareness Month, created to spread the word about the use of life-saving stem cells. Here's Fox 26 in Houston with more.
It just happens to be Cord Blood Awareness Month, created to spread the word about the use of life-saving stem cells. We are your station for help. And here to discuss is Dr. Chitra Hosing with the Department of Stem Cell Transplantation and Cellular Therapy with MD Anderson Cancer Center. Good morning to you. Why don't you start by talking to us about what umbilical cord blood is and why it's so important?
Thank you very much for having me, and good morning to all your viewers. So cord blood, as the name suggests, is literally the blood that remains in the placenta and the cord blood after the baby has been born and the umbilical cord has been clamped. So this blood is no longer necessary for the baby or for the mother and is usually discarded. Turns out that this blood is very rich in stem cells and can be used to perform stem cell transplants in patients with cancer or other non-cancerous conditions. And particularly, it is a vital source of stem cells for patients who do not have any other match donors available.
And then for someone who wants to donate that cord blood, how does that process work?
So it's a purely voluntary process. We collect at several Houston area hospitals, and these include many of the Memorial Hermann hospitals, including the Woodlands, Memorial City, Medical Center, and Southwest. We also collect at the Women's Hospital of Texas, St. Joseph's, and the Ben Taub Hospital, which is part of the Harris County. So if somebody is interested in donation, they should ask their obstetrician, or they can ask the cord blood bank collectors who are present at the site.
And there's certainly a difference of if you bank your own, then you are going to have to pay a yearly fee to keep that in a stem cell bank. But what about if you want to donate? Obviously, probably no cost involved with that.
Definitely, there is no cost to the parents to donate their baby's cord blood to our bank, and there is no cost to storing it either.
How far have we come with this process? I remember a couple of decades ago, it was a brand new thought, and now how do you feel like we've come today?
I think we have made great improvements over the past decade. So the whole aspect of cord blood transplantation, from collection, storage to the transplant itself, has improved. So for example, we now realize that collecting and storing the highest number of stem cells is beneficial. So we target that. We have our collectors who assist the obstetricians during delivery, and we try to collect the maximum number of stem cells we can, or the volume, which equals to the stem cells. We try to collect from diverse ethnic groups. Cryopreservation techniques have improved, so we don't have as much wastage when we store the cells. And finally, the transplant outcomes with the availability of new drugs, new antibiotics, those have improved as well.
And someone who is maybe thinking about donating these cells might wonder how serious the need is. Is this something that you use on a daily basis? What is the serious need of you getting those stem cells?
Definitely. I'm a transplant physician, and as you know, MD Anderson is one of the largest transplant centers in the country, if not the largest, and we perform over 850 transplants a year. And it's very heartbreaking when you have a patient with cancer or a kid with some metabolic disorder who needs a transplant and we are not able to find a donor for them. So it's very important that people donate. It's like I said, it's painless. It's no danger to the patient or the baby. In fact, we make it our utmost priority that the safety of the mother and the baby comes first. And of course, there is no cost and is definitely needed.
All right. Well, we know that our viewers can reach out to your cord blood bank office if they are interested in helping out. Thank you for this valuable information this morning. It just happens to.
Well, if you're tired all the time, it turns out that it possibly could be your diet. More than likely, Fox 26 in Houston has some small changes that you can make to boost that energy.
Well, here's a question for you. Are you tired all the time? May not realize it, but it could actually be your diet. Here to discuss small changes that could give you more energy is Dr. Michelle Udayamurti with Kelsey Sebo Clinic. Welcome to Houston's Morning Show.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Oh, we're doing good and hope to have a boost of energy after talking to you. How can our diet impact our fatigue level?
So your diet plays a big component in your energy level for the day. You know, eating things that are healthy, that are good for you can definitely boost your energy level and make you feel a whole lot better.
Well, I think it's important to know which ones might make you feel tired. So what are those foods that are kind of naughty, I'm going to call them?
So foods that are kind of, we should avoid or eat very little of would be foods that are, you know, very big in, you know, calories, very heavy, you know, heavy like fat content, or even high carb content would kind of make you feel a little bit more tired, sluggish. The other thing is highly processed foods can kind of make you feel a little bit more tired as well. And also one thing to think about as well is eating a larger portion will make you feel tired and sluggish as well.
Or showing a lot of fried foods and bread that might make you feel bad. What adjustments can you do to improve the situation? Because we know that those are easy foods for people to eat and they're going to probably continue to do that. But how can you make yourself feel quite not so tired if these foods are causing you to feel that way?
So changing your food choices would be the number one thing I'd recommend. Eating food choices like fresh fruits and vegetables, that would be very good. And especially like in the summer season, there's plenty of fresh fruits we can get at the grocery store that taste real good. And then fresh vegetables that will they have a lot of vitamins and minerals that will help boost your energy as well. And then drinking lots of water will help kind of boost your energy level and keep you nice and hydrated, especially when it's so hot outside. And then the other thing is like what we were talking about is paying attention to portion sizes. Smaller portions go a long way and they'll kind of keep you feeling a little bit more energized throughout the day.
And as we're taking a look at those lean meats and those fresh fruits and vegetables, obviously it's going to be lower calories than some of those higher dense foods we were talking about. Does calorie intake make a difference in your energy level?
It does in a sense. It depends person to person and your activity level. You don't want to be taking in too many calories because that can lead to fatigue in a sense because you're giving yourself too much food, too much portions. But, you know, on the opposite side, we don't want to take in too less or little calories. So finding that balance, and that's something you could definitely talk with your doctor about to figure out what is the target goal for you.
And since we're at breakfast time, I'd love to ask you about that because there have been a lot of thoughts of late about whether it really is the most important meal of the day. What are your thoughts about as far as energy boost and everything else is concerned with eating in the morning?
I think eating in the morning is definitely a good idea, and you want to do something that's probably high in protein like eggs, turkey, sausage, you know, go for those leaner proteins, and then definitely put some fresh fruit with it, or if you like to make some sort of vegetable like spinach or something like that in an omelet, that would be really good. Breakfast does really help, and it does give you that energy boost, so I think it's important to eat it.
All right, ready, set, go, everyone. Let's go eat those fresh veggies and toss the processed foods. Thank you for your time this morning.
You're welcome.
So that was a compilation of health segments from Fox 26 in Houston. When we come back after the break, we're talking about the Olympics, more specifically a U.S. gymnast testing positive for COVID. You don't want to miss it. See you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, almost 9 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. We want to go out to some Olympics coverage. As you know, it is starting. Unfortunately, we're not NBC, we're Fox, so we don't get as much coverage of it. But Fox 11 Los Angeles speaking about something very interesting, a U.S. gymnast testing positive for the coronavirus. Here's the details.
More Olympic athletes sidelined today with COVID-19 within the Olympic Village.
This comes as the opening ceremony is scheduled to start Friday. An alternate on Team USA's women's gymnastic team has contracted COVID and has been put in isolation. USA Gymnastics said she tested positive on Sunday. The athlete's coach says she was vaccinated against the virus 2 months ago. She is now quarantining along with a second alternate from the team.
So let's bring in the former women's gymnastics coach for UCLA, the legendary Valerie Condos Field. She joins us from a camp with a bunch of coaches where they are getting great coaching advice, but not the best Wi-Fi. So there's a bit of a delay. You'd have a great somersault, but not the back and forth. But we're going to get through it because that's what we do.
Yes, we will.
What is your sort of big picture thought on this Olympics? Should we even be going forward with it? And how these athletes who have worked so hard to get to this point must be feeling right now, too?
You know, that's the magic question as to whether we should be moving forward with these Olympics, and I don't think anybody has that answer. But I do know that every Olympian of many different sports whom I have asked, is it worth it? And they all say yes. Even I am at this camp with past Olympians, and we were talking about Kara getting testing positive for COVID. And I said, is it still worth it? And they all said, yes, absolutely it is.
Well, given the Olympic mentality that all of these athletes have, it's just that natural instinct for them. Do you think that these early reports, these cases of COVID, will inspire them to be even more vigilant and responsible within the Olympic Village? Or do you foresee more athletes testing positive?
I don't have that crystal ball, but I know I am close to Simone as well. I know that these athletes and their coaches have been extremely vigilant and diligent with the discipline it has taken. And I do agree with you that they will be even more so now. They want to compete, and there's nothing that they would do to jeopardize that opportunity for themselves or their teammates.
Jordan Childs, who's on the Olympic team, is from UCLA. I'm wondering if you've talked with her or talked with anybody on the team. And for you, as somebody who's coached so many champions over the years, what would your message be to the athletes if you were in Tokyo with them right now?
You know, honestly, Jordan is not at UCLA yet. She's coming next fall. But I am here at this camp with Samantha Peshek, who's a 2008 Olympian. And we all just agreed that all they can do is maintain those things that they are in control over and have 100% diligence and integrity to the things that are in their control, and honestly not worry and fret over those things that are out of their control, because there's so much noise right now in their heads. I hope those athletes are not on social media. I hope they're not reading a lot of the negative things that are being said, which is so hurtful. I don't understand that mentality. And to just keep focused on the things that are in your control.
And as you know, we work our way to Friday with the opening ceremonies there. What do you think it would take to, again, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but to actually, we've seen the games postponed, so here we are, to actually be canceled?
As I keep saying, I don't have that crystal ball. I wish I did. I would tell everyone what's going to happen. I don't think they will cancel the games at this point.
Even if more and more athletes test positive?
Yeah, I don't know what that percentage would need to be, but at this stage of the game, I think it is very unlikely that they cancel the games.
Well, we just talked a little bit about Simone Biles and showed her. She's thought to be the greatest gymnast in the history of our country. And after the Olympic Games, she's going on tour with you, including right here in Southern California. It's called the GOAT Tour, greatest of all time. Gold Over America Tour, whichever you want to call it. Anaheim, September 24th at the Honda Center. LA, September 25th at Staples Center. What can people see?
Oh my gosh, thank you for talking about this. It's going to be a gymnastics extravaganza like nobody has ever seen before. We will showcase gymnastics in the light that it should be seen. It's going to be like a rock concert with a lot of flipping and twisting.
Wow, so that's coming up. So we're going to get through the Olympics one way or the other. We're going to get through the Olympics in Tokyo, and then you have the Gold Over America Tour. And how are you feeling as we move till Friday? Are you nervous, excited? Explain it.
I'm extremely excited. I know every one of those girls that are competing and representing us, and the men as well. I know athletes from other sports that are competing over there. And, you know, we all know that they have waited so long for this moment. I just continue to hope that we've seen the extent of the COVID coming out of the village and that they're able to compete. They all want to, regardless of what they've had to go through, regardless of the fact that there are no fans in the stands. I hear they're not even going to have cutouts in the stands. They don't care. They want to compete.
Well, they're pretty incredible, as are you. And by the way, Val's life story is in her book. It's called Life is Short, Don't Wait to Dance. I still have my signed copy from when you visit us here in studio, and encourage people to read it as well. That's going to be so much fun in September, that concert event, the GOAT Tour. Thank you, Val. Great to see you.
Thank you, Coach Val.
I appreciate you both. Thank you so much.
All right, still to come, a new study finds that dogs.
And continuing our Olympics coverage, a Fort Bend ISD graduate in the Houston, Texas area headed to the Tokyo Olympics to compete in track and field. Here's that conversation on Fox 26 Houston.
A Fort Bend ISD graduate is headed to Tokyo to compete in track and field. Bryce Dedman joins me live along with his mom, Nikita. Good morning to you both.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning.
How y'all doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. Bryce, I understand you've been training in College Station because you were a track standout at A&M. Track and field is going later to Tokyo, so how are you handling the wait, and what are your feelings, leading up to the big flight over there to Japan?
It's really just a lot of anticipation, just ready to get on that plane. But leading up to it, I'm just trying to make sure my training is right. I mean, my sleep is right. I'm trying to make sure I'm quarantining so I don't contact trace before I get over there. Just the basic things to stay careful before I get over there. But I'm extremely excited. I don't feel like it'll actually hit me until I get on the jet over there. But no, as for now, I'm very excited about the trip.
Well, you're going to be competing, for what I understand, in a first-of-its-kind event at the Olympics, a mixed relay. So that's 2 women and 2 men?
Yes, that's correct, on the 4x4 relay.
Wow. What does it mean to you to be, the first in this event?
I really didn't think about it until one of my friends put it into perspective. It's actually an amazing opportunity to be able to possibly be the first country to bring home a gold medal in that event and possibly set a world record in that event, since it hasn't been run in the Olympics before. So this is a great opportunity. I'm glad I got to be a part of it and be a part of history on top of that. It's a really great experience and a really great opportunity.
I can't wait to watch. Mom, Nikita, when did you think your son could really become an Olympian? I mean, when did you think, you know what, my son is good?
Well, I thought that when he was about 10 years old, Bryce ran summer track with the youth track club, Track Houston. But for him to get to this point in track and field, I never would have imagined. But when he ran in the NCAAs in Eugene, Oregon, is when I realized that this would actually be a reality for Bryce.
Wow.
I'm excited.
I bet you are. Bryce, you went to Ridgepoint High in Missouri City. So what set you up for this dream to come true? Like, what was the foundation you got there?
Oh wow. The foundation, the support system I had there, Ridgepoint was definitely the best high school I went to. The support system from the teachers to all my lifelong friends that I still have today. I especially owe a lot of credit to my two high school track coaches, Coach Owen, Coach Mosick. They really set me up for success there. And just the whole environment of Ridgepoint, it was just a loving environment when I was there. A strong, like I said, a very strong support system with my principal then, Miss Tammy Edwards. It was a lot. It was a lot. It was a whole family unit that kind of got me where I'm at today, and I couldn't have been more thankful for them at all.
That's wonderful. And Mom, you're planning a watch party. Is that going to happen really early in the morning when your son runs, or are you planning to watch it later on?
I think we're going to have to watch it later. Since Japan time is 13 hours ahead of us, we would be watching it at 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
So
you're going to
may have to plan to watch it later.
Later on. That sounds good. And Bryce, anything you're most looking forward to, or an athlete, that you're really hoping you get to meet there?
I wouldn't say there's an athlete I'm looking forward to meet, but I'm just looking forward to having the whole Olympic experience. I mean, it's a blessing that I even get to compete, let alone go to the Olympics in general. I mean, this is a once-in-a-lifetime event, so I'm really excited to meet all the Olympians from, of course, Team USA, but from other countries as well, kind of like connect with people, make friendships, see how other people live, move, and experience their culture. So I'm very excited about that.
And you fly out this weekend, right?
Yes, on the 24th.
Okay. Well, we wish you all the best. We hope you bring home a gold, and most importantly, that you stay healthy. Thank you both so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Take care.
And staying in Texas, if all goes as planned, Jeff Bezos is going to be soaring into space tomorrow with his company Blue Origin's first manned launch. This one is going to look a little bit different than the one that you saw with billionaire Richard Branson. For one, it's going to be a rocket ship, so a little different. It's going to be entirely automated. So what does this all mean? Fox in Chicago, Fox 32 actually spoke with a former astronaut about the launch tomorrow.
All goes as planned. Jeff Bezos is going to be soaring into space tomorrow with his company Blue Origin's first manned launch. This one is going to look a little different than what we saw with billionaire Richard Branson. For one, it's going to be a rocket ship and it will be entirely automated. So what does all this mean? Well, we are so honored to be joined by a former NASA astronaut, Mike Massimo. Thank you so much for coming on the show this morning. We appreciate your time.
Thanks very much, and the last name's Massimino, but thanks for having me.
I'm so sorry. Okay, Mike, let's talk to you a little bit about the perfect person for us to talk to about this. I understand that you have a team record for the number of hours spacewalking in a single space shuttle mission, and that you were actually the first person to tweet from space. So I got to know, what did that tweet say?
Well, I didn't think very much about it, Anita, and I probably should have put more thought into it, but it just out of the heart, it came that launch was awesome. This is right, it was on launch day, so I wrote that launch was awesome, feeling great, enjoying the views, and the adventure of a lifetime has begun. So there it is, first tweet from space.
Well, that's funny.
12 years ago, over 12 years ago.
You didn't even think that it was going to be history, but it is historic, and you're tweeting it out like, oh, I should have given a little more thought about that. That was really cool. Okay, well, let's talk about what we can expect tomorrow. Let's start, first of all, with the two differences I referred to at the beginning. The design of the rocket, it's different, and this mission is going to be automated. So tell us what that means and what we're going to see.
So if you compare it to what Richard Branson did a little over a week ago, he had a mothership and a spaceship that took off from a runway, dropped the spaceship at a high altitude, and that went the rest of the distance into space and then came back and landed on a runway. Jeff Bezos' spaceship, and so you had pilots controlling that, for example, the spacecraft to land it. Jeff Bezos' the Blue Origin New Shepard spacecraft is totally automated. There's no pilots on board. So the launch sequence, the separation from the launch vehicle comes back and will land very close to the launch site. The spaceship will then go to space, get about 4 minutes in space, similar to what, same amount of time pretty much that Richard Branson had. But then the spacecraft will come back and land with a parachute to be used again. But the major difference in my mind is that it's a fully automated launch with the Blue Origin Jeff Bezos model that we'll be seeing tomorrow, hopefully.
Wow. If that was you going up there, how would you feel if somebody else was controlling everything? Would that be unsettling for you? I mean, what do you think?
Well, it's not really. It's automated, so it's not someone else. It's an automatic sequence, and it's very, very robust. It's been tested 15 times. They've had 15 launches. They've also have an escape system that seems to work really well. They tested that 3 different times under different conditions. So if there's any problem, the spacecraft will separate from the rocket. The reason to have people involved is if you need to have people involved to intervene. But since this is not coming down on a runway, since it is coming back, it's a fairly short flight, it's going to come back with using a parachute, that automation sometimes can be more reliable than the people involved. So I would feel okay with it, actually. And I'm sure there's going to be some emergency procedures that they're going to need to know just in case to help themselves. But I think in this case, I think it's going to be pretty safe.
Yeah. Okay. You're somebody who spent your life training to become an astronaut, and the amount of hours and the commitment that you have to do, it must have been just consuming. But then back then, the government didn't seem to have the kind of interest in the space race that it had then that it does now. You know, how does it make you feel to see people like Bezos and Branson? I mean, civilians, you know, albeit rich, but civilians reigniting this.
Well, I was also a civilian. I was never a military person, so I was a civilian NASA astronaut, but I was a government employee. I think it's an interesting phase of space travel, space flight we're entering. I think it's great. You know, I wanted a career as an astronaut. What I got to do in space was much different than what they're going to do and during this 11-minute flight, obviously. You know, it did take a lot of preparation, very competitive process to become a NASA astronaut. Thousands of people applying. That's the hardest thing about becoming a NASA astronaut, is getting through the selection process. And then once you're there, there's a lot of training, years worth of training, but your missions are pretty complicated. You're up there for a long period of time, in my case, a couple of weeks. Now my friends are up there right now in the space station. They have 6-month expeditions in space. So it requires a lot more training and a much different background than what it requires to go on the ride that Jeff Bezos and his crewmates are going to have tomorrow. But I think it's great. I think it opens up opportunities for lots of people. My students at Columbia flew an experiment on one of the Blue Origin rocket ships, the same like Jeff Bezos is going to go on. There was no people on board, but they were able to do a research experiment on one of the previous flights. So I think it opens up opportunities for lots of research, for exploration, and for more people to experience space travel. So I think it's absolutely great.
All right. Well, there's been some talk, you know, that Branson didn't really go up into outer space, that he went up 50 miles, which NASA recognizes as the boundary of space. But Blue Origin says that theirs is a true astronaut experience because they're actually going to the internationally designated boundary of space, which is 62 miles up. So in your opinion, is this just a technicality?
Yeah, I think so. You know, the actual boundary of space is right around there, about 52 miles or so, where it was calculated, 80-some kilometers. And I think the international standard rounded up from like 82 kilometers to 100 kilometers, a nice round number. We went from like 51 or 52 miles down to 50. But we set 50 miles as the standard. They are launching from the United States, so I think we should be using 50 miles. So either one of them went into space is what I would say, and that's just a little technicality.
Well, Mike Massimino, we want to thank you so much for coming on. We are honored to be able to interview this morning. Sorry I messed up your name there. You're certainly not Massimo Jeans. Right. Massimino, okay. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, and like I said before, we will have special live coverage of the Blue Origin launch tomorrow morning. It starts at 9 a.m. Eastern. So our colleagues in Orlando, Florida, there at LiveNOW, Rain, Regina, and Pilar, they will be handling coverage of that. So you're not going to want to miss that. It's definitely something to watch. We're going to stay in Fox 32 in Chicago for the moment. They're talking to some experts because apparently this is boredom month, where you apparently are the most bored throughout the year. So interesting topic. Let's hear what they have to say about this.
Bored with your life? If so, you got plenty of company. A vast majority of Americans say right now their lives are pretty dull.
Yeah, so how do you break out of that funk and kind of add some life into your life? We've got the right person to help you with that. We say good morning to one of our favorite morning show guests, Mitchell Creasy. Hey, thank you for coming on. You are also known as the President's Coach. Not that you coach the president, but we like to have you here because you always have a great perspective. Good morning.
Scott, Anita, so good to see you guys.
Always good to see you.
Okay, so first of all, I had no idea how many people who, that there are that many people who say life is blasé. Is that normal?
Absolutely. We often seek out the big, exciting things to combat blah. But really, when 90% of us are feeling like, I don't really know what's going on in the day, and 90% of us are reporting we feel bored at least once a day, it's okay to let yourself off the hook for feeling that way.
Is it possible that a lot of that may be COVID related? I mean, so many of us holed up in our homes for 15 months and climbing the walls. Do you think that may have something to do with it?
Boredom existed long before COVID, and boredom will exist long after COVID. When we deny our desires, we move ourselves into this sort of energetic stalemate that we call boredom. Our bodies want to move forward, say by taking Friday off, but our brains want to stay stuck in the known. To do so, they'll tell us stories like, well, you don't want to be that guy. They're going to think you're lazy. They don't think you care. When we listen to those stories, we stay in this sort of energetic holding and call it boredom. But when we ignore them and move forward, our lives start to get pretty exciting.
All right, so give us some tips. We got to break the boredom out there. How do we do it?
First step is to get quiet. Sit down, close your eyes, take a nap. These are all great ways for that silence to spit out your next piece of inspired action. The next step is to get clear. Ask yourself, what is it I am resisting? Often acknowledging what you're turning away from is enough to grease the wheels back into motion. And third, conquer a fear. As Phil Knight, the founder of Nike, was told in his first ever part-time job, just do it. When you do, you will forget that you were ever bored.
All right, so before we let you go, because we're almost out of time, Mitchell, give us one of your personal tips. I mean, something you would do today if you were feeling a little bit stagnated.
Oh, I'm going to turn within. First of all, I'm going to let myself off the hook. It is never a good idea to beat yourself up for how you feel. The second thing I'm going to do is turn within, and I'm probably going to ask myself that question. What is it I am resisting?
Interesting. Okay. Well, as long as you're doing this and you're getting quiet and you don't fall asleep because you're that bored with yourself, maybe you need a little rest. Hey, I love your advice. You're always good to have on the show. And hopefully we can make some people have a better day and break the boredom.
Come back soon.
Fingers crossed.
So interesting tips there from that expert on how you can stave off some boredom if you're feeling bored. But it's never bored here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Monday night. Hope you had a great weekend. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll be hearing from a State Department spokesperson, Ned Price, about how the administration is handling the U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan. Remember, we've been reporting on what is going to happen to these thousands of translators, interpreters in Afghanistan at the moment. Will they be coming here to the United States to escape the horrors of the Taliban encroachment? So we'll be back in 2 minutes with more on that subject. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You can just take a moment. We're looking right there. That is a live look at the Bay Area. You can see a lot of traffic over the Bay Bridge there in San Francisco. We also have a live look at the White House at the moment, too. We'll give you an update on what President Biden and the administration will be doing tomorrow if the schedule does come out, which it usually does. This is a live look right now at Louisville, Kentucky. You can see there. Not one of these skyscapes we get a lot, but of course we get this one a lot too. This is in Midtown Manhattan in New York City, right on 6th Avenue. But at the moment, we do want to take the opportunity to show you some of the State Department briefing from earlier today. Spokesman Ned Price took a lot of questions from reporters, especially about what exactly will be happening with some thousands of Afghan translators and interpreters that assisted U.S. troops there for 20 years. What will happen to them as the Taliban makes some encroachments in the north part of the country with fears that the country could fall in a matter of 6 to 12 months. So we are following all of that ahead of the U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan, set to be complete August the 31st. Here's Ned Price at the State Department.
Outside and freezing in here. Good for the climate. That's right. All right. Good afternoon. We'll have a major storm in here. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Monday. Welcome back. We have a few things at the top, so we'll get right going. At the President's direction, the Department of State is working to relocate interested and eligible Afghan nationals and their families who've been approved through the Special Immigrant Visa, or SIV program. As the next step in that process, I am pleased to announce that the Department of Defense has agreed, at the request of the Department of State, to allow the use of Fort Lee, Virginia, as the initial relocation site for the pool of applicants who are closest to completing special immigrant processing. These are brave Afghans and their families, as we have said, whose service to the United States has been certified by the embassy in Kabul and who have completed thorough SIV security vetting processes. They will be provided temporary housing and services as they complete the final steps in the special immigrant process. We expect to begin the first relocation flights before the end of July, as you heard from the President. Approximately 2,500 Afghans and family members are currently eligible to finish special immigrant processing in the United States, and will certainly provide more details as they become available. On Friday, the Secretary will host the Iraqi Foreign Minister, Dr. Fuad Hussein, in the fourth meeting of the U.S.-Iraq Strategic Dialogue, reinforcing the strong relationship between our two countries. In support of this engagement, officials from our governments will review Iraq's political, economic, and security situation and discuss health and human rights, climate change, educational, and cultural exchanges. We're looking forward to a robust discussion with our Iraqi partners on all of these issues and more. Following the strategic dialogue, President Biden will welcome Prime Minister of Iraq, Mustafa al-Kadhimi, to the White House on July 26th. The strategic dialogue and the Prime Minister's visit will highlight the strategic partnership between the United States and Iraq and advance bilateral cooperation under the Strategic Framework Agreement. And finally, tomorrow we recognize 22 years since the People's Republic of China launched a campaign of repression against the Falun Gong movement and its millions of practitioners, advocates, and the human rights defenders working to protect their rights. Thousands of Falun Gong practitioners face detention, harassment, and reported torture and abuse each year for simply refusing to peacefully practice their beliefs. We call on the PRC to immediately cease its campaign against Falun Gong practitioners and release those imprisoned due to their beliefs. So with that, I'm happy to take your questions.
They face harassment and repression for refusing to stop their beliefs.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I want to get to Afghanistan, but do you have a readout of the meeting with the Belarusian opposition leader?
We will have a readout for you later today. As you know, we are welcoming Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya and her team to the department today. Ms. Tsikhanouskaya met with Secretary of State for Political Affairs Toria Nuland. Secretary Blinken also was planning to stop by for a part of that meeting, and we'll have a readout for you of that later today.
Just in general terms, what
well,
did they talk about?
As you
they
can,
certainly didn't talk about the wonderful nature of the Lukashenko government.
Quite the opposite. As you might expect, they discussed the ongoing repression, the crackdown by the Lukashenko regime, and the steps that we have said, and much of the international community has said, that the Lukashenko regime must take. As you know, Ms. Chikanovskaya has been at the forefront of the opposition movement in Belarus, and we were happy to welcome her to the department today and to continue our efforts to stand with the Belarusian people and their aspirations for human rights, democracy, and their broader Euro-Atlantic aspirations.
Unless someone else wants to go on Belarus, I just want to ask really quickly on Afghanistan. So on the SIV announcement that you made, who's paying for? Is it obviously the taxpayers ultimately, but if the Pentagon has been very insistent that this is a State Department operation. All questions have to go to the State Department. We're not saying anything about it, except that this is their facility. So who's actually going to be providing these services to them? Is that DoD personnel or state? Do you guys have people who can go down there? And whose budget does this come out of? And how much do you think it's going to cost?
Well, I don't have a specific funding amount to provide to you today. Of course, the U.S. government will fund the transportation of SIV applicants and their immediate families until they have status as special immigrants. And then resettled Afghan SIVs, like refugees, will receive resettlement benefits through the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program administered by resettlement agencies and their affiliates across the country for the first 30 to 90 days after arrival. As I said in the topper, the Department of Defense, at the request of the Department of State, has identified Fort Lee as a place that is suitable to temporarily house these special immigrant visa applicants as they complete the last phase of that process.
My question is not about once they get approved. It's in the interim period while they're living at Fort Lee. Is the State Department going to have people down there attending to their needs, and is the Pentagon paying for this, or is the State Department paying for it? Presumably it costs money to house people there, right?
Let me just explain a little bit how this is functioning internally, and we spoke about this somewhat late last week, but as you heard on July 19th, today, officially, the Department of State activated the Afghanistan Coordination Task Force. And that is a task force that, as you heard last week, is led by three-time Ambassador Tracy Jacobson. It consists of experts not only from the Department of State, but also from the Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Health and Human Services. And it is that task force that will coordinate our efforts across the government to take qualified SIV applicants out of harm's way and to bring them to the United States once their security vetting is complete. And so when we talk about this group today, this is a group of SIV applicants and their family members who have completed that step, the security vetting process, the rigorous process that is required before we would bring SIV applicants and their families to the United States. We are also working to bring applicants who have passed the Chief of Mission screening, but don't yet have that final step, that security vetting procedure, which is called a security advisory opinion. This group, again, a separate group from the 2,500 referenced earlier, includes about 4,000 applicants as well as their family members. And our plan is to take them to locations outside of the United States where they will be safe and where they will be provided accommodation during this processing period, which can last a number of months. But as we have said before, we are striving to shorten these processing times at every stage of the process. And I spoke last week about how we have been able to do that by surging personnel, by moving the locus of some of these operations back to the Washington DC area. And the increasing rate at which we've been able to approve SIV applicants in recent months. And you've seen the upward trajectory of that. We released our most recent quarterly report last week. We will have the next quarterly report in several months, and we certainly expect that increased processing to continue. I also will say that we do hope to expect to provide you an opportunity to hear directly from members of this task force, those who are leading it. We'll have more details for you on that tomorrow.
Well, that's a great answer to a question, but it's not at all the question that I asked. But thank you for the information in there, especially about the 4,000 others. But do you have an answer to who pays for this, the Pentagon or the State Department?
For
or is it
all
of them?
Specifically
yes,
for
Fort Lee, for people staying at a U.S. Army base, and is it going to be State Department people who are attending them? Is it an interagency thing, or is it all DoD?
We'll see if we can get you more details on that. It may need to wait for the conversation that we're planning before long.
Immediate family.
Yes.
Is that like parents included, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters? Where do you cut off the immediacy in the immediate family?
So, as you know, the processing for these individuals is multi-step. It is more than a dozen steps before these individuals reach the security vetting procedures. And so over the course of those steps, the screening and the screeners have an opportunity to get a sense from these applicants what that immediate family looks like. I wouldn't want to offer a broad generalization, but when we talk about each individual applicant, in many cases, there are several family members who will be traveling with him or her. Yes, Kylie.
I'm just curious, you guys have said that there are 2,500 SIV applicants and their family members who have been approved through the security vetting process. So does that figure, is that inclusive of their family members, or is that figure just the SIVs and then it would be plus their, family members?
So the first tranche, we are talking about 700 SIV applicants and their immediate family members, and so that's how we arrived at that ballpark estimate of 2,500.
Okay, gotcha. And how are they going to be flown to Fort Lee?
So, as we've said before, there are some details that we're able to provide. We're, of course, providing additional details today when it comes to this destination for this group. There will be some details that, for security reasons, we just aren't going to be in a position to provide. That is going to be one of them. Yes?
On this as well. It's estimated that about half of the SIV applicants don't live in Kabul or in the area near the capital. Will you undertake arrangements to bring some of those people to Kabul in order to transport them out of the country?
So we are providing assistance to these applicants in multiple stages of the process. Again, I think we'll be able to provide some more details tomorrow. But again, we're not in a position to do that today, at least.
Just stay on Afghanistan for a second.
Sure.
This again, really quick. Despite your statement welcoming the round of talks that happened in Doha over the weekend, it failed to reach an agreement. And the statement that was put out, not your statement, but the statement that was put out by the embassy and the other 15 other countries, including NATO. It seemed like it was basically begging the Taliban to stop its offensive and to reach an agreement. And I'm just wondering, have you guys yet come to the realization that they're not going to stop, that they are going to continue this offensive? Zal spoke about reports of atrocities and other things that are only increasing. And the fear is getting more and more palpable and more immediate as the final withdrawal approaches.
Well, Matt, I assume you saw the statement that the parties issued over the weekend, and we'll have a statement on that for you today if we haven't issued it already. But you saw in that statement on behalf of the Islamic Republic and the Taliban a commitment that the two sides declared to accelerate negotiations towards an inclusive political settlement. We certainly do welcome that statement. We welcome that sentiment, and we hope to see follow through, because we, as we have said, we continue to believe that only a negotiated settlement can bring an end to 40 years of conflict that the Afghan people have endured. And we urge the Taliban to uphold the commitment in the joint declaration, the declaration that I just mentioned, to protect Afghanistan's infrastructure, to protect civilians, and to cooperate on humanitarian assistance. We are certainly pleased to see those pledges in this declaration, and now we are looking to see the follow-through. We also, in the context of this, do commend the leadership of the state of Qatar in bringing the parties together, as well as the United Nations for the essential role that it is playing. And for our part, we continue to work alongside not only the parties whose discussions we are supporting in Doha, where they remain ongoing, but also Qatar, the UN, the broader international community, and crucially Afghanistan's neighbors. And we've talked about this before, but the critical role that Afghanistan's neighbors have to play and must play in order to help bring about political settlement to this, and to help affect an Afghanistan that is more stable, more secure, and one day more peaceful over time. We're going to continue to support that work on all of those tracks, and we were encouraged by what we saw over the weekend. Sure.
Follow up on the reports coming from the ground in Afghanistan does indicate that the policies and the approach that the Taliban is taking is reversing the gains that the country has made in the terms of women's rights and children's rights. Are you worried about that, or you just let it go the way they are doing it?
Well, the United States has for 2 decades now worked with the government of Afghanistan and the people of Afghanistan to support the hard-won gains, including those by Afghanistan's women and Afghanistan's girls. The United States has played a pivotal role in that over time. We have provided humanitarian assistance, we've provided development assistance. Our embassy on the ground has and will continue to be a partner for Afghan civil society, knowing just how important it is and knowing the gains that have been achieved over the course of the past 20 years. The point that we have been making is that any government that comes to power in Afghanistan that doesn't protect those gains, does not respect human rights, that seeks to rule at the barrel of a gun, will not be a government that has legitimacy, either on the part of the Afghan people or from the international community. And when it comes to that latter constituency, we can presume it will be continue to be important that any government in Afghanistan have the backing of the international community for the assistance that provides. And any government that comes to power that is willing to let those gains be entirely squandered, that is willing to stand idly by or worse as Afghanistan's women, girls, minorities are deprived of their rights, that is not a government that will be legitimate in the eyes of the international community. And critically, because of the assistance and the other elements that we've talked about, that's not a government that we can expect will have any degree of durability. What we seek for the people of Afghanistan, what we're seeking to help support, is a just and durable solution to not 20 years of conflict since October of 2001, but really 40 years of conflict that has deprived the Afghan people of the rights, the freedoms, including their right to safety and security. And so we will continue to partner with the Afghan people, to partner with the Afghan government, and to support that diplomatic process that did receive a boost over the weekend from the joint declaration that was issued by the Afghan parties. Again, declarations are positive. What we are going to be looking for is the follow-through, and we expect to see that follow-through in the coming days and weeks.
You spoke about the neighboring countries on Afghanistan. Do you see the role of Iran is supportive in the peace process?
Well, I wouldn't want to offer a blanket characterization. What I will say is that Afghanistan.
All right, so that was the State Department briefing from earlier today with State Department spokesperson Ned Price. We wanted to include that. It's going to be included as well in our overnight compilation of events and feeds that we've already shown you here on Live Now from Fox. And we want to thank you for watching. It's been a busy day, busy Monday. Hope you had a great weekend, but we're roaring to go for the rest of the week. Remember, here it's live, raw, and unfiltered feeds and events from around the country and around the world. And just the facts, no bias or opinion, but these stories are complicated and complex. We offer analysis and context and clarity as well. And so we have a few things before we go. Don't forget to give us a follow on Twitter. Our handle is at LiveNowFox. You can give me a follow on Twitter as well. My handle is at Andrew Kraft. That's Kraft with a C. Also, don't forget to visit our website, livenowfox.com, for all the latest. That's where you can go to figure out how you can find us and where you can stream us. It's a very important resource there. So we're going to go into some of these other events that we've already shown you throughout the day. We're going to play them again overnight in these overnight hours. But as always, we want to thank you for watching. Don't forget, we have special live coverage tomorrow of the Blue Origin launch with Jeff Bezos and his brother and two others. We'll have live coverage of that starting a little before the launch. The launch is supposed to take place at 9 a.m. Eastern, so you're not going to want to miss that. It's supposed to be very exciting. We'll have reporters on the ground there as well. So for all of us here at Live Now from Fox, we will see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Exactly 6 months since my administration began. I think it's a fitting moment to take a look at our economy, where we were 6 months ago, what we've achieved since then, and what I believe I believe where we're headed. Before I took office, there were a lot of folks out there making some pretty bold predictions about how things would turn out. You might remember some of the predictions. That if I became president, we'd, quote, see a depression, the likes of which we've never seen, end of quote. Well, it's true that the economy was sputtering before I got